In 1995, a Turkish shepherd stumbled onto carved stones that shouldn't exist. Göbekli Tepe, built 11,600 years ago, 7,000 years before Stonehenge, 6,000 years before writing even existed. But here's what archaeologists won't tell you. Göbekli Tepe isn't alone. Across 4 continents, we've uncovered 14 ancient civilizations that rewrote human history. Cities of 5 million people with no written records. Temples built by people who supposedly lived in caves. Empires swallowed by jungles, oceans, and time itself. Over the next 7 hours, you'll discover the real evidence behind Atlantis and Lemuria. Why a 9,000-year-old city had no streets, no leaders, and no weapons. The North American metropolis larger than London that vanished, and the civilization that existed before humans, according to new research. These aren't myths. They're archaeological facts that challenge everything you learned till now. Let's decode what they've been hiding. Before that, please let me know in the comments below where in the world you are watching and what time it is. Now, close your eyes and relax while you enjoy this massive ancient civilizations compilation.
Why Sumer is called the world's oldest civilization. In the vast, sun-scorched sands of modern-day Iraq lie the ghostly remnants of a lost world. It's a civilization so ancient, it predates the Great Pyramids of Egypt and the earliest philosophers of Greece. This is the story of a people who, for the first time in history, built cities, wrote down their thoughts, and began writing the first chapters of what it means to be human. This is the story of Sumer. But what exactly did they do to earn the title of the world's first civilization? What spark ignited in this land between 2 rivers that would set the course for all of humanity? To find the answer, we have to journey back 6,000 years to the very dawn of history to uncover the revolutionary ideas that truly define the birth of civilization as we know it. Our story begins where so many do, with geography. The stage for this grand human drama is a place the ancient Greeks called Mesopotamia, which means the land between the rivers. These 2 rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, are the lifeblood of this story. They start in the mountains of modern-day Turkey and flow south to the Persian Gulf, creating a crescent of improbable fertility in an otherwise harsh, dry landscape, the Fertile Crescent. But this land wasn't exactly a gentle paradise. The rivers were wild and unpredictable, and their floods could wipe out a year's worth of crops in a single devastating surge. Away from the riverbanks, the land was dry and hostile. This environment presented its inhabitants with a stark choice: figure it out or be wiped out. It was this constant battle against nature that pushed the earliest settlers here, known as the Ubaid people, to start mastering their world around 4500 BCE. They laid the groundwork, but it was the Sumerians who truly began to flourish during the Uruk period in the late 4th millennium BCE, who would write the epic. They took the challenges of this land, the scorching sun, the violent floods, and turned them into the very catalysts for building a civilization. For hundreds of thousands of years, humans were wanderers. But in Sumer, something profoundly different happened. We didn't just build bigger villages, we built the world's first cities. This wasn't just a change in scale, it was a complete reinvention of how people lived together. And the archetype of this new creation, what many historians consider the very first true city on Earth, was Uruk. At its peak around 3100 BCE, Uruk was unlike anything the world had ever seen. A sprawling metropolis that may have housed between 40,000 and 80,000 people. A massive defensive wall, 6 miles long, encircled the city, a clear statement of power, permanence, and community. While Sumerian tradition sometimes names the city of Eridu as the very first, Uruk is the best documented example of these massive early urban centers. What truly made Uruk a city was that for the first time, not everyone had to be a farmer. An agricultural surplus allowed for an explosion of new jobs. Suddenly, you had priests, craftsmen, merchants, soldiers, and government officials. An ancient clay tablet from Uruk lists professions as specific as stonecutters, weavers, and jewelers. This was the birth of a complex society, a web of interconnected roles that still defines city life today. At the heart of every Sumerian city, dominating the flat landscape, stood the ziggurat. These were colossal, stepped pyramids made of mud brick, with a temple on top that was considered the home of the city's patron god. The ziggurat wasn't just a church, it was the religious, economic, and administrative center of the city. Priests managed the city's vast storehouses of grain and goods from here, organizing the lifeblood of their society. Life revolved around the temple. It was the anchor of their new urban world. As cities like Uruk grew, their leaders faced a huge new problem. How do you keep track of everything? How do you manage tribute from thousands of people, record goods flowing in and out of the temple, and give out rations to an army of workers? Human memory wasn't going to cut it. The Sumerians needed a new technology for information itself. Their solution would change the world forever. They invented writing. The earliest known writing system, cuneiform, emerged in Sumer around 3400 BCE. And it didn't begin with poetry or grand histories, but with something far more practical: accounting. The first tablets are simple records. So many sheep, so many measures of barley. It started with simple pictures, but over centuries it evolved into something much more sophisticated. Scribes used a reed stylus to press wedge-shaped marks into wet clay, which gives the script its name, cuneiform, from the Latin word for wedge. The true genius of cuneiform was its leap from representing things to representing sounds. The symbols came to stand for syllables, which could be combined to represent any word or idea. This unlocked the full power of written language. Suddenly, people could record more than just trade. They could write down their laws, creating a system of justice that was consistent and lasting. They could chronicle the deeds of their kings, giving birth to history, and they could write down their myths and stories. It was through cuneiform that the world's first great work of literature was recorded, the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's a sprawling tale about a legendary king of Uruk and his quest for immortality. It explores timeless themes of friendship, loss, and what it means to be human, proving that as soon as the Sumerians could write, they started asking the same deep questions we still ask today. The ability to read and write was a powerful skill, and scribes who mastered it held positions of great respect, turning spoken words into a legacy that would survive for millennia. While writing might be their most famous achievement, the Sumerians were hardly a one-hit wonder. Their knack for invention was incredible, driven by the need to control their chaotic world. Many of their innovations are so fundamental, they still echo in our lives today. First and foremost was their mastery of water. To survive, they had to tame the Tigris and Euphrates. They pioneered large-scale irrigation, digging a complex network of canals to divert river water to dry fields, turning desert into farmland. This system was the engine of their civilization. It created huge food surpluses that fed their cities and, to make it even more efficient, they invented the cedar plow, a device that would till the soil and plant seeds at the same time. Just as transformative was the wheel. While evidence for the first wheels appears in both Mesopotamia and Europe around the same time, it was the Sumerians who, around 3500 BCE, pioneered its use in revolutionary ways. Its first application wasn't for transport, but for making pottery, allowing for the mass production of containers. Soon after, they adapted it for the first chariots and carts, changing both trade and warfare forever. The Sumerians were also brilliant mathematicians. They developed a base 60 counting system. It might seem odd to us, but its legacy is all around you. The reason we have 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, and 360 degrees in a circle is a direct inheritance from Sumer. This math was essential for building their massive ziggurats and surveying their land. They were also the world's first astronomers, mapping the stars and identifying the 5 planets you can see with the naked eye. Finally, they were masters of metallurgy. The Sumerians were among the first to move from stone to metal, mastering the fabrication of copper to create everything from tools and razors to weapons like spearheads and helmets, transforming their military capabilities. With bustling cities and new technologies, the Sumerians needed a way to keep everything organized. This led them to create the political and social structures that would become a blueprint for civilizations to come. Sumer wasn't a single unified empire. It was a collection of independent and often competing city-states like Uruk, Ur, and Lagash. Each city was its own kingdom with its own ruler, its own army, and its own patron god who was seen as the city's true owner. This led to frequent wars over land, water, and influence. In the earliest days, the government was a theocracy, rule by the gods. The city's ruler was a priest-king who acted as the god's representative on earth. But as warfare became more common, a more secular role of the king, or lugal, emerged. A powerful warrior who held ultimate authority. Sumerian society was a pyramid. At the top were the king and priests, who controlled most of the wealth. Below them were nobles and administrators. The largest group was the commoners, farmers, merchants, and artisans who could own land and run businesses. At the very bottom were slaves, typically prisoners of war or people who had fallen into debt. Crucially, the Sumerians understood that a society needs justice to function. They were the first to write down their laws. And long before the more famous Code of Hammurabi, there was the Code of Ur-Nammu, the oldest legal code ever discovered. It laid out specific punishments for crimes, establishing a foundation of civil law that would influence the entire ancient world. The Sumerians were the first to build a world defined by these complex systems of writing, technology, and law. But which of these achievements do you think was the most important? Was it the invention of writing that allowed history itself to exist? Or was it the mastery of irrigation that made the cities possible in the first place? So, why is Sumer called the world's oldest civilization? Because in the land between the rivers, all the essential ingredients came together for the first time. While other cultures had some of these elements, the Sumerians were the first to combine them into one fully integrated system. Cities, specialized labor, government, writing, and world-changing technology. Their legacy isn't just a list of historical firsts. It's woven into our modern life. Every time you check the clock, you're using their math. Every time you read a book, you're carrying on a tradition they began by etching stories onto clay. The very idea of a city, a diverse community living together under a system of laws, is a Sumerian concept. They gave us the original blueprint. They were the first to face the challenges of urban life, the first to build a complex state, and the first to record their triumphs and fears, leaving behind a profound legacy for every civilization that would follow. The second oldest civilization in the world. For centuries, the world has looked to the majesty of ancient Egypt as the very dawn of civilization. The pyramids, the pharaohs, the golden treasures, they seem to stand alone at the beginning of time. It's a powerful image, this idea of a solitary titan of culture that sprang fully formed from the desert sands. It's a story we all think we know. But what if it's a story that's missing some critical pages? What if the rise of this legendary civilization wasn't a solo performance, but more like a frantic competitive sprint? And what if at the very moment the first Egyptians were harnessing the power of the Nile, another mighty civilization was already building cities, worshiping gods, and writing history between two unpredictable rivers? The truth is, the world's first great ancient powers didn't rise in a vacuum. It was a race. So, What if I told you that as the first Egyptians were building their kingdom on the predictable banks of the Nile, another great power was already rising in the chaotic lands of Mesopotamia? This wasn't a solo act. It was a sprint to create the future. This puts Egypt in a fascinating position. It wasn't the first, but it built a legacy that would echo for eternity. So how did Egypt, in a world with other emerging giants, forge its own unique identity and create something so powerful and enduring? Every great civilization is, first and foremost, a child of its environment. And to understand the profound differences between Sumer and Egypt, we have to start not with kings or gods, but with the very land that birthed them. Their stories were literally written in water, soil, and sun. First, imagine Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. This was Sumer. Here, life was a total gamble. The rivers were violent and capricious, prone to sudden catastrophic floods that could obliterate a year's crops overnight. Or they might shift their course entirely, leaving a once thriving city stranded in a desolate wasteland. The landscape itself was a flat, open plain, offering zero natural defenses against raiders or ambitious neighbors. This geography bred a specific worldview. You could call it a kind of cosmic pessimism. The Sumerians looked at the universe and saw chaos, a world governed by temperamental, easily angered gods who had to be constantly appeased. Their relationship with the divine was one of anxious negotiation. Their world was unpredictable, so their gods must be as well. Life was a constant struggle, and this deep-seated anxiety shaped every facet of their civilization. Now, let's travel southwest to the land of Egypt. Here, the story couldn't be more different. There was one god that truly mattered, the Nile River. But unlike the wrathful rivers of Sumer, the Nile was a benevolent, predictable force. Every single year, like clockwork, it would gently swell, blanketing its banks in a layer of rich black silt before receding. This flood wasn't a disaster, it was a promise. It was the divine calendar that dictated the rhythm of life, ensuring bountiful harvests. This predictability created a profoundly different psychology. The Egyptians looked at the universe and saw Ma'at, a fundamental order, a divine harmony that governed all of creation. Their world was stable, cyclical, and reliable. Life wasn't a struggle against chaos, but a celebration of that cosmic order. This sense of security was reinforced by geography. To the east and west were vast, impassable deserts. To the north, the Mediterranean Sea, and to the south, the cataracts of the Nile. Egypt was a natural fortress, sheltered from the turmoil of the outside world. This fundamental difference, a world of chaos versus a world of order, is the key. It created two entirely different blueprints for building a civilization. While the Sumerians were looking for ways to manage chaos, the Egyptians were building a society that reflected the divine harmony they saw all around them. As these two societies grew, they both ran into the same problem: the limits of human memory. How do you run a kingdom? How do you track trade, collect taxes, or pass down sacred knowledge? The answer, arrived at in both regions within the same general era, would change the world forever: the invention of writing. In Sumer, born from the practical need for record-keeping, cuneiform emerged first, with the earliest forms appearing around 3400 BCE. The name means wedge-shaped, which perfectly describes how scribes used a reed stylus to press marks into soft clay tablets. While it started with pictures, it evolved into a sophisticated system representing sounds, allowing them to record everything from laws to epic poems. The medium itself, humble clay, was a reflection of their environment. It was abundant and durable once baked, but also incredibly cumbersome. A library in Sumer was a warehouse of heavy, brittle tablets. A few centuries later, the Egyptians developed their own, radically different solution: hieroglyphics. While there's evidence that the idea of writing may have been sparked by contact with Mesopotamia, the system the Egyptians created was uniquely their own. Hieroglyphs were beautiful and complex, a vibrant mix of symbols representing objects and sounds, but unlike the utilitarian look of cuneiform, Hieroglyphs were art. They were meant to be seen, carved into the stone of temples and tombs as a permanent, monumental declaration of power. For everyday use, they developed cursive scripts written on papyrus, a lightweight, portable material made from Nile reeds. This gave Egyptian administration a speed and efficiency clay tablets could never hope to match. A single scribe with a few papyrus scrolls could carry more information than a cartload of Sumerian tablets. So while Sumerians may have written first to manage the present, Egyptians perfected a version designed to be immortal. The political paths of Sumer and Egypt diverged as dramatically as their rivers. Their different environments led to two completely opposite models of a kingdom. Sumer was a land of city-states. Cities like Uruk, Ur, and Eridu grew as independent power centers, each with its own king and patron god. These city-states were in a near constant state of conflict, bickering over land, water, and influence. A Sumerian king was seen as a steward, the god's representative on earth, but he wasn't a god himself. His main job was to mediate between the people and the often angry deities. Powerful rulers might conquer the whole region for a time, but these empires were fragile. The default state of Sumer was fragmentation, a perfect reflection of their chaotic world. In Egypt, the opposite happened. The land wasn't destined for a collection of squabbling cities, but for a single unified kingdom. Around 3100 BCE, a king from the south, known to history as Narmer, completed the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt. This event was the single most important moment in Egyptian political history. It kicked off the First Dynasty and established a centralized state that would last, with few interruptions, for 3,000 years. And the Egyptian king, the pharaoh, wasn't just a representative of the gods. He was a god. He was the living embodiment of the god Horus, and his divine status was the bedrock of the entire state. His job was to maintain Ma'at, that cosmic order, ensuring the harmony of the universe was reflected in the kingdom's stability. This belief, combined with Egypt's natural defenses, created incredible political stability. It allowed for long-term planning and the mobilization of resources on a scale unimaginable in Sumer. While Sumerian kings were mustering armies to fight their neighbors, Egyptian pharaohs were mustering a nation to build monuments to their own divinity, creating one of the world's first great unified states. Nowhere is this clash of worldviews more obvious than in their massive buildings. Both civilizations reached for the heavens, building structures that dominated their landscapes, but they were building them for completely different reasons. In the heart of every Sumerian city stood a ziggurat. These were immense, stepped pyramids made of mud brick, with a temple at the very top. A ziggurat was not a tomb. It was a man-made mountain, a stairway to heaven, meant to bridge the gap between the mortal world and the home of the gods. The temple at the summit was a house for the city's patron deity, a place where the god could descend and receive worship. The whole thing was an act of appeasement, an attempt to honor the powerful and unpredictable gods and convince them to smile on the city. The Egyptians built pyramids, and while they share a similar shape, their purpose was the polar opposite. A pyramid wasn't a temple for a god, it was a tomb for a king who was a god. But it was more than just a tomb. It was an engine of resurrection. It was a gateway to the afterlife, a launch pad designed to rocket the pharaoh's soul into the eternal realm of the gods. Built with massive blocks of limestone and granite and engineered with breathtaking precision, the pyramid was a statement of ultimate confidence. It wasn't built to appease the gods, but to join them.
This all stems from their views on the afterlife. For the Sumerians, the afterlife was a grim, dreadful place, a dark, shadowy underworld where spirits wandered aimlessly, eating dust. There was no judgment, no reward, just a bleak, eternal nothingness for everyone. Their religion was focused on this world, on making life bearable before the gloomy end. The Egyptians, however, had one of history's most hopeful visions of immortality. They believed death was just a doorway to an eternal paradise, a perfect version of life on the Nile. But it wasn't a given. It required passing a final judgment. This is why they perfected mummification and built such elaborate tombs. filling them with everything the deceased would need for eternity: food, furniture, and sacred texts to navigate the journey. A Sumerian ziggurat was a house for a god on Earth. An Egyptian pyramid was a portal for a human god to reach the heavens. These two foundational civilizations laid the groundwork of our world in profoundly different ways. Their legacies are a testament to the power of geography and belief in shaping human history. What aspect of their parallel journey do you find most fascinating? Was it their competing views of the gods, their different approaches to government, or the stark contrast between the pyramid and the ziggurat? So how did Egypt, in a sprint against the world's first great urban civilization, forge its own path? It didn't win by being faster. It won by running in a completely different direction. While Sumer was developing in the chaotic cradle of Mesopotamia, Egypt was nurtured by the stable embrace of the Nile. This single geographical reality created two distinct psychologies. The Sumerian worldview, steeped in a fear of unpredictable gods, led to a fragmented land of warring city-states. Their great innovations, from cuneiform to the ziggurat, were practical tools designed to manage the chaos. Egypt, blessed with order and abundance, developed a worldview of cosmic harmony, or Ma'at. This gave them the divine pharaoh, a unifying force who commanded absolute power, and an optimistic faith in a glorious but earned afterlife. Their innovations, from hieroglyphs to the pyramids, were expressions of confidence and a quest for eternity. In the end, it was never a simple two-way race. Other great cultures were also rising, from the cities of the Indus Valley to the mysterious Caral-Supe civilization in Peru. Early Egypt absorbed key influences from Mesopotamia, in art, architecture, and maybe even the spark of writing itself. The civilization that grew along the Nile was not a copy, but a powerful and enduring alternative, a testament to the idea that there has never been just one way to build the future. The third oldest civilization on Earth, history forgot. In the vast silent landscapes of what is now Pakistan and northwest India lie the remains of a world that feels almost impossible. A world that for thousands of years was simply erased from human memory, a ghost on the pages of history. This wasn't just some minor settlement or a forgotten tribe. This was one of the three great earliest civilizations of humankind, a contemporary to the mighty empires of Egypt and Mesopotamia. In fact, it was the most widespread of them all. They built cities of breathtaking complexity, with technologies that wouldn't be seen again for millennia. They were a powerhouse of the ancient world, and then they were gone. This is the story of the Indus Valley Civilization, one of the first great chapters in the story of humanity and one of its greatest mysteries. For most of recorded history, the story of ancient India was thought to begin much, much later, with the arrival of Aryan tribes and the writing of the sacred Vedas. The very idea that a massive urban civilization could have come before them wasn't just unknown, it was unthinkable. The only clues were whispers, strange artifacts that just didn't fit the official timeline. In the 1870s, the archaeologist Alexander Cunningham stumbled upon a curious stone seal at a site called Harappa. It was carved with the depiction of a bull and a script he'd never seen before. He described the characters as quite unknown to me. For decades, these seals were little more than a historical curiosity, an unsolvable riddle. The true scale of what lay buried beneath the earth remained a secret. That secret was finally blown wide open in the 1920s. Under the leadership of Sir John Marshall, the Archaeological Survey of India began full-scale excavations at Harappa and another massive mound of ruins called Mohenjo-Daro, the Mound of the Dead. What they unearthed wasn't just a simple town, it was a full-blown city, built with a level of precision and planning that was staggering. And it wasn't just one city. Soon another emerged, and then another. The discovery was revolutionary. It pushed back the timeline of urban life in South Asia by thousands of years, revealing a civilization that flourished in its mature form from around 2600 to 1900 BCE. This wasn't just a local culture. It was a civilization spanning a vast area, from modern-day Afghanistan through Pakistan and into northwestern India. In terms of sheer geographic size, it dwarfed both ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia combined. Over 1,000 settlements have now been found, scattered across the basin of the mighty Indus River and the once perennial Gogger-Hakra river system. A grand narrative of world history had to be rewritten. There were no longer two cradles of civilization in the old world, but three. But who were these people? Where did they come from? To answer that, we have to travel even further back to a site called Mehrgarh. Located in the foothills of modern-day Pakistan, Mehrgarh gives us a glimpse of the dawn of the Neolithic age in South Asia, with evidence of farming and herding dating back as far as 7000 BCE. For thousands of years, the people here developed pottery, domesticated wheat, barley, and cattle, and slowly built the cultural and technological toolkit that would give rise to the giants of the Indus. Mehrgarh was the seed from which one of history's greatest and most mysterious civilizations would grow. What makes the Indus Valley Civilization, or the Harappan Civilization as it's also known, so incredible isn't just its age, but its sheer sophistication. This was not a world of mud huts and simple tools. This was a society that had mastered the art of urban living 5 millennia ago. Let's start with their cities. The two largest, Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, were marvels of engineering, each likely home to tens of thousands of people. These weren't chaotic sprawls that grew over time, they were planned, laid out on a precise grid system, with wide main streets and smaller intersecting lanes. They're some of the world's earliest examples of city planning. Buildings were constructed from standardized fire-baked bricks, a testament to a centralized system of production and measurement. Unlike the mud bricks common in Mesopotamia, these baked bricks were durable and water-resistant, essential for building in a region of monsoons and river floods. But what lay beneath the streets is what's truly mind-blowing: the world's first known urban sanitation systems. Many houses, even modest ones, had their own private wells and bathrooms. From these bathing areas, wastewater flowed into covered drains that ran along the main streets. These drains were masterpieces of hydraulic engineering, precisely sloped and connected to larger sewer mains that carried waste safely out of the city. Some homes even had what appeared to be the world's earliest flush toilet systems, where a jar of water could be used to send waste through a clay pipe into the street drain. The drains even had inspection holes with removable slabs for cleaning. This level of public health and engineering wouldn't be matched in many parts of the world for another 4,000 years. At the heart of Mohenjo-Daro lies a structure known as the Great Bath. It's a massive public water tank, 12 meters long, 7 meters wide, and sealed with natural tar to be perfectly waterproof. Surrounded by a colonnade and small rooms, it was likely used for public rituals, a shared space that speaks to a common civic or religious identity. Nearby, enormous structures identified as granaries suggest a complex system for storing and distributing agricultural surplus, the very engine of a thriving urban society. So who organized all this? This is where the mystery deepens. In Egypt, we find towering pyramids and lavish tombs for god-kings. In Mesopotamia, we have palaces adorned with reliefs of powerful rulers. In the Indus Valley, we find none of that. There are no obvious palaces, no royal graves filled with treasure, no giant statues of kings. The cities are remarkably uniform. Houses, while they vary in size, share a similar design, suggesting a surprisingly egalitarian society. This sense of order extended to their economy. The Harappans developed an astonishingly precise system of standardized weights and measures. Archaeologists have found thousands of cubical weights made from chert stone in a series of graduated sizes based on a consistent ratio. This standardization was the bedrock of their vast trade network. It meant a merchant in Harappa could be confident that a measure of grain or a block of copper would be the same in Mohenjo-Daro, hundreds of kilometers away. And their trade wasn't just local, it was global. Indus seals, beads, and pottery have been found as far away as Mesopotamia in the great Sumerian cities of Ur and Kish. Mesopotamian texts from around 2350 BCE speak of trading with a distant land called Meluha, which scholars are almost certain was the Indus Valley. They mention imports of timber, ivory, and precious stones like carnelian. In fact, beautifully crafted carnelian beads, made with a technique unique to the Indus region, were a prized luxury item in Mesopotamia, even found in the royal graves at Ur. To make all this trade happen, the Harappans were master seafarers. Clay models show both riverboats and more robust ocean-going ships with masts for sails. A massive brick-lined basin discovered at the coastal city of Lothal is believed by many to be a tidal dockyard, a stunning testament to their maritime skill. It's even possible that Indus artisans and their families lived abroad. Some evidence suggests that Harappan women may have traveled as far as Susa in ancient Mesopotamia. So we have this picture of a civilization that was incredibly organized, technologically advanced, and commercially powerful. They had a shared culture that spanned a vast territory, unified by common planning, weights, and, most tantalizingly, writing. Yet the very nature of their power structure remains invisible. How could a society of possibly up to 5 million people function with such coordination, apparently without the kings, priests, and armies that defined their contemporaries? It's a question that leads us to the heart of the Indus enigma. Every object the Harappans left behind seems to whisper a story. Their intricate beadwork tells of skilled artisans. Their standardized bricks tell of organized governance. Their sprawling cities tell of engineering genius. But there is one story they are desperately trying to tell us that we cannot hear. It's written on thousands of small stone seals, pottery shards, and copper tablets. It is the Indus script, and it is completely, utterly undeciphered. For a century, the world's best minds have tried to crack this code. The script consists of over 400 distinct symbols, a mix of what look like pictograms and abstract shapes. The inscriptions are frustratingly short, usually just 4 or 5 characters long, making it incredibly difficult to find patterns. There is no Indus Rosetta Stone, no bilingual text to provide a key. Is the script where symbols represent both words and sounds, like Mesopotamian cuneiform? Or is it not a language at all, but a complex system of symbols for families, gods, or trade guilds? Scholars are divided. The challenge is so great that in early 2025, the chief minister of the Indian state of Tamil Nadu announced a $1 million prize for anyone who finally cracks it. And to pool the world's expertise, the Archaeological Survey of India is hosting a major international conference in August 2025, bringing global experts together in a renewed push to solve the puzzle. Unlocking this script wouldn't just give us names and dates, it would give a voice to this silent civilization, revealing their beliefs, their laws, their stories, their very identity. Without their words, we are left to confront the final and greatest mystery. After flourishing for some 700 years, this colossal civilization began to decline around 1900 BCE. The great cities started to decay. The meticulous urban planning broke down. Shoddy houses made of old, recycled bricks began to encroach on the once grand streets. The Great Bath and the granaries fell into disuse. Trade with Mesopotamia dried up. The script vanished. The unity that defined the civilization fractured. Eventually, the cities were abandoned, left to be buried by the dust of time. How did it happen? How does a civilization of millions just fade away? For a long time, the leading theory was a violent invasion by so-called Aryan tribes, with one archaeologist pointing to skeletons found scattered in the streets of Mohenjo-Daro as evidence of a final massacre. But today, that theory has been largely discredited by most scholars. There's just not widespread evidence of a war that could topple an entire civilization. Instead, the focus has shifted to the environment. The Harappans were a Bronze Age civilization, but their lifeblood was water. Their society was built on the floodplains of the Indus and the now seasonal Göbekli River. Evidence suggests that around the time of the decline, the climate began to change. The monsoons, which fed the rivers, may have become weaker and more erratic. A long-term drought would have crippled their agriculture, the engine of their entire economy. The very rivers that gave them life may have betrayed them. The Göbekli, once a mighty river that supported hundreds of settlements, began to dry up as its water sources were diverted to other river systems. For the cities that relied on it, this would have been a death sentence. At the same time, in other areas like Mohenjo-Daro, there is evidence of catastrophic city-drowning floods, possibly caused by tectonic activity. It was likely a slow, agonizing decline, a perfect storm of pressures. A drying climate, shifting rivers, devastating floods, and the overexploitation of resources would have created a cascade of crises. Crop failures would lead to famine. The collapse of agriculture would undermine the economic power of the cities. With their core function gone, the vast, interconnected system would unravel. People likely just walked away, migrating in smaller groups towards the more fertile Ganges basin in the east, their complex urban culture dissolving back into a simpler, village-based life. The great cities weren't destroyed in a blaze of glory, they were slowly abandoned, their streets falling silent as their inhabitants sought survival elsewhere. The Indus Valley civilization is a profound lesson in how fragile even the most advanced societies can be. It reminds us that history isn't just a story of what we know, but a vast ocean of what we've lost. What other forgotten worlds lie buried, waiting to be rediscovered? If you were captivated by this journey into our forgotten past, be sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more explorations of lost worlds. And let us know in the comments, what theory for their decline do you find most compelling? From its stunning rediscovery to the breathtaking sophistication of its cities and the enduring mystery of its writing, the Indus Valley civilization changes our understanding of the ancient world. It was a civilization of profound paradoxes, urban and orderly without obvious kings, technologically advanced yet spiritually enigmatic, vast in its reach, but silent in its voice. The ghosts of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro linger, their grid-like streets and silent baths, a testament to a world that achieved a unique and stable form of complex society. They are a stark reminder that what we call history is merely the surviving fraction of the past. For now, the Indus Valley remains history's greatest lost chapter, a civilization that, for a brilliant moment, mastered the art of living before being reclaimed by the earth.
And yet, this mighty civilization, which sustained a population that recent demographic modeling suggests approached a staggering 700,000 to 900,000 souls in its capital region, a population comparable to that of ancient Rome at its height, just fell silent. Its colossal cities were swallowed whole by the jungle, and its story dissolved into legend. It stands as a haunting reminder of the sheer scale of human ambition and the terrifying impermanence of even the greatest powers. So how does an empire that seemingly touched the heavens collapse into ruin? How could a society capable of building Angkor Wat, the largest religious monument on Earth, a structure that used more stone than all the pyramids of Egypt combined, simply fade away? To find the answer, we have to journey back to the very beginning, back to the forging of one of history's most astonishing empires, and to the hidden seeds of its own destruction. Our story doesn't begin with a bang, but with a whimper. Before the rise of the Great Khmer Empire, the land that would become its heartland was a fractured mess of competing territories. The preceding kingdom, known to Chinese chroniclers as Chenla, had once absorbed the older maritime power of Funan, but its own authority had proven brittle. By the 8th century, Chenla was not a unitary kingdom in any modern sense. Modern historians assert that it was, in fact, a series of loose and temporary confederations of principalities, a chaotic landscape of petty lords all vying for a scrap of power. Chinese historical texts, attempting to make sense of this fragmentation, divided the region into two spheres: Lu Genla, or Land Chenla, to the north of the Dengrek Mountains, which remained relatively stable, and Shui Genla, or Water Chenla, in the fertile southern lowlands, which descended into a period of constant turbulence. And looming over all of them was the shadow of a powerful maritime empire to the south, the Sailendra dynasty of Java. Now, scholars still debate exactly where this Java was. For a long time, it was assumed to be the Indonesian island we know today, a theory supported by architectural similarities between early Khmer temples and Javanese structures like Borobudur. Other theories suggested it could have been a kingdom on the Malay Peninsula, or perhaps the term Chave, or Java, was used by the Khmer to describe their eastern neighbors, the Chams. The most recent scholarship, however, has convincingly argued that in almost all cases, the inscriptions do refer to the island of Java in the Indonesian archipelago. But regardless of its precise geographic location, its dominance was absolute. This thalassocracy, a sea-based empire, held sway over Water Chenla, making the Khmer princes effectively vassals, their destinies tied to the whims of a foreign court. An Arab merchant's account from the period tells a chilling story of a Khmer king who foolishly boasted he wanted to see the head of the Javanese monarch on a platter. When word reached the Sailendra king, he launched a punitive expedition, conquered the Khmer capital, and personally beheaded the insolent ruler, installing a new puppet king in his place. This was the world of humiliation and subjugation into which the founder of the Khmer Empire was born.
Into this broken world steps a man whose vision was matched only by his ambition. His name was Jayavarman II. Born around 770 AD, he was a Khmer prince who had spent years, perhaps decades away from his homeland, living within the court of the very Javanese kings who held sway over his people. We don't know for certain if he was a political hostage, taken to ensure the good behavior of his family, or an honored guest, being groomed for a vassal kingship. What is certain is that this time in exile was his political education. He saw firsthand the mechanics of a truly centralized, powerful state. He learned about sacred court rituals, military strategy, and crucially, the potent ideology of divine kingship that held it all together. But Jayavarman II was no one's puppet. He was a man playing the long game, absorbing the lessons of his overlords, waiting for the perfect moment to return and claim what he believed was his birthright. Around the year 790, that moment came. Jayavarman II returned to the mainland, not with some huge invading force, but with a plan built on charisma, political cunning, and sheer force of will. Inscriptions suggest he began a methodical campaign to unify the land, starting in the southeast at a city called Vyadapura and pushing relentlessly northwest up the Mekong River Valley. He didn't just conquer, he absorbed. He defeated rival lords in battle, but then forged alliances with their families through strategic marriages, weaving a web of loyalty that bound the fractured principalities to his person. He established a series of shifting capitals, Indrapura, Hariharalaya, and Amarendrapura, each one a stepping stone toward his ultimate goal, a tactical advance across the landscape. With every victory, his legend grew. He was no longer just another squabbling prince. He was becoming a unifier, a man who could bring order from chaos. But to build an empire that would last for centuries, he knew that swords and politics weren't enough. He needed something more. He needed a new ideology, a sacred authority that would place him beyond the reach of any earthly rival and bind his people to him with the unbreakable force of religious belief. He needed to sever the spiritual chains that bound the Khmer to Java, just as he was shattering the political ones. And he found the means to do it in a powerful, mystical ceremony. In the year 802 AD, on the sacred slopes of Mount Mahendra Parvata, known today as Phnom Kulen, the source of the rivers that would feed his future capital, Jayavarman II staged an event that would define the next 600 years of Khmer history. Our most detailed account of this foundational moment comes from an inscription carved 2.5 centuries later, in 1052 at a temple called Stok Kok Tom. This inscription, a veritable charter for the empire, recounts how the king summoned a high priest, a Brahmin named Hiranyadama, who was proficient in the lore of magic power, to perform an ancient Hindu ritual. Through this ceremony, Jayavarman II was declared a Chakravartin, a universal ruler. But it was more than that. He was proclaimed the Deva Raja, the God King.
This was not just a fancy title, it was a profound spiritual transformation, and the ritual that accomplished it was not a simple coronation, it was an act of high magic. The Stok Kok Tom inscription explicitly names the sacred texts that Hiranyadama used, the Vinasika, Nyotara, Samoha, and Sarakada. These are not standard Hindu scriptures, they're tantric texts, manuals of esoteric power. The Vinasika Tantra, for example, contains rituals for the magical protection of a king and the subjugation of his enemies, and even darker rites involving human remains to gain supernatural abilities and worldly power, including a kingdom. The ceremony on Phnom Kulen was a calculated act of state-sponsored sorcery designed to spiritually obliterate the authority of the Javanese king of the mountain and establish a new, unassailable divine power centered on Jayavarman himself. The Devaraja cult declared that the king was a living, breathing incarnation of a Hindu god on earth, usually Shiva. The king's essence was now mystically linked to a sacred linga, a phallic idol that was the physical embodiment of the god's creative power, housed in a temple on a mountain. The king was the divine axis of the entire kingdom, the sacred channel between the world of mortals and the realm of the gods. Loyalty to him wasn't just a political duty, it was a religious obligation. By declaring himself a god-king, Jayavarman II was also making a stunning geopolitical statement. Cambodia was now independent. He had shattered the chains of vassalage to Java or anyone else. He answered to no one but the gods, because he was one of them. It was a masterstroke. This divine authority gave Jayavarman II and his successors the power to mobilize immense labor forces, not for mere construction projects, but for the sacred duty of building temples. And these weren't just places of worship. They were architectural replicas of the cosmic Mount Meru, the mythical home of the gods, each one a new center of the universe, built to house the king's personal linga. When Jayavarman II died in 850, he was given the posthumous name Parameshwara, the Supreme Lord, an epithet of Shiva, and left behind more than a unified kingdom. He had bequeathed a blueprint for empire. His successors immediately got to work, putting this new power into practice on a monumental scale. Indravarman I, who reigned from 877 to 889, expanded the kingdom and, crucially, began the first of the massive water management projects that would become the empire's lifeblood. He constructed the Indra Tataka, the first of the great reservoirs, or barays, massive man-made lakes designed to capture the monsoon rains. He also built the stunning temple of Bakong at his capital of Hariaralea, the first Khmer temple to be constructed entirely of sandstone and the first to fully realize the Temple Mountain concept, a stepped pyramid representing Mount Meru. Then his son, Yasovarman I, took the next monumental step. At the end of the 9th century, he moved the capital from Hariaralea to a new location, a vast plain that offered unparalleled potential for expansion and hydraulic engineering. He centered his new city on a natural hill, Panambakeng, which became the new state Temple Mountain. He named his capital Yasodharapura. We know it by a different name today, Angkor. The stage was set. The foundations, political, spiritual, and infrastructural, were in place. The Khmer Empire was about to enter its golden age.
The seeds of divine authority and engineering prowess planted by Jayavarman II exploded into a spectacular golden age that burned brightly for nearly 300 years. This is the era when the Khmer Empire reached its absolute zenith, an epoch of unimaginable wealth, military power, and an architectural obsession that sought to literally build heaven on earth. This period saw the Khmer civilization transform from a regional power into the undisputed hegemon of mainland Southeast Asia, its influence radiating outwards to encompass vast territories. The heart of it all was Angkor, a sprawling hydraulic city that became the largest pre-industrial metropolis in the world. The key to its existence and prosperity was its unique solution to a profound environmental challenge. The region is dominated by a monsoon climate, which brings a season of torrential, flooding rains, followed by a long, punishing dry season. To sustain a massive urban population and produce the agricultural surplus needed to fuel an empire, the Khmer had to master this cycle of deluge and drought. Their solution was a brilliant and mind-bogglingly complex network of canals, moats, and massive reservoirs known as barays. This water management system was the circulatory system of the empire, a work of engineering genius that covered over 1,000 square kilometers, 45. The system was designed with three main zones: a northern collector system that diverted rivers and spread water across the landscape, a central zone of massive storage units, the barays themselves, and a southern zone of distributor channels that fed the rice fields. The scale was staggering. The East Baray, built by Yasovarman I, measured 7.8 kilometers by 880 meters. Later, in the 11th century, Suryavarman I would construct the colossal West Baray, an artificial lake measuring 8 kilometers by 2.2 kilometers, capable of holding an estimated 53 million cubic meters of water. This system had a profound dual function. On a practical level, it was the engine of the Khmer economy. By capturing and storing the monsoon rains, it allowed for year-round rice cultivation, enabling farmers to produce up to 3 or 4 harvests a year, 48. This immense agricultural surplus fed the vast armies of priests, soldiers, administrators, and, most importantly, the laborers who built and sustained the empire. On a spiritual level, the hydraulic network was a physical manifestation of Khmer cosmology. The vast shimmering berets and the moats surrounding the temples were not just reservoirs. They were earthly representations of the cosmic oceans that, in Hindu mythology, encircled the sacred Mount Meru, the home of the gods. The entire city of Angkor was thus a miniature universe, a sacred geography where the king, as a living god, demonstrated his mastery over the very elements of creation. The 11th century was a time of consolidation and expansion, with powerful kings like Suryavarman I extending Khmer influence far and wide, crushing rebellions, and even establishing diplomatic ties with the powerful Chola dynasty of southern India. But it was the 12th century that would produce the king whose name is forever synonymous with the glory of Angkor, Suryavarman II.
Suryavarman II came to the throne around 1113 AD, not through some peaceful inheritance, but through raw, violent ambition. Inscriptions and historical accounts suggest that, believing it was his divine destiny to rule, he launched a surprise attack on his own reigning great-uncle, Dharanendravarman. In a scene of epic proportions, he is said to have leaped onto the king's war elephant in the heat of battle and killed him, seizing power through an act of regicide. Having taken the throne so brutally, Suryavarman II faced an urgent need to legitimize his rule in a way that no one could ever question. He chose to do so by launching the single most audacious and resource-intensive construction project in human history. He would build a stone monument that was at once his state temple, his own mausoleum, and a breathtaking offering to the Hindu god Vishnu, with whom he identified. The construction of this temple, which we know today as Angkor Wat, was an undertaking of almost unimaginable scale, lasting the better part of his 37-year reign. The logistics were staggering. A workforce estimated at some 50,000 people, including thousands of highly skilled artisans and a vast number of laborers, conscripted as a form of tax, toiled for decades. The primary material was sandstone, millions of tons of it, which had to be quarried from the sacred hills of Phnom Kulen, some 25 miles or 40 kilometers away. These massive blocks were then transported downriver and through a complex network of canals to the building site. To manage this colossal enterprise, a sizable bureaucracy was required to collect taxes, often paid in kind with rice, honey, and wax, and to administer the forced labor that was the engine of construction. Angkor Wat remains the largest religious structure on the planet, a perfect fusion of spiritual devotion and architectural genius, covering over 400 acres. It is a miniature universe rendered in stone. A vast moat, over 3 miles in length and 200 yards wide, represents the cosmic ocean at the edge of the world. The concentric galleries symbolize the mountain ranges encircling the mythical Mount Meru, and at its heart, 5 lotus-shaped towers claw at the sky, representing Meru's 5 sacred peaks, the dwelling place of the gods. The entire temple is also a massive solar clock, its orientation and key features perfectly aligned to the equinoxes and solstices, embedding the cycles of celestial time into its very fabric. But the true magic is in the details. Nearly 2,000 unique celestial dancers, or apsaras, are carved into its walls, each one a masterpiece of individual expression. Even more astonishing are the vast bas-reliefs that run for over half a mile along the outer gallery walls, forming the longest continuous stone carving in the world.
These reliefs depict epic Hindu myths, historical processions, and scenes from the great Indian epics, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. The most famous of these is the Churning of the Ocean of Milk, a 49-meter-long panel on the eastern wall that illustrates the Hindu creation myth. It shows 88 devas, or gods, and 92 asuras, or demons, engaged in a cosmic tug-of-war using the serpent king Vasuki as a rope coiled around Mount Mandara, which is balanced on the back of a giant turtle. At the center, orchestrating the entire event, is the four-armed figure of Vishnu, the very god to whom the temple is dedicated. By churning the cosmic ocean for 1,000 years, they release Amrita, the elixir of immortality, and create the universe. And of course, among these divine and mythological scenes are panels depicting Suryavarman II himself, holding court, leading his armies, forever immortalized as a god among men. Suryavarman II wasn't just a builder. He was a relentless warrior, launching numerous and often costly military campaigns into modern-day Vietnam against the kingdom of Dai Viet and waging war against the neighboring kingdom of Champa. He died around 1150, possibly during a failed military expedition, leaving behind an empire exhausted by conflict but graced with the most sublime temple ever conceived.
The peace didn't last. The cycle of violence Suryavarman II had begun with Champa came back to haunt his successors. The decades following his death were marked by weak rule and internal feuding, a dangerous vulnerability for an empire surrounded by rivals. The Cham, the Khmer's ancient rivals from the east, launched a daring and brilliantly executed naval raid. They sailed their fleet right up the Mekong River, across the Great Tonle Sap Lake, and into the Siem Reap River, striking at the very heart of the empire. They sacked the undefended capital of Yasodharapura, killed the reigning king Tribhuvan Aditya and plunged the kingdom into utter chaos. This event was more than just a military defeat. It was a theological catastrophe. For over 3 centuries, the Khmer worldview had been built upon the Devaraja cult. The kings built ever more magnificent temples as offerings to the gods, and in return the gods were expected to provide protection and prosperity for the kingdom. Suryavarman II had just completed the ultimate offering, the world's largest temple, a personal palace for Vishnu on earth. Yet a mere 27 years after his death, the capital city surrounding this divine monument was ransacked and burned by foreign invaders. The Hindu gods had failed. This shattering event created a profound crisis of faith, delegitimizing the entire religious and political system that had underpinned the empire for centuries. The sacred contract between king, god, and people had been broken, creating a spiritual vacuum and paving the way for a radical revolution. And it was in this moment of absolute crisis that another of the empire's greatest figures emerged. A Khmer prince, already in his 50s, who had spent years in exile and had been waiting in the wings. His name was Jayavarman VII. He rallied what was left of the Khmer forces, waged a protracted war against the occupiers, and finally, in 1181, drove the Cham from his lands and was crowned king. But Jayavarman VII was a different kind of king. He had seen the Hindu gods fail to protect his kingdom. Deeply influenced by his devout wives, Jayaraja Devi and later her sister Indra Devi, he turned to a new faith, Mahayana Buddhism. His reign marks a radical revolutionary shift in Khmer ideology. He launched a building program that may have even surpassed Angkor Wat's in sheer volume, but his was driven by a completely different philosophy, Buddhist compassion. His goal, as stated in his inscriptions, was to alleviate the suffering of his people, for he suffered from the ailments of his subjects more than from his own. He began by building an entirely new capital city right on top of the ruins of the old one. He called it Angkor Thom, the Great City, and at its dead center, he raised his state temple, the Bayon. The Bayon is one of the strangest and most captivating structures on Earth. From its terraces rise dozens of stone towers, each carved with 4 massive, enigmatic faces, serenely smiling out towards the 4 cardinal directions. Many scholars believe these 216 giant faces are a fusion of the Bodhisattva of compassion of Avalokitesvara and Jayavarman VII himself, broadcasting a message of divine benevolence and watchful protection across his entire empire. But he didn't stop at temples. His reign saw the creation of an ancient welfare state, something utterly unprecedented for its time. Inscriptions tell us he built 102 hospitals across his kingdom, placed under the protection of the Buddha of healing. He also constructed a network of over 1,000 kilometers of raised highways, complete with 121 houses with fire that served as rest houses for travelers, spaced roughly every 15 kilometers. Under Jayavarman VII, the Khmer Empire reached its largest territorial extent, finally neutralizing the threat from Champa and extending its dominion across Southeast Asia. He was the last of the great builder kings of Angkor, and his reign was the empire's brilliant final blaze of glory. But this golden age, built on the ambition of god kings, couldn't last. The immense strain of these ceaseless construction projects, the constant warfare, and the radical shift in the state's ideology had created deep fissures in the empire's foundation. Cracks were beginning to appear, and soon they would bring the whole magnificent structure crashing down.
No empire lasts forever. For the Khmer, the end wasn't a single catastrophic event like the eruption of Vesuvius over Pompeii. It was a slow, agonizing decay that unfolded over 2 centuries. The fall of Angkor was a death by 1,000 cuts, a perfect storm of religious upheaval, political rot, environmental disaster, and foreign invasion that brought the city of the gods to its knees. The glorious reign of Jayavarman VII was the empire's peak, but it was a peak from which the only way was down. One of the most profound and insidious blows was a shift in the very soul of the empire. For centuries, the Devaraja cult, the idea of the god king, was the ideological software that ran the Khmer civilization. It justified the immense sacrifice, the mobilization of hundreds of thousands of laborers, and the channeling of the kingdom's entire wealth into the construction of colossal temple mountains. Even Jayavarman VII's shift to Mahayana Buddhism maintained this top-down hierarchical structure, simply replacing the king as an incarnation of Shiva with the king as a living bodhisattva. These were elite, state-sponsored religions that reinforced the king's divine right to rule and command. But beginning in the 13th century, a new, radically different form of Buddhism began to sweep through Southeast Asia, carried by monks from Sri Lanka. This was Theravada Buddhism. Unlike the state cults, Theravada was a more personal, egalitarian faith. It emphasized individual enlightenment, monastic life, and a simpler path to salvation that was accessible to all, not just the elite. As this new belief took hold among the common people, the sacred authority of the king, the very foundation of the Angkorian state, simply dissolved. This was not just a spiritual crisis, it was a fundamental economic one. The Devaraja and Bodhisattva cults provided the theological justification for the king's absolute power to command corvée labor, a period of required unpaid work for the state, for his massive projects. Building the king's temple was a sacred duty, but Theravada Buddhism offered a different path to spiritual merit that did not involve hauling sandstone for a distant monarch. If the king was no longer a god, why should the people spend their lives building his temple tomb? The spiritual motivation that built Angkor Wat began to evaporate, and with it, the centralized system for mobilizing the labor needed to maintain the kingdom's vast and vital infrastructure. The ideological engine of the empire had stalled. At the same time, the empire was rotting from within. The Khmer system of succession had a fatal flaw. It was notoriously unstable. The throne didn't always pass peacefully from father to son. Instead, upon a king's death, any male member of the extended royal family could make a claim, often leading to constant, violent power struggles between princes, cousins, and ambitious generals. Kings often had numerous wives and concubines, creating immense royal families with competing factions, all scheming to place their candidate on the throne.
This chronic infighting was a recurring cancer throughout Khmer history. In 1002, Suryavarman I only came to power after a bloody 9-year civil war. After the death of Suryavarman II, the builder of Angkor Wat, the kingdom was racked by feuds that left it vulnerable to the Cham invasion of 1177. This political instability was a constant drain on the empire's resources. It distracted the leadership, fueled paranoia and purges within the court, and made it impossible to present a united front against the storm clouds gathering on the horizon. While the kings of Angkor were fighting each other,
They were neglecting the far greater threats that were building beyond their borders and beneath their feet. And the most critical part of that storm was environmental. The sophisticated hydraulic system that was the lifeblood of Angkor was a marvel of engineering, but it was also incredibly fragile. Its vast network of canals, dikes, and reservoirs required constant, coordinated maintenance by a huge organized workforce, the very workforce that the state was losing its ideological authority to command. Beginning in the 14th century, the climate itself seems to have turned against the Khmer. Using paleoclimatology, the study of past climates through evidence like tree rings and lake sediment cores, scientists have reconstructed the weather patterns of this crucial period. Their findings are dramatic. The region was battered by a period of intense climate change, a transition from the relatively stable and wet medieval warm period into the volatile and unpredictable Little Ice Age. This climate shift unleashed a devastating 1-2 punch on Angkor's hydraulic system. First came a series of prolonged and punishing megadroughts. Tree ring data points to 2 particularly severe dry periods in the mid-14th and early 15th centuries, with some droughts lasting for decades. For a city of nearly 1 million people utterly dependent on rice agriculture, this would have been catastrophic, shattering agricultural output and leading to widespread famine. Then the second blow fell. The tree ring record shows that these decades-long droughts were punctuated by years of abnormally violent and raging monsoons. These mega-floods would have been just as bad, if not worse. Centuries of deforestation to clear land for rice paddies had left the topsoil exposed. When the torrential rains came, massive amounts of sediment were washed from the denuded landscape into the canals and reservoirs, clogging them with silt and rendering them useless. The very system that gave the city life became an engine of its destruction. The canals designed to control water now caused uncontrollable flooding. The reservoirs meant to store water were filled with mud. The hydraulic heart of the empire was failing, and the economic foundation of the state crumbled with it. Compounding this, the empire failed to adapt to new economic realities, largely ignoring the booming maritime trade networks that were enriching its neighbors, remaining wedded to its inland agrarian model even as it was collapsing. And as the Khmer Empire weakened, its faith fractured, its leadership divided, its environment failing, its enemies grew stronger. To the west, a new aggressive power was rising, the Thai kingdom of Ayutthaya. Founded in 1351, the Ayuttayans had once been subjects of the Khmer, their culture and statecraft heavily influenced by Angkorian models. But now they had imperial ambitions of their own. They began launching a series of devastating raids on the Khmer heartland, probing the empire's weaknesses and growing bolder with each success. The once mighty Khmer, consumed by internal strife and struggling with a failing agricultural system, could offer little effective resistance.
The final blow came in 1431. The armies of the Ayutthayan king Boromaracha II laid siege to the great city of Angkor. After a grueling 7-month struggle, they breached the walls and sacked the capital. The city was plundered of its treasures, its golden statues and sacred artifacts looted. The Khmer king, Panya Hayat, fled the city his ancestors had ruled for over 600 years, abandoning it to the invaders. But the sacking of Angkor was far more than a simple military defeat or a plundering raid. It was a deliberate and strategic act of cultural decapitation. The Ayutthayans didn't just take gold, they took people. Thousands of Angkor's most skilled and knowledgeable citizens, its artisans, its scholars, its priests, its classical dancers, and its administrators, were captured and forcibly marched to the court of Ayutthaya. This was not just a military defeat, it was a catastrophic brain drain. It was a calculated transfer of the cultural, intellectual, and spiritual capital from the dying heart of the Khmer Empire to its ascendant rival. This act crippled any chance of an Angkorian revival and directly seeded the high culture of the Siamese court, a legacy that explains the deep and often contentious cultural links between Thailand and Cambodia that persist to this day. The Khmer court moved south towards the region of modern-day Phnom Penh,
seeking a more defensible position and better access to the growing maritime trade routes. The Angkorian period was over. The empire had fallen. The fall of Angkor in 1431 wasn't the end of the Khmer people, but it was the end of their imperial age. The kingdom staggered on for several more centuries, but as a shadow of its former self. The centuries that followed are often called Cambodia's Dark Ages, a time of decline, foreign domination, and a slow forgetting of past glories. The once dominant empire found itself squeezed in a painful geopolitical vice, caught between its powerful and aggressive neighbors, Siam, the kingdom of Ayutthaya and its successors, in the west, and an ever-expanding Vietnam in the east. The focus of the Khmer kingdom shifted from the inland, agrarian-based power of Angkor to the coastal regions around modern Phnom Penh, where its rulers sought to survive by engaging in the maritime trade they had once neglected. In the great city of Angkor, it was never completely abandoned by the Khmer people, who always revered it as a sacred place, a wellspring of their identity. Buddhist monks continued to tend to parts of the complex, particularly Angkor Wat, which remained a major site of pilgrimage. But the sprawling urban infrastructure, the hydraulic network that had sustained 1 million people, fell into disrepair and was reclaimed by the earth. To the rest of the world, the city vanished, swallowed by the jungle, its stone towers choked by the serpentine roots of giant silk cotton and fig trees, its grand avenues and city blocks reclaimed by nature. The once bustling metropolis fell silent. It became a ghost city, a myth whispered by locals, its true scale and history lost to time. For centuries, Angkor remained a local legend. While a handful of Portuguese and Spanish missionaries stumbled upon the ruins in the 16th century, their accounts were largely ignored in Europe. It wasn't until the mid-19th century that the world rediscovered Angkor's splendor through the vivid accounts of a French naturalist and explorer named Henry Muhat. In 1860, while exploring the region, Muhat was led to the temples by local guides. Muhat never claimed to have discovered Angkor. In his own journals, he acknowledged that other Westerners had visited before him. His true role was that of a popularizer. His evocative travelogues, published posthumously, were filled with detailed sketches and breathless prose. He wrote that he had stumbled upon a rival to the masterworks of ancient Greece and Rome, something so grand it must have been erected by some ancient Michelangelo. His words ignited a fire of fascination in Europe, and soon archaeologists began the colossal task of clearing the jungle and piecing together the story of the civilization that had built it. However, the popular narrative that emerged of a lone European explorer discovering a lost city was a convenient fiction that served the purposes of the colonial era. Muat himself, while in awe of the architecture, found it difficult to believe that the ancestors of the modern Khmer, whom he considered to be in a state of barbarism, could have been responsible for such magnificence. This idea of a glorious ancient race that had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind a degenerate population, created a powerful justification for French colonial intervention. It allowed the French to position themselves as the enlightened protectors of a world heritage that the local people were supposedly incapable of managing themselves. The romantic myth of the lost city was, in effect, a tool of colonial propaganda that sought to sever the modern Cambodian people from their own incredible history. Today, the legacy of the Khmer Empire is everywhere in Cambodia. It lives on in the breathtaking stone temples that stand as a testament to the civilization's artistic and engineering genius. Angkor is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, the primary engine of Cambodia's tourism economy, and the ultimate symbol of its national pride. Its silhouette is the central image on the Cambodian national flag, the only country in the world to feature a specific building so prominently, a clear declaration that the identity of the nation and the legacy of Angkor are one and the same. In the aftermath of the horrors of the Khmer Rouge regime, a period that saw a quarter of the population perish in a genocidal attempt to erase the past, Angkor has become an even more potent symbol of resilience, unity, and the enduring strength of the Khmer spirit. But the legacy is more than just stone. The empire's art, religion, and political structures shaped the culture of mainland Southeast Asia for centuries. The very concept of the Devaraja was so powerful that it was adopted and adapted by neighboring kingdoms, influencing their own ideas of monarchy. The classical dance, literature, and art of Thailand and Laos all bear the deep imprint of the Angkorian court, a direct result of the cultural diffusion that occurred over centuries of interaction, both peaceful and violent. So we come back to that initial mystery. How could an empire so powerful, so advanced, simply disappear? And the answer, as we've seen, is that there is no simple answer. It was not one event, but a cascade of failures, a perfect storm where each disaster amplified the others. A change in faith that undermined the king's authority and dismantled the economic engine of the state. A political system hardwired for internal conflict and succession crises. A brilliant but fragile infrastructure, a marvel of engineering that became an unmaintainable liability when pushed past its breaking point by a newly hostile and unpredictable climate. And finally, a relentless enemy waiting at the gates to deliver the final, killing blow.
The story of the Khmer Empire is a grand epic tale. It's the story of Jayavarman II, the prince who returned from exile to declare himself a god through an act of potent magic. It's the story of Suryavarman II, the usurper who built the world's largest temple as an act of cosmic piety. And it's the story of Jayavarman VII, the compassionate king who rebuilt a shattered empire and dedicated it to the welfare of his people. The rise and fall of the Khmer Empire is a timeless and powerful lesson. It's a warning about the delicate balance between human ambition and environmental reality, between unshakable faith and the need to adapt. The stones of Angkor are silent now, but they still speak to us across the centuries. They tell a story of a civilization that dared to build a heaven on earth, and for a glorious time actually succeeded. They are a profound reminder of human creativity, our capacity for both genius and folly, and the humbling truth that even the greatest empires are, in the end, mortal. Our journey into these ancient mysteries doesn't end here. If you were captivated by the story of this lost civilization, be sure to like this video and subscribe to our channel for more deep dives into the epic histories of our world. And hit that notification bell so you never miss a new investigation. From a collection of broken states to the dominant power in Southeast Asia, the Khmer Empire's 600-year journey is a staggering testament to the heights a civilization can reach. Its collapse into ruin and its rediscovery in the jungle's embrace leaves us with a legacy in stone that continues to inspire both wonder and a deep sense of humility. The story of Angkor is more than just a chapter in a history book. It's a cautionary tale, an epic of rise, fall, and the enduring echo of a truly great empire.
The story of Aksum. Our journey begins not in a palace, but on the land itself, the Horn of Africa. This is the rooftop of a continent, a rugged, dramatic landscape of high plateaus that average over 6,000 feet above sea level. This altitude creates a temperate climate, a world away from the scorching deserts to its north. It's a land of thin air and surprisingly fertile soil, enriched by ancient volcanic activity. For millennia, it was a cradle of human evolution, but by the first millennium BCE, a sophisticated civilization had begun to leave its mark. They were the people of Drought, a kingdom that flourished here centuries before Aksum was even a name. They built impressive temples of stone,
worshipped a pantheon of gods linked to the moon and the sun, and developed complex irrigation systems. They were in close contact with the powerful kingdoms of South Arabia across the narrow strait of the Red Sea, particularly the Sabaeans, the very kingdom linked to the legendary Queen of Sheba. Indeed, the foundational myth of Ethiopia, the story of Sheba and King Solomon, breathes the air of this ancient connection, a shared heritage of culture and trade. The people of Dampt laid the groundwork. They were the prologue. But around the 4th century BCE, their power began to wane, and out of this precursor civilization, a new power center began to coalesce around a small town in the highlands named Aksum. For centuries, it was just one of many small chiefdoms competing for resources, but it had a key geographical advantage. It was situated in a perfect position to control the trade routes that snaked down from the highlands through treacherous mountain passes to the shimmering coast of the Red Sea. And on that coast, a city was growing that would soon become the engine of an empire, Adulis. To understand Aksum, you must understand Adulis. Imagine standing on its docks in the 2nd century AD. The air is thick with the smell of salt, exotic spices, and the musky scent of frankincense. The cosmopolitan Greek of Roman merchants mixes with the sharp Semitic consonants of the local Ge'ez, the Aramaic of traders from Palmyra, and the Dravidian tongues of sailors from the Indian subcontinent.
It was a chaotic, vibrant symphony of global commerce. A 1st century Greek shipping manual, the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, describes it as a major trade hub, a vital artery of the ancient world. From the African interior, a steady stream of caravans brought the treasures that the Roman elite craved: immense elephant tusks for carving into luxury furniture and statues, rhinoceros horn prized for its supposed medicinal properties, and shimmering tortoiseshell, gold dust, slaves, obsidian, and aromatic gums flowed through Adulis's warehouses. In return, Roman ships brought the products of a vast industrial empire: brightly dyed cloth, fine Italian wine in large clay amphorae, tools of iron and copper, and crucially, Roman minted currency that served as the international standard. But Adulis was not merely a passive port of call. It was the heart of a directed, state-sponsored economic machine. The king of Aksum, residing in his capital high in the mountains, controlled this flow with meticulous care. He held a monopoly on the ivory trade, a resource as valuable as oil is today. He provided security for the trade routes, clearing them of pirates and rival tribes, ensuring the safe passage of goods. This security was a service worth paying for, and the taxes and tariffs levied in Adulis filled the royal coffers to overflowing. The secret to this entire system was a force of nature: the monsoon winds. For half the year, from April to September, the winds blew reliably from the southwest, pushing fleets of ships from Roman Egypt down the Red Sea and across the vast expanse of the Indian Ocean. For the other half, from October to March, they reversed, blowing from the northeast, allowing a safe and speedy return journey. Aksumite sailors were masters of these winds. They were the navigators of this vast oceanic system, their sewn plank ships, known as dhows, a common sight from the shores of Arabia to the coasts of India. Aksum was not a landlocked mountain kingdom. It was a maritime empire, its lifeblood the deep blue waters of the sea. This wealth, a torrent of gold and silver, flowed from the coast up to the capital, and it was there, in Aksum city, that the kings began to spend it. But where did all this wealth go? It didn't just sit in a vault, it built a world.
Archaeological excavations reveal a sophisticated, cosmopolitan city. The kingdom was ruled from a massive, multi-storied palace complex known as Taka Mariam, a labyrinth of halls, courtyards, and royal residences, its foundations alone covering an area the size of a modern city block. The elite of Aksum lived in sprawling, stone-built villas, some several stories high, with internal plumbing and grand reception halls. But a city is more than its palaces. The society that supported this grandeur was a complex tapestry of farmers, artisans, soldiers, and priests. The backbone of the empire was the farmer, cultivating the fertile highland soil. They grew wheat and barley, but most importantly, they cultivated a unique native grain called teff, the same grain used today to make Ethiopia's famous injera bread. This reliable food source sustained a large population. In the city's craft districts, artisans produced distinctive pottery with intricate red and black patterns. Needleworkers forged iron tools and weapons, while others worked the bronze and gold that flowed in from the trade routes. It was a stratified yet vibrant society that powered the ambitions of its kings. And the ambitions of Aksumite kings were quite literally set in stone. If a civilization's ambition can be measured, then Aksum's ambition must be measured in stone. The stele field in the heart of Aksum is one of the most astonishing sights in the ancient world. As you walk among them, you are walking in a forest of granite where the trees are monuments to dead kings. These are not crudely shaped pillars. They are intricate architectural marvels. But how, in an age without engines or cranes, did they achieve this? The process began miles away, in a granite quarry where master builders would identify a suitable rock face, free of fractures. Then began the grueling work of hewing it from the earth. They didn't have steel chisels. Instead, they used the ancient, laborious technique of pounding the rock with heavy, handheld balls of dolerite, a stone harder than granite. Thousands of workers, over months, perhaps years, would pulverize the rock, slowly freeing the monolithic block.
Then came the transportation. Imagine the scene. Tens of thousands of men, a human engine, straining in unison to pull the colossal weight on timber rollers. The logistics are mind-boggling. Clearing a path, building ramps, coordinating the movement of a 500-ton stone across miles of uneven terrain. The sound must have been deafening. The chanting of the workers, the crack of whips, the groaning of the timber under a weight that defied belief. Once at the site, the intricate carving began, all done while the stone lay on the ground. These were not just decorations, they were architectural blueprints in stone, meant to represent the eternal homes of the deceased kings, complete with false doors and windows. Finally, the erection. It is a mystery that still sparks debate. It likely involved building a massive earthen ramp, dragging the steel up it, and then tipping it into a deep, pre-dug foundation packed with stabilizing stones. The final, terrifying moments as the monolith was tilted into place must have been a spectacle of immense human drama and engineering genius. Each stele was propaganda in granite. The largest of them all, the Great Stele, stood at 108 feet tall. It was a skyscraper of its day, a defiant challenge to the sky itself, visible from miles around, a declaration to any visiting merchant or foreign diplomat that they were entering the domain of a mighty and sophisticated power. It was built to awe, to intimidate, and to last forever. But Aksum's message to the world wasn't only carved in stone, it was stamped in metal. Beginning with King Endubis around 270 AD, Aksum became the first civilization in sub-Saharan Africa to mint its own coinage. This was a pivotal moment. The minting of coins is a declaration of sovereignty, a projection of power and stability. Aksumite coins in gold, silver, and bronze were produced for over 3 centuries. The gold coins, bearing inscriptions in Greek, the international language of trade, were intended for the global market, precisely matching the weight standard of Roman currency to facilitate exchange. The silver and bronze coins, inscribed in the native Ge'ez script, were for the thriving local economy. And these coins are where we can read the secret history of Aksum's soul. The earliest coins show the king, his head framed by 2 ears of grain, a symbol of prosperity. Above him, a pagan disc and crescent, representing the old gods. But then, we follow the reign of King Ezana in the 4th century.
His first coins follow the old ways, but his later issues are revolutionary. The pagan symbols vanish. In their place, discreetly at first, then emblazoned across the entire coin, is the Christian cross. It is here, on a piece of gold no bigger than a thumbnail, that we witness one of the most important turning points in African history. The story of how it happened is a drama worthy of an epic. Our source is a 4th century historian named Rufinus, who heard the tale from one of the men who lived it. Sometime in the early 300s, a Christian scholar from Tyre named Meropius set sail for India. With him were 2 young boys he was tutoring, Frumentius and Odysseus. On their return journey, their ship docked at an Aksumite port, where a local dispute flared into violence. The entire crew and all passengers were massacred, except for the 2 boys, who were found studying under a tree. Taken as slaves, they were presented to the king of Aksum. He was impressed by their intelligence and education. Instead of a life of hard labor, they were given positions in the royal court. Frumentius, the elder and more brilliant of the 2, eventually became the royal treasurer and secretary. When the old king died, his son, the future king Ezana, was just an infant. The queen regent begged Frumentius to stay and help her administer the kingdom until the boy came of age. For years, Frumentius effectively helped rule Aksum. A devout Christian, he used his position of power to seek out Roman Christian merchants, granting them privileges and encouraging them to build places of prayer. He planted the seeds of his faith in the very heart of the empire. When King Ezana finally took the throne, the man he trusted most, his childhood tutor and mentor, was Frumentius. It was this deep personal relationship that led Ezana to convert, and with him, his entire kingdom. Frumentius was later sent to Alexandria, the center of Christian theology, where the patriarch Athanasius consecrated him as the first bishop of Aksum. He returned not as a former slave, but as Abba Salama, the father of peace, the head of a new national church.
This was a revolution from the top down. Ezana inscribed his victories on great stone monuments, and like his coins, they tell the story of his conversion. In his early inscriptions, he thanks the pagan god of war. In his later inscriptions, he attributes his victories to the Lord of heaven and earth. The adoption of Christianity was a profound spiritual and cultural shift, but it was also a brilliant act of foreign policy. It instantly allied Aksum with the newly Christianized Roman Empire, creating a powerful Christian axis that stretched from Britain to Ethiopia, united against their common rival, the Zoroastrian Persian Empire. The new faith spurred a burst of intellectual activity. The Bible was translated into the local Ge'ez script,
a monumental task that required the development of a complex theological vocabulary. But Giza itself was a unique Aksumite achievement. Derived from older South Arabian scripts, Aksumite scribes innovated it by adding mandatory vowel markings to each consonant, creating one of the world's oldest and most sophisticated alpha syllabaries. This unique script became the vehicle for a rich literary tradition of theology, history, and poetry that would preserve the kingdom's identity for centuries to come. But Ezana's revolution was not just one of faith and letters. It was one of fire and steel. To the north of Aksum lay its ancient and now declining rival, the Kingdom of Kush, with its capital at Meroe. For centuries, this was the great power of the Nile, the land of the Black Pharaohs. But its time was passing. Ezana, leading his newly unified and zealous kingdom, marched north. On a great stone inscription, he details his campaign with chilling clarity, describing the destruction of Kushite towns and the final submission of their king. With the fall of Meroe, Aksum eliminated its last regional rival, cementing its status as the undisputed superpower of Northeast Africa. Most enduringly, Aksum became the custodian of a belief that continues to define Ethiopian identity to this day. The belief that it is the final resting place of the Ark of the Covenant. This foundational story, recorded in the medieval epic, the Kebra Nagast, or the Glory of Kings, tells how the Queen of Sheba visited King Solomon, and from their union a son, Menelik, was born.
When Menelik grew up, he traveled to Jerusalem to meet his father, and upon his return, he brought the Ark of the Covenant with him to Ethiopia, with God's blessing. Was this a true story, or did it represent a deeper truth? For the Aksumites, and for Ethiopians ever since, the story is history. It makes their land the new Zion, the true inheritor of the Israelite tradition, a chosen nation. This belief, this sacred conviction, transformed Aksum from a political capital into the holiest of cities, a fortress of faith. For 2 more centuries, this faith, combined with its economic might, allowed Aksum to thrive. In the 6th century, its power reached its zenith under King Caleb. The geopolitical chessboard was dominated by the 2 superpowers, Christian Byzantium, the Eastern Roman Empire, and Zoroastrian Persia. Arabia was the key battleground. In the southern Arabian kingdom of Himyar, in modern Yemen, a usurper king, backed by the Persians, began a brutal persecution of the Christian population, culminating in a horrific massacre at the city of Najran. The Byzantine Emperor Justin called upon his powerful Christian ally to intervene. King Caleb, seeing both a moral duty and a strategic opportunity to strike at his Persian rivals, assembled a massive fleet. The Aksumite army crossed the Red Sea, crushed the usurper, and installed a Christian ruler in Yemen, turning it into a vassal state. It was a stunning projection of power, the last great flexing of Aksum's international might. But even at this zenith, the seeds of its decline were being sown. The wars in Yemen were incredibly costly in both blood and treasure, and a greater rival than the Persians was looming, one that would change the world forever. The 7th and 8th centuries witnessed the meteoric rise of Islam. The Arab conquests shattered the old world order. The Sasanians in Persia were conquered. Roman Byzantium lost Egypt, Syria, and all of North Africa. For Aksum, the consequence was suffocation. The Red Sea, once its highway to the world, became a barrier. The new Islamic caliphates controlled the coasts and the sea lanes. Aksum's trade, its lifeblood, was severed. The kingdom was now profoundly isolated, a Christian bastion surrounded by a new and dynamic Islamic civilization. Its political and economic ties to Byzantium and the Mediterranean were gone. This isolation was compounded by a series of environmental catastrophes. Scientific evidence from lakebed sediments and ice cores suggests that this period saw intense, prolonged droughts. The late antique Little Ice Age, likely caused by a series of massive volcanic eruptions in the 6th century, disrupted weather patterns globally. For Aksum, centuries of intensive farming had already led to deforestation and soil erosion. The changing climate was the final blow. Famine gripped the land. The fertile highlands that supported its large population began to fail. The empire was forced to contract. The coastal cities like Adulis were abandoned, left to be buried by the sand. The capital itself became less important as the population shifted south into more defensible, rain-fed agricultural lands. It was a slow, agonizing retreat from the world stage, a transition from a cosmopolitan, mercantile empire to an inward-looking, agrarian, feudal society. The final violent end of the Aksumite era is remembered in Ethiopian legend through the terrifying figure of Queen Gudit. A shadowy figure described as a Jewish queen or a pagan or a usurper from the south, she is said to have led a rebellion in the mid-10th century. Her armies, the legends say, laid waste to the land, burned the ancient churches and monasteries to the ground, and slaughtered the royal family. While archaeologists have found evidence of widespread destruction from this period, the true identity of Gudit remains one of Aksum's greatest unsolved mysteries. But what she represents is clear: a period of violent chaos that shattered the last vestiges of the old empire.
Aksum was broken. The thread of its ancient dynasty was torn. But the story did not end there. In the ensuing chaos, the legacy of Aksum was carried like a seed into the high mountain fortresses and remote monasteries. Here, scribes protected the ancient texts, and the priests kept the faith alive. This period of darkness, this interregnum, eventually gave way to a new power, the Zagwe dynasty. Though not of the original Solomonic line, the Zagwe kings saw themselves as the spiritual heirs of Aksum. They embraced its Christian traditions, and in a burst of renewed faith, created one of the wonders of the medieval world, the rock-hewn churches of Lalibela, a new Jerusalem carved from the living stone of the mountains. The legacy had survived. And so it was forgotten. Forgotten by a world whose maps were being redrawn. The new Islamic empires wrote the history of the region, and Christian Aksum, now isolated and inland, was no longer a major character in their story. Forgotten by European chroniclers who, entering the Dark Ages, lost contact and eventually saw the lands of Ethiopia as a mythical realm of fantasy. Its legacy, however, did not die. It went dormant, transforming itself in the crucible of the mountains. A new dynasty, the Zagwe, rose from the ashes, and later another dynasty would claim direct lineage from the last Aksumite kings, creating the Solomonic line that would rule Ethiopia until 1974. The faith that Ezna adopted became the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, a spiritual institution that would preserve the Ge'ez script, the stories, and the identity of the Aksumite past for over 1,000 years. The ruins of Aksum were never truly lost to the people who lived there. They were a constant, silent reminder of a glorious past. But to the wider world, they became a whisper, a ghost of history.
Today, as we piece together the evidence, the coins found in distant lands, the inscriptions on weathered stone, the accounts of foreign merchants, the ghost begins to take form. It is the form of a giant, an African power that stood shoulder to shoulder with the greatest empires of its time. The story of Aksum forces us to redraw our mental map of the ancient world. It compels us to acknowledge that the stage of history was wider, more complex, and more diverse than we ever imagined. The dragons on the edge of the map are not monsters to be feared. They are forgotten civilizations waiting for their stories to be told. The story of Aksum is not a footnote. It is a vital chapter in the history of our shared world, and it is a chapter we are only now, finally, beginning to read.
Imagine a civilization that had it all. A marvel of engineering with concentric rings of land and water, ruled not by tyrants, but by philosopher kings. An empire whose power was unmatched, wielding technology and wealth that were the stuff of dreams. Their harbors were filled with ships from every corner of the known world. Their temples gleamed with gold and a mysterious fire-like metal they called orichalcum, and their people lived in a state of grace. Now, imagine it all gone, wiped from the map, not over centuries of slow, painful decline, but in a single, terrifying day and night of violent earthquakes and floods. An entire continent, a whole civilization, a perfect society, swallowed by the sea, leaving behind nothing but a story, and perhaps a mystery. This is the story of Atlantis, a legacy left to us over 2 millennia ago by the Greek philosopher Plato. For centuries, we've been told to dismiss it as a simple myth, a moral fable. But what if it wasn't just a story? What if Plato, in his incredibly detailed descriptions, didn't just leave us a tale, but a treasure map? A set of clues that could lead us to a truth far stranger and far more profound than any fiction. Today, we take that ancient account, our only primary source for this incredible legend, and we hold it up against the hard light of modern evidence. We will separate fact from the fantastic, follow the clues wherever they may lead, and try to uncover what truly happened to the world's greatest lost empire. Because the story of Atlantis isn't just about a city that vanished. It's about our own deepest fears of collapse, our fascination with lost golden ages, and the tantalizing possibility that a forgotten chapter of human history is just waiting to be rediscovered. Before our investigation can truly begin, we have to go to the source. Everything we think we know about Atlantis comes from one man, the Athenian philosopher Plato. Around 360 BCE, he wrote 2 dialogues, the Timaeus and the Critias, that would ignite a mystery for the ages. In these texts, a man named Critias tells a story he swears was passed down through his family for generations, originating with the great Athenian statesman Solon. Solon, in turn, was said to have heard it from Egyptian priests, who kept historical records stretching back thousands of years. This is a critical detail. Plato doesn't present this as a fable he cooked up. He gives it a pedigree, a chain of custody, as if to say, this isn't my story. This is the preserved memory of the world. According to these Egyptian records, the events took place 9,000 years before Solon's time. That would place the destruction of Atlantis at roughly 11,600 years ago, a date that strangely coincides with the dramatic end of the last ice age.
The tale begins with the gods dividing up the earth. The island of Atlantis was given to Poseidon, god of the sea. There, he fell in love with the mortal woman, Cleito, and, to keep her safe, he reshaped the very land itself. He carved the earth around her home, creating 3 concentric rings of water and 2 of land, a perfect, divinely engineered fortress. This is the image of Atlantis we all know, a city of alternating circles of land and sea. Poseidon and Cleito had 10 sons, the first being Atlas, and from him the island and the surrounding Atlantic Ocean took their name. The empire was split among these 10 sons, its first kings. For many generations they ruled with wisdom. Plato paints a picture of a society in perfect balance. The land was a paradise, with 2 springs, one hot, one cold, supplying lavish baths for everyone. The soil was so fertile it produced 2 harvests a year. The plains were filled with animals, including elephants. The city itself was a wonder. A grand canal, 300 feet wide and 100 feet deep, was cut for 50 miles to connect the outer ring of the sea to the central island. The rings of land were joined by bridges, and the rings themselves were lined with great walls. The outer wall was coated in brass, the middle in tin, and the inner wall, the one around the central citadel, flashed with the red light of orichalcum. Orichalcum, this mysterious metal, which Plato claims was second only to gold in value, is one of the story's most gripping details. He says it was mined from the earth and glittered like fire. Was it a natural alloy we no longer recognize, or a poetic invention? We simply don't know. At the very heart of the city stood a magnificent temple to Poseidon. Inside, a solid gold statue showed the god in a chariot drawn by 6 winged horses, so tall its head touched the ceiling. It was here the kings of Atlantis gathered to dispense justice and honor their god by sacrificing bulls. For many generations, Plato says, the Atlanteans held on to their virtue. Their immense wealth didn't corrupt them. They bore the burden of their gold and possessions lightly. But as time wore on, the divine spark within them grew faint, diluted by mortal blood. Their character began to sour. Greed and ambition took hold. They became, in Plato's words, unseemly.
Seeing their arrogance, their insatiable lust for power, the gods decided to act. The Atlanteans had built a massive army and began to conquer their neighbors, pushing into Europe and Africa as far as Egypt and Tuscany. They aimed to enslave the known world, opposed only by a small, virtuous prehistoric Athens, Plato's philosophical ideal. But before the final battle, a higher power intervened. Zeus, king of the gods, gathered the others to pass judgment. And it is here, right at this cliffhanger moment, that Plato's text, the Critias, mysteriously cuts off, unfinished. To find out what happened, we have to look at the dialogue that came before it, the Timaeus. There, in a brief and chilling summary, Plato delivers the verdict. But at a later time there occurred portentous earthquakes and floods, and one grievous day and night befell them. The island of Atlantis, in like manner, was swallowed up by the sea and vanished. In a single day and night, the dream was over. The perfect city, the global empire, gone. This is the legend that has captivated the world. But is it just a story? Or is it, as Plato insisted, history? That is the question we will now investigate. To solve a 2,400-year-old mystery, we have to think like detectives. We need to treat Plato's account not as literature, but as a report, a series of testable claims. If we break it down into a checklist of concrete clues, we can then compare it to our modern understanding of geology, archaeology, and history. This is our treasure map. Clue number 1, the location. This is maybe the most important clue of all. Plato states clearly that Atlantis was located beyond the Pillars of Hercules. To any ancient Greek, the Pillars of Hercules meant one thing: the Strait of Gibraltar, the narrow channel that separates Spain from Morocco and opens into the vast Atlantic Ocean. He even emphasizes this by saying the Mediterranean is like a harbor, but that other is a real sea, and the surrounding land may be most truly called a boundless continent. He's explicitly placing Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean.
Clue number 2, the timing. As we said, Plato gives a shockingly specific date for the disaster, 9,000 years before the time of Solon, around 600 BCE. This places the destruction of Atlantis at approximately 9600 BCE, or 11,600 years ago. This isn't just a random number. This date lands right at the end of a period of dramatic climate change known as the Younger Dryas, a time of catastrophic glacial melting and rapid sea level rise. This has led some researchers to ask a question that mainstream archaeology is not prepared to entertain. Could the story be a preserved memory of these real, world-altering events? The established view is that no civilization with the kind of metallurgy, architecture, and writing Plato describes existed anywhere on Earth that long ago. Clue number 5, the size. Plato describes Atlantis as an island larger than Libya and Asia together. In his day, that meant North Africa and modern-day Turkey. He's describing a landmass on the scale of a continent. For many, this is where the theory sinks. An entire continent can't just vanish in a day. The geology doesn't work like that. This has led many to wonder about a translation error. A popular theory suggests that when Solon got the story from the Egyptian priests, someone somewhere mistook the Egyptian symbol for 100 for 1000, dividing all of Plato's numbers by 10. It's an intriguing idea, but we have to be honest, there's no direct historical proof for this. It's a convenient fix, but one without evidence. Clue number 4, the topography and layout. Here the clues get incredibly specific. The capital city was made of alternating concentric rings of land and water. The central island was about half a mile across. Surrounding the city was a vast oblong plain, roughly 340 by 230 miles, protected by mountains to the north that shielded it from cold winds. Clue number 5, the resources and culture. Plato gives us a checklist. The island was rich in metals, including gold, silver, and the mysterious orichalcum. They had advanced engineering, building massive canals and harbors. They had writing, with laws inscribed on a pillar of orichalcum. They practiced complex rituals involving bulls. And, importantly, the island was home to elephants. Clue number 6, the cataclysm. The end was sudden and violent. Portentous earthquakes and floods destroyed the empire in a single grievous day and night. The island was swallowed up by the sea and vanished, leaving behind a shoal of mud that made the area impassable. This points to an event of almost unimaginable geological violence.
So, this is our checklist. We're looking for something located outside the Strait of Gibraltar that was destroyed around 9600 BCE, was the size of a continent or a very large island, had a circular capital and a huge mountainous plain, was rich in metals, had elephants, and an advanced civilization, was destroyed by a sudden cataclysm. With this map in hand, the hunt can begin, and our first suspect takes us not into the Atlantic, but back into the heart of the Mediterranean. If you were to ask most archaeologists for the most plausible, real-world inspiration for Atlantis, they would almost all point to one place, a crescent-shaped island in the Aegean Sea called Santorini. In ancient times, it was called Thera, and it was home to a vibrant Bronze Age civilization, the Minoans. And around 1600 BCE, it suffered one of the most violent volcanic eruptions in recorded history. The theory is simple. Maybe Plato's story wasn't fiction, but a distorted, thousand-year-old memory of this very real catastrophe. Let's see how it holds up to our checklist. First, the civilization. The Minoans, centered on nearby Crete, were remarkable. They were one of Europe's first advanced civilizations, building magnificent palaces like the one at Knossos. They weren't warlike. Their cities had no defensive walls. Their power came from trade. They were masters of the sea, a thalassocracy, whose ships controlled the eastern Mediterranean. Their art was sophisticated, full of frescoes showing leaping dolphins, and significantly, bull-leaping rituals, a powerful echo of the bull sacrifices Plato described. On Thera itself was a thriving Minoan city called Akrotiri. Excavations have revealed a stunningly complex city preserved in ash like a Bronze Age Pompeii. Multi-story buildings, advanced plumbing, incredible art. This was a wealthy, organized, and powerful society, a clear match for the advanced civilization part of our checklist. And then came the end. Around 1600 BCE, the volcano at the heart of Thera exploded with a force hundreds of times more powerful than an atomic bomb. It was so massive that the center of the island collapsed, forming the vast sea-filled caldera that gives Santorini its famous shape today. This was a cataclysm. It triggered colossal tsunamis that slammed into the coast of Crete, 70 miles away, shattering the heart of the Minoan civilization. Akrotiri was buried instantly, vanishing from history in a day. Sound familiar? A civilization gone in a single day and night. The parallel is striking. The Minoan Empire never really recovered, and the memory of this powerful seafaring people, suddenly broken by a geological catastrophe, could easily have been passed down for 1,000 years, eventually reaching Plato. So we have a powerful maritime civilization, a cataclysmic destruction, and cultural echoes like the focus on bulls. The case for Santorini seems strong, but this is where it gets complicated. For every compelling connection, there are glaring problems. Let's go back to the checklist. Location. Plato is explicit, beyond the Pillars of Hercules, in the Atlantic. Santorini is deep inside the Mediterranean. You have to assume Plato was either totally wrong or speaking in some kind of metaphor. Timing. The Thera eruption was around 1600 BCE. Plato's date is 9600 BCE. That's an 8,000-year difference. This is the biggest hurdle. Proponents again turn to that translation error theory, suggesting the priests told Solon it happened 900 years before their time, not 9,000. That would be a near-perfect match. But again, we must stress there is zero evidence for this tenfold error. You may even see rumors online about new studies in 2025 confirming ash patterns that resolve this, but these are unfounded. No such research has been published in any peer-reviewed journal.
Size. Plato's Atlantis was a continent. Santorini was a small island. Even the entire Minoan world was just a fraction of the size described. Topography. Another critical failure. There is no evidence of the iconic concentric ring structure of Atlantis's capital anywhere in Minoan Crete or Akrotiri. Finally, the fate. Plato says Atlantis sank and became a muddy shoal. Santorini didn't sink, it was blown apart, but the remnants are still there, a world-famous tourist destination. So where does that leave us? The Santorini theory is tantalizing. It gives us a real historical echo, a powerful civilization wiped out in a way that could absolutely inspire a legend. Many scholars believe this is the most rational explanation. Plato heard the 1,000-year-old story of the Minoan collapse and used it as raw material for his philosophy, but it can't be a literal match. The discrepancies are just too big. It seems our prime suspect has an alibi. The search must continue.
And our next candidate takes us somewhere far more remote and visually far more shocking. For decades, the search for Atlantis was anchored in the ocean. But what if we've been looking in the wrong place? What if the city wasn't swallowed by water, but by sand? In recent years, a provocative theory has captured the public imagination, pointing to a bizarre geological formation in the Sahara Desert in Mauritania. It's called the Eye of the Sahara. Viewed from space, the reason is obvious. It's a stunning series of concentric rings etched into the desert floor. For years, scientists thought it was an impact crater. Today, the consensus is that it's a geological dome, a natural formation eroded over millions of years. But when you compare satellite images of the reshot structure with Plato's description of Atlantis's capital, the resemblance is uncanny.
Let's run this candidate through our checklist. First, topography and layout. This is the theory's knockout punch. Plato described a central island surrounded by rings of water and land. The reshot structure is a series of concentric rings. Proponents overlay Plato's measurements onto the structure and claim a remarkable fit. But looking at the numbers critically, the reshot structure is about 30 miles in diameter. This is more than twice the size of Plato's capital city, which was about 13 miles across. To call it a perfect match is an exaggeration. Next, location. This seems like an immediate disqualifier. Atlantis was an island. The reshot structure is in a desert hundreds of miles from the coast. But proponents have a creative answer. Thousands of years ago, during the African humid period, the Sahara was green and wet. They argue that with higher ancient sea levels, the Atlantic could have reached much further inland, effectively making the reshot structure an island. They also point to Plato's description of mountains to the north. Just north of the structure are the Atlas Mountains, whose name itself echoes Atlantis's first king, Atlas. What about evidence on the ground? If a massive city stood here, there should be ruins. And this is where the theory hits a wall. Despite its compelling look from space, there is virtually no archaeological evidence of a major civilization ever existing at the reshot structure. Archaeologists have found Stone Age tools, but no buildings, no canals, no harbors, no trace of the metropolis Plato described. You can't have a civilization with advanced engineering and have it leave nothing behind. Proponents point to salt deposits found in the structure as proof of a former ocean connection, but geologists have a more mundane explanation. They are natural mineral deposits formed over millions of years. And the other clues? Elephants? Prehistoric North Africa was home to elephants, so that fits. Metals? The area is rich in iron oxides, but there's no sign of the gold, silver, or orichalcum that Plato described being mined on an industrial scale.
Finally, the cataclysm. The theory suggests a massive flood or the desertification of the Sahara could account for the city's demise. But this is pure speculation. The reshot structure itself shows no signs of a sudden disaster. Its features were carved by slow erosion over eons. The reshot structure is a magnificent natural wonder, and its resemblance to Plato's design is thought-provoking. But as a serious candidate, it fails the most crucial test, ground truth. Without any archaeological evidence, the Eye of the Sahara remains a beautiful, natural mirage. An incredible coincidence, perhaps, but not the lost empire we're looking for. So where does our investigation leave us? We've journeyed from the ash-covered ruins of the Aegean to the sand-blasted rings of the Sahara. We've even considered modern claims like those from 2025 purporting to have found structures off the coast of Cadiz, Spain, often linked to researchers like Michael Donnellan. But these claims, like many before them, remain unverified by the mainstream archaeological community. We are forced to confront a difficult truth. No single location on Earth perfectly matches all of Plato's clues. Santorini has the cataclysm, but the wrong location and time. The Richat structure has the visual wow factor, but a complete lack of ruins. This has led most academics, classicists, historians, archaeologists to a firm conclusion. Atlantis, as Plato described it, was a fictional creation. But to simply say it's just a story is to miss the point. Plato wasn't writing fantasy, he was doing philosophy. Atlantis was a thought experiment. He created Atlantis as the ultimate superpower, wealthy, advanced, powerful, but corrupt and arrogant. He pitted it against an idealized ancient Athens, a smaller, more virtuous state. The story is an allegory about hubris, empire, and the corrupting nature of power. The destruction of Atlantis is the ultimate moral. Any society, no matter how great, that loses its virtue is doomed.
And yet, this doesn't mean the story appeared from thin air. It's highly probable that Plato wove real historical threads into his philosophical tapestry. The memory of the Thera eruption and the collapse of the Minoans was almost certainly one of them. The trauma of a great civilization being shattered by a natural disaster would have been a powerful image to use. He may also have been inspired by events from his own time. In 373 BCE, just years before he wrote his dialogues, the Greek city of Helike was destroyed overnight by an earthquake and tsunami. For centuries after, ancient writers claimed you could see its ruins beneath the waves. This was a contemporary headline, proof that cities really could be swallowed by the sea. The truth of Atlantis, then, is likely not a single dot on a map, but a composite. It's a blend of the historical memory of the Minoans, the recent destruction of Helike, the universal human myths of a great flood, and above all, Plato's own genius. He took these ingredients and forged them into a powerful and enduring legend. The search for Atlantis tells us more about ourselves than it does about a lost continent. We're fascinated by the idea of a golden age, a forgotten chapter of human history. We're drawn to the mystery, the allure of a secret waiting to be uncovered. The story forces us to ask big questions. What is the ideal society? How do civilizations fall? Are we, in our own powerful civilization, repeating the same mistakes of arrogance and greed that Plato warned about 2,400 years ago? The legend endures not because we have found Atlantis, but because we haven't. It remains a tantalizing what if. What are your thoughts? Do you believe Atlantis was a real place, an allegory, or something else entirely? Which theory do you find most compelling? Let us know in the comments. So, did the world's greatest empire vanish in a single day? If we are looking for a literal, continent-sized civilization in the Atlantic 11,600 years ago, then the answer is almost certainly no. The Atlantis that Plato described, with its impossible timeline and geography, likely never existed as such. But perhaps that's the wrong question. Perhaps Plato's story isn't a literal history, but an echo, a ghost of a real catastrophe, a memory of a lost chapter in the human story that our conventional history has yet to find a place for. Civilizations do fall. Hubris does lead to destruction. The forces of nature can and do erase societies from existence. The Minoans on Thera learned this. The people of ancient Helike learned this. Atlantis is the symbol of this terrifying fragility. Plato created a myth, but he tapped into a deep historical memory and an even deeper human fear. The story of Atlantis isn't a treasure map to a physical place. It's a philosophical map, leading to a timeless warning. It's the ghost of a real catastrophe transformed into a lesson for all of humanity, that the greatest empires are not destroyed by outsiders,
but by a rot from within. The world's greatest empire vanishes every time a society forgets the virtues that made it great in the first place. And that is a mystery far more relevant than any lost city.
What if the story of humanity as we know it is not the whole story? What if long before the first words of our recorded history were ever written, a truly ancient, spiritually advanced civilization existed and was lost? A civilization so in tune with the planet that it has been almost entirely erased from our collective memory. They called their home Mu, the motherland, a vast paradise born from the Pacific Ocean itself. And while the waves may have swallowed their cities whole, their wisdom, it said, was never truly lost. Some believe it echoes in the silent, imposing stare of the Easter island Moai, that it whispers in the uncanny navigational genius of the ancient Polynesians, and that it's calling to us today from the deepest parts of our ancestral memory. Now, you won't find this story in any conventional history book. This is a narrative dismissed by mainstream science as pure myth, and yet the legend of a lost Pacific continent refuses to die. It speaks to a profound longing within the human spirit, a sense that our past is far more mysterious and magnificent than we're being told. So what if we've been suffering from a species-wide amnesia? What if we could uncover the secrets of Mu? Today we embark on a quest to do just that. We'll trace the incredible legend, examine the tantalizing clues scattered across the Pacific, confront the official scientific story, and ultimately ask why the dream of a lost paradise continues to haunt us. This is the story of a world that may or may not have been. This is the story of Mu. To find the origins of Mu, we don't travel back thousands of years. We go to a much more recent, intellectually turbulent time, the late 19th century. This was an era of radical change. Darwin had rewritten the story of life, and empires were mapping the last blank spaces on the globe. But alongside this march of scientific progress, a powerful countercurrent of mysticism and spiritualism was rising, hungry for alternative histories that lay outside the strict confines of both church and science.
The first modern whispers of a lost Pacific land came from a French writer and amateur archaeologist, Augustus Laplangian. Obsessed with the ruins of the ancient Maya, he was convinced they were the mother culture of all other great civilizations, including Egypt. While studying a Mayan text, the Truano Codex, he claimed to have made a stunning discovery. Using his own highly controversial translation method, a method no other scholar has ever accepted, he deciphered a passage he said told of the cataclysmic sinking of a great continent called Mu. Survivors, he argued, fled east and west, founding the great cultures of the world. For Laplangian, Mu was the single origin point that explained the strange similarities between pyramids and art across the globe. While academia rejected his ideas, they found fertile ground in esoteric societies. Most influential was the Theosophical Society, led by the enigmatic Helena Blavatsky. In her 1888 work, The Secret Doctrine, Blavatsky introduced a similar concept, the lost continent of Lemuria. The name itself was borrowed from 19th century zoologists who had theorized a land bridge in the Indian Ocean to explain the distribution of lemurs. Blavatsky seized this defunct scientific idea and transformed it into a cornerstone of her mystical cosmology. In her vision, Lemuria was the homeland of the third root race of humanity, a race of spiritual giants who walked the earth millions of years ago. Over time, in the public imagination, Laplangian's Sunken Mu and Blavatsky's spiritual Lemuria began to blur together. The names became almost interchangeable, creating a single powerful river of myth. A lost paradise in the Pacific was now an essential part of a new spiritual history of the world. The stage was set for the one man who would build this idea into an empire. While Laplangian and Blavatsky laid the foundations, the grand architect of Mu was a British-born writer and occultist named James Churchward. Churchward took the name Mu and transformed it into a fully realized world, brimming with life, wisdom, and tragic beauty. His books, published in the 1920s and 30s, became the canonical texts for the Lost Continent. Churchward's story is an epic in itself. He claimed that while serving as an officer in India, he befriended a high-ranking temple priest who showed him a set of ancient clay tablets. These tablets, he said, were written in a forgotten symbolic language. For 2 years, the priest supposedly taught Churchward to read them, revealing they were the sacred writings of the Nile Brotherhood, who had come to India from a sunken motherland.
According to Churchward, these tablets told the incredible history of this lost continent, Mu. He detailed his vision in his 1926 book, The Lost Continent of Mu, Motherland of Man. His Mu was no mere island. It was a vast continent larger than South America, stretching from north of Hawaii down towards Fiji and Easter Island. He described it as a beautiful tropical paradise, home to 64 million people, the Nakals, living under an emperor-priest named Ramu. This was a highly advanced civilization. The Nakals had mastered forces of nature we are only beginning to grasp. Their primary achievement, however, was spiritual. They worshipped a single deity through the symbol of the sun and had transcended war and greed, mastering telepathy and other psychic arts. Churchward declared that Mu was the motherland of man, the single origin for all world civilizations. Ancient cultures in Egypt, India, and the Americas were not developed independently, but were the degenerate offspring of Mu's colonial empire. This, he argued, explained the prevalence of pyramids, sun worship, and serpent myths around the globe. They were all echoes of the one true mother culture. But this golden age was doomed. Churchward wrote that around 12,000 years ago, a network of gas-filled caverns beneath the continent became unstable. In a terrifying apocalypse of earthquakes and eruptions, Mu was consumed by fire and water, sinking beneath the Pacific. Only a few scattered islands, the mountain peaks of the once mighty continent, remained. It's a spectacular and compelling story, but it all rests on a deeply problematic foundation, the Nakal tablets. Despite his detailed accounts, Churchward never produced them for verification. No other scholar or archaeologist has ever seen them. To the scientific world, this makes his entire story an extraordinary claim based on zero physical evidence. But for those who wanted to believe, Churchward had provided the blueprint for a lost paradise. With Churchward's narrative as their map, generations of amateur researchers and mystics began searching the vast Pacific for proof of the lost motherland. While mainstream science found nothing, these seekers started connecting dots, weaving a tapestry of evidence from some of the world's most enduring mysteries.
The most iconic of these are the Moai of Rapa Nui, or Easter Island. Here, on one of the most remote islands on Earth, stand nearly 1,000 colossal stone statues. How did a small, isolated population carve and erect these giants? Proponents of the Mu legend offer a dramatic answer. They are remnants of Mu's culture. In this view, Easter Island is a surviving mountain peak of the sunken continent. The statues weren't just built by the islanders we know from history. Their construction was a legacy of the high science of the Neocals, a memory of a lost technology. The Moai become silent mourners, forever gazing over a land that is no longer there. Then there is the mystery of the Polynesian people, arguably the greatest open ocean navigators in human history. Long before European explorers, they settled a vast triangle of the Pacific. To believers in Mu, this unparalleled mastery of the sea isn't a skill developed over time, it's an inheritance. It's the lingering cultural memory of a seafaring people whose homeland was a continent at the heart of the ocean. Seekers also point to physical ruins that seem to defy conventional explanation. The most compelling is Nan Madol in Micronesia. Here lies an ancient city built on over 90 artificial islets in a shallow lagoon, constructed from massive, multi-ton logs of basalt rock. The question that hangs over Nan Madol is not just who built it, but how. Local legends speak of twin sorcerers who levitated the stones into place with the help of a flying dragon. For Mu theorists, this magic is a placeholder for forgotten technology, perhaps a sonic science inherited from the Neokal Empire. While archaeologists attribute the city to the local Çatalhöyük dynasty, built over centuries, the sheer scale of the work leads others to ask if there's more to the story. Finally, and perhaps most dramatically, is what lies beneath the waves. In 1986, off the coast of Japan's Yonaguni Island, a diver discovered what appeared to be a massive stepped pyramid rising from the seabed. The structure is nearly 500 feet long, with huge terraces and sharp right-angled corners. An intense debate erupted. The vast majority of marine geologists argue the monument is natural formation, pointing out that sandstone can fracture along straight plains and that strong currents can create such shapes. But others, including researcher Masaaki Kimura, insist it is artificial. They point to features they interpret as too precise to be natural. For believers in Mu, Yonaguni is the smoking gun, a city of the motherland submerged by catastrophe, just as Churchward described.
We've journeyed through the legend, from ancient tablets to mysterious statues. It's a compelling story, but this is only half the picture. Before we dive into what modern science has to say about a lost Pacific continent, and the conclusions are truly definitive, if you find this deep dive into our forgotten past fascinating, take a moment to click that subscribe button and ring the notification bell. Now, let's look at the other side of the coin. For every romantic theory about a lost continent, there's a sober scientific reality. For over a century, scientists have systematically studied the very ocean floor where Mu was said to be, and their conclusions, based on mountains of verifiable data, paint a picture where there is simply no room for a sunken continent. The most powerful argument against Mu is the theory of plate tectonics. The Earth's surface is made of massive, moving plates. Critically, these plates are made of two types of crust: thick, buoyant continental crust and thin, dense oceanic crust. A continent simply cannot sink into the denser mantle below it. Geologically, it's a physical impossibility. Decades of sonar mapping and deep-sea drilling have given us a detailed picture of the Pacific Ocean floor. If a continent larger than South America had sunk there, it would have left a massive plateau of continental rock. The results of these surveys are unequivocal. The Pacific floor is exactly what geology predicts it should be, an expanse of dense, basaltic oceanic crust. There is no evidence whatsoever of a sunken continental landmass. So what about the islands Churchward claimed were Mu's surviving peaks? Modern geology shows they are volcanic in origin. The Hawaiian Islands, for instance, were formed as the Pacific plate drifted over a stationary plume of molten rock, a hotspot, which punched through the crust to create a chain of volcanoes. With the geological foundation from Mu removed, the archaeological evidence also collapses under scrutiny. The origins of the Polynesian people have been traced through genetics and linguistics, not to a lost continent, but to a courageous expansion of people from Southeast Asia that likely began in Taiwan around 5,000 years ago. Their languages all trace back to a common root, and their DNA tells a clear story of island hopping eastward.
Likewise, modern archaeology has shown definitively that civilizations like the Maya and Egyptians developed independently. Similarities like pyramid building are now seen as convergent evolution.
different cultures arriving at similar solutions to common engineering or religious questions. As for the specific sites, mainstream archaeology confirms the moai were built by the ancestors of the current Rapa Nui people. Man Madol was the capital of the Saudulair dynasty, an impressive feat of local engineering over many centuries. And even the Yanaguni monument has a compelling natural explanation. Geologists point out that the region's active tectonics and strong currents are known to fracture sandstone in precisely these blocky, terraced shapes. The overwhelming scientific consensus is that Yanaguni is a fascinating but natural geological wonder. Ultimately, the case for a physical Mu rests on James Churchward's story of his secret Knockle tablets, a story that is considered by all credible historians to be a work of fiction. Given the overwhelming scientific consensus, one might expect the legend of Mu to fade away, but it hasn't. The physical search for Mu may have ended, but a different kind of search, a spiritual one, is thriving. The real question isn't, did Mu exist, but why do we need it to exist? The answer lies in what the legend represents. Mu is a powerful myth for our modern age. It is the vision of a golden age, a paradise lost. It speaks to a profound sense that our modern world, with all its technology, has forgotten something essential. In an age of division, environmental crisis, and spiritual emptiness, the story of Mu offers a vision of what we could have been and perhaps what we could be again. It's a story of a civilization in harmony with nature, a society that valued wisdom over wealth, a people who knew peace. The story of Mu is a critique of our own world. This longing has fueled a modern spiritual revival around the concepts of Mu and Lemuria. In New Age communities, Lemuria has been reborn, not as a physical place, but as a state of consciousness. Proponents believe the wisdom of this ancient civilization wasn't destroyed, but was encoded into our spiritual DNA, waiting for the right conditions to reemerge. Adherents speak of Lemurian consciousness, a heart-centered way of being that emphasizes intuition, compassion, and a deep connection to the earth. They believe humanity is undergoing a great spiritual awakening, which is in fact the return of this long-dormant Lemurian wisdom. In this view, the survivors of Mu were spiritual emissaries who anchored this energy in sacred sites around the globe. Places like Mount Shasta in California have become focal points for this belief. According to some traditions, survivors of Mu escaped into a subterranean city called Telos, deep within the mountain, preserving their ancient culture and guiding humanity's evolution. In this context, the scientific evidence becomes almost irrelevant. The truth of Lemuria isn't geological, it's spiritual and metaphorical. The search for a lost continent becomes an inward journey, a quest to rediscover the lost parts of ourselves and reawaken a sense of unity with each other and the planet. So here we are, standing at the edge of the Great Pacific, staring out at the horizon. Was Mu a real continent of stone and soil? The entire body of modern science tells us no. The story of our world is one of drifting continents, rising volcanoes, and the incredible piecemeal journey of human migration. But is it a real place in our collective imagination? A spiritual homeland that calls to us across the ocean of time? To that, the answer seems to be a resounding yes. The legend of Mu persists not because of physical proof, but because of the profound truths it reflects back at us. It's a story about our deep desire for harmony, our innate belief in a more enlightened way of being, and our ending search for connection.
Perhaps the greatest lost secret of Mu isn't a sunken city or an ancient tablet, but the powerful idea it represents, that a different way of life is possible, even if the only place it ever truly existed was in the deepest yearnings of the human heart.
What if the most important chapter of human history wasn't just lost, but deliberately torn out? What if the story we've all been told about our own origins is completely wrong? You know the one, that we were primitive, scattered bands of hunters until farming came along, and only then did we get civilization. For generations, that was the accepted truth, a simple story of slow, linear progress. But what if the evidence points to something else entirely? Something far more complex, more mysterious, and frankly, more profound. Imagine a structure so ancient it makes the pyramids of Giza look young. A monument built 6,000 years before anyone even thought of Stonehenge. This place wasn't constructed by farmers in settled villages. It was built by hunter-gatherers living at the very end of the last ice age. It sounds like science fiction, but on a remote hilltop in southeastern Turkey, it is a stunning reality carved in stone. This place is called Göbekli Tepe, and it's not just what some call the world's first temple. It's a revolution in the human story. Its existence alone forces us to ask how. How did people with only flint tools build something so monumental? But an even deeper mystery lies in what they did after. After centuries of unimaginable effort, quarrying, carving, and erecting dozens of multi-ton pillars, they did something that seems to defy all logic. They buried it. They intentionally, painstakingly erased their own masterpiece from the world, hiding it under a man-made hill for over 10,000 years. The question isn't just how they built it. The real mystery is, why on earth did they bury it? This isn't just a story about ancient ruins. This is a story about a deliberate act of forgetting. 11,600 years ago, our ancestors gathered on a windswept plateau called Potbelly Hill. They quarried 50-ton pillars of limestone, shaped them into stylized human forms, and covered them with a chilling menagerie of predatory animals. They created a spiritual and technological marvel that, by all rights, shouldn't exist. And then, for reasons we are only now beginning to comprehend, they buried it all. This wasn't a collapse. It wasn't an act of war. It seems to have been a massive coordinated effort to make their world disappear. In this video, we're going to sift through the layers of earth and time, examine the bizarre carvings and the colossal stones, and explore the radical theories that try to explain this monumental cover-up. Was it a ritual farewell to a dying faith? A desperate attempt to protect something sacred? Or was it a response to a global cataclysm that plunged the world into a dark age? Join me as we seek to uncover why the builders of the world's first great temple chose to erase it from history.
To understand the burial, you first have to understand the sheer world-altering significance of this place. For decades, the hill known as Göbekli Tepe was just another dusty mound in the Anatolian plains of Turkey. Back in 1963, a survey team from the University of Chicago dismissed it, thinking the broken limestone slabs on the surface were just remnants of an old, forgotten cemetery. For 30 years, the greatest secret of the ancient world lay there, in plain sight, completely misunderstood. That all changed in 1994. A German archaeologist named Klaus Schmidt was reviewing old survey reports, and something about the description of that hill just didn't sit right with him. He knew those limestone slabs weren't typical gravestones. He recognized them as the work of prehistoric people. When he traveled to the site himself, what he saw sent a shockwave through his entire understanding of the past. Within minutes of arriving, he knew this was no cemetery. This was a place made by hunter-gatherers on a scale that was supposed to be completely impossible. Schmidt would later say, "It was clear to me that if I didn't walk away immediately, I would be here for the rest of my life." He stayed, and what his excavations, starting in 1995, would unearth would tear up the textbooks on human civilization. See, the established narrative went like this. Around 10,000 years ago,
humanity invents agriculture. This Neolithic revolution allows people to settle down, create food surpluses, and form villages. Only then, with the stability and resources from farming, did they have the time and organization to develop complex religion and build massive structures. In short, farming created civilization. Göbekli Tepe flips that entire timeline on its head. Carbon dating places the oldest layers of the site at a mind-boggling 11,600 years old. That's 9,600 BCE. We're talking about a world without pottery, without writing, without the wheel, and crucially, before the widespread adoption of agriculture. The people who built it were, for all intents and purposes, from the Stone Age, and yet what they created was anything but primitive. What Schmidt and his team uncovered were a series of massive circular enclosures. At the center of each stood two colossal T-shaped pillars, surrounded by smaller pillars set into the walls. These pillars are the heart of Göbekli Tepe. They are enormous. Some reach over 18 feet tall and weigh up to 50 tons. To put that in perspective, that's like 10 large elephants. These people, who recent research suggests may have been semi-sedentary, were using nothing more than flint and stone tools to quarry these monoliths, move them hundreds of yards, and lift them into position. The level of planning, coordination, and sheer manpower this required is staggering. It would have demanded hundreds of workers from different groups, all cooperating on a single vision, sustained by a system of support we are still struggling to fully explain. But it's not just their size that's so astonishing. The pillars themselves are powerful works of art. Klaus Schmidt was convinced they were stylized representations of human figures. The top slab is a head in profile. The pillar is the body. On some, you can even see faint carvings of arms wrapping around the front, and loincloths etched around their waists. They aren't just pillars. They're silent stone giants, gathered in the circle as if in a solemn meeting. And these stone giants are not alone. Their surfaces are covered in a dense gallery of intricate, high-relief carvings. And this isn't just a random collection of doodles. It's a specific and deliberate vocabulary of symbols. The carvings are almost exclusively of animals: snarling foxes, lions, boars, spiders, scorpions, and a huge number of snakes and vultures. These are not the gentle, docile animals of the farm. These are the predators, the scavengers, the creatures of danger and the underworld. There's almost a threatening energy to the art of Göbekli Tepe. It feels like a window into a worldview that was deeply intertwined with the wild, powerful, and often terrifying forces of nature. One pillar in particular, Pillar 43, the famous Vulture Stone, has captivated and disturbed researchers for years. It shows a large vulture, and beside it, a headless human figure. This striking image has been interpreted in many ways, as a depiction of a sky burial, where bodies were left to be consumed by vultures, or as a symbol of death and rebirth. Some even see it as a star map, a record of a cosmic event. But whatever its specific meaning, it speaks to a complex spiritual world, a system of beliefs about life, death, and the cosmos that was sophisticated and deeply symbolic. The site wasn't a simple settlement. Initial excavations found no everyday houses or trash pits. Schmidt famously called it a cathedral on a hill, a place of pilgrimage, a ritual center built by people from all over the region. It was their sacred mountain.
And then, after centuries of use, expansion, and rebuilding, around 8000 BCE, they decided it was time for it to disappear. They filled the sacred enclosures, covered the giant stone figures, and buried their cathedral under thousands of tons of earth, creating the artificial hill that would keep it secret for the next 10,000 years. This single act is perhaps the most profound mystery of Göbekli Tepe. The effort of the burial was a monumental project in itself.
Why would a society spend centuries, generation after generation, building something so magnificent, only to then spend generations burying it? The idea that Göbekli Tepe was intentionally buried isn't just a wild theory. For a long time, it was the mainstream interpretation, based on compelling archaeological evidence. When Klaus Schmidt's team excavated the enclosures, they didn't find the chaotic debris of a city that had slowly crumbled. Instead, they found the circles packed to the brim with a remarkably uniform mix of material. Millions of limestone fragments, most about the size of a fist, all mixed with flint tools and a truly staggering number of animal bones. This just doesn't happen naturally. A hill is a place of erosion. Things don't spontaneously pile up on a summit. If the site had simply been abandoned, it would have weathered away. The pillars would have toppled and been worn down by the elements. A landslide might explain some of it, but not this specific mixture found carefully packed inside every single enclosure. The fill material also seemed to have been deliberately brought in from elsewhere. The sheer volume is hard to wrap your head around. Enough to fill multiple Olympic-sized swimming pools, all moved by hand. Plus, the way the structures were filled suggested real care. It wasn't just dumped in. The debris was packed around the pillars, preserving them in a stable cocoon that protected them from collapse. The late Klaus Schmidt was convinced this was a deliberate ritual act. He argued that after a century or so of use, each enclosure was ritually buried, maybe accompanied by a massive feast, which could explain the tons of wild animal bones. In his view, the entire hill of Göbekli Tepe was formed by this cycle of building, using, and then burying one sacred circle after another, over and over for more than 1,000 years.
However, like everything at Göbekli Tepe, the story is getting more complicated. More recent analysis by the team that took over after Schmidt's death, led by Lee Clare, has challenged this narrative. They've pointed to evidence suggesting natural landslides and erosion might have played a much bigger role than previously thought. They noted that many pillars lean in the same direction, as if pushed by a single powerful mudslide. In this updated view, much of the fill might be debris from collapsing roofs and walls, mixed with material that washed down from the slope. But this new interpretation doesn't get rid of the human element. The builders were clearly aware the hill was unstable. There's evidence of retaining walls being built, perhaps in a futile attempt to hold back the encroaching earth. So the burial may not have been a single grand ritual, but a long, slow process, a losing battle against geology. The inhabitants might have repeatedly cleaned up their sacred spaces after smaller collapses, until finally, a few major events made it impossible to carry on. The final abandonment could still have been marked by a closing ceremony, a final act of covering what nature was already taking back. And interestingly, clear evidence for deliberate burial is showing up at other nearby sites. At Karahan Tepe, a contemporary and possibly even older site with similar T-pillars, some structures were clearly and intentionally backfilled. This suggests that the act of burying sacred spaces was a known practice in this ancient culture, even if the exact process at Göbekli Tepe itself is now debated. So we're left with a spectrum of possibilities. At one end, the grand symbolic narrative, a ritual burial to close a chapter of their history. At the other, a more practical story, a community fighting against natural decay and landslides, finally giving up and leaving their monuments to be swallowed by the earth. The truth most likely is somewhere in between, a dance of natural events and human intention. But no matter the exact mechanism, the question remains, why did it end? Why did this vibrant world, this center of immense spiritual and creative energy, finally go dark? To solve the riddle of Göbekli Tepe's burial, we have to try to think like its creators. We have to step into a world without writing, a world where symbols, ritual, and the cosmos guided everything. Why would they hide their most sacred creation? The investigation leads us down 4 main paths.
Theory 1. The ritual farewell, a funeral for a world. The first and perhaps most poetic theory is that the burial wasn't an act of destruction, but of reverence. Imagine Göbekli Tepe as the physical body of a belief system. The pillars were its gods, the enclosures the heart of its culture. But what happens when that culture changes? When the gods go silent, or when a new truth appears? According to this theory, the burial was a ritual decommissioning. It was a funeral. You don't just throw away something that was once sacred, you give it a proper burial. Filling the enclosures could have been a way to respectfully put the old gods to rest as a new era dawned. For over 1,500 years, this site was the center of their universe. But by 8000 BCE, the world was changing dramatically. The Ice Age was a distant memory, the climate had stabilized, and the first experiments with farming were taking hold all around them. This was the dawn of the Neolithic Revolution, a fundamental shift in humanity's relationship with nature. A religion built for hunter-gatherers, focused on wild animals, may have simply lost its relevance. The predators on the pillars, the lions, boars, scorpions, may have become symbols of a dangerous past, while new gods of fertility and the soil were being born. The burial, in this sense, was a monumental act of closure. It was the hunter-gatherer world performing its own funeral rites, respectfully closing the door on one epoch to allow the next to begin. It wasn't erasure out of hate. It was preservation through burial, a way of honoring the past while making way for the future. Theory 2, the time capsule, protecting the sacred. An alternative idea suggests the burial wasn't an ending, but an act of preservation. What if they weren't burying it to put it to rest, but to protect it? The question then becomes, protect it from what? Or for whom? One possibility is a human threat. The rise of settled communities could have led to new conflicts. Perhaps a rival group with different beliefs was gaining power, and the people of Göbekli Tepe chose to bury their sacred site rather than see it fall into the wrong hands. It would have been a kind of cultural scorched earth policy, hiding their holiest of holies so it couldn't be co-opted or profaned. But another version of this theory is even more profound. What if they were protecting it not from people, but for people? What if they were creating a time capsule? Some researchers speculate that the knowledge encoded what Göbekli Tepe and its symbols and its potential astronomical alignments was considered so vital that it needed to be safeguarded for a distant future. Maybe they believed a dark age was coming, a time when this knowledge would be lost, and chose to entomb their temple in the earth, the safest vault they could imagine. They buried it with the hope or the faith that one day a future generation would be ready to unearth it and understand its message. If so, their plan worked perfectly. We are that future generation, now faced with the immense task of deciphering the message they left for us.
Theory 3, the cataclysm, burying a trauma. Perhaps the most dramatic and controversial theory is that the burial of Göbekli Tepe was a direct response to a terrifying global cataclysm. The timeline is what makes this idea so compelling. The construction of Göbekli Tepe began around 9600 BCE. This is precisely at the end of a period of abrupt climate change known as the Younger Dryas. The Younger Dryas, which started around 10,800 BCE, was a sudden and brutal return to Ice Age conditions that lasted for over 1,000 years. The warming trend that had been melting the glaciers slammed into reverse, plunging the world back into a deep freeze. The cause is still hotly debated, but one controversial idea is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. It suggests that a fragmented comet struck or exploded over the Earth, triggering continent-spanning wildfires, blocking out the sun, and causing the climate to plummet. According to this theory, Göbekli Tepe is a monument to this cataclysm. Proponents suggest the animal carvings are not just random symbols, but constellations. The famous vulture stone, Pillar 43, is interpreted as a precise star map depicting the sky around the time of the proposed impact. The vulture is seen as Sagittarius, the Scorpius as Scorpius, and the headless man is a symbol for the mass death that resulted. In this interpretation, Göbekli Tepe becomes a memorial, an observatory, and a warning. Its builders were survivors of a world-shattering event, obsessed with watching the skies, perhaps to predict and prevent such a disaster from happening again. So, why bury it? If the temple was a warning, burying it seems counterintuitive. But trauma works in strange ways. Perhaps the religion born from the cataclysm became too terrifying to bear. The sky, once a source of wonder, had become a source of existential dread. Burying the temple could have been an attempt to appease angry sky gods or to sever their connection with a hostile universe. It could have also been a way of burying the memory of the trauma itself, a corrective attempt to forget the worst day in human history. They were sealing away the sky-watching cult that had defined them for a millennium, hoping to start anew, with their eyes fixed firmly on the earth, not the heavens. Theory 4. The Social Revolution, erasing the old order. The final theory is less dramatic on the surface, but may be the most revolutionary of all. It suggests the burial of Göbekli Tepe was all about social engineering. It was the deliberate destruction of an old way of life to make way for a new one. Building and maintaining Göbekli Tepe required a colossal effort from hunter-gatherer societies. It forced mobile groups to come together and organize on an unprecedented scale. This process would have inevitably created powerful social structures, a priestly class, chiefs, master builders. It was, in effect, the birth of hierarchy. For centuries, this system may have worked, but it may have also become oppressive. The great communal hunts and feasts required to support the workers and rituals may have become unsustainable burdens. At the same time, a new, more stable way of life was emerging: agriculture. Small-scale farming offered a path away from the demands of the ritual-centric society that Göbekli Tepe represented. It offered more autonomy for smaller family groups. This theory proposes that the move towards agriculture wasn't just a technological choice, but a conscious social and political revolution. And to make that revolution permanent, they had to destroy its most powerful symbol.
Burying Göbekli Tepe was a radical, declarative statement. It was an act of iconoclasm against the old order. It was a way of saying, we will no longer be ruled by the demands of these stone gods and the priests who speak for them. We will be masters of our own destiny. By burying the temple, they were burying the hunter-gatherer world itself, with its grand communal and perhaps tyrannical rituals. They were choosing a new future, a future of small, settled agricultural communities. In a very real sense, they were burying the past to invent the future. Just when you think you have a handle on Göbekli Tepe, the ground shifts. The initial image, painted by Klaus Schmidt, was of a cathedral on a hill, a pure ritual space visited only by pilgrims. But the last decade of research has added incredible new layers of complexity. Excavations have now uncovered evidence that challenges the temple-only theory. Archaeologists have found remains of domestic structures, suggesting people lived at the site, at least for part of the year. They found thousands of grinding stones and huge vessels that could hold over 40 gallons of liquid, pointing to large-scale food processing, perhaps for brewing beer or making porridge for massive feasts. They've even found an extensive rainwater harvesting system cut into the bedrock, essential for supporting a resident population. These discoveries don't diminish the site's ritual importance. If anything, they make it even more profound. Göbekli Tepe wasn't a remote, empty sanctuary. It seems to have been a bustling, living settlement, the heart of a complex society. It was a place where the sacred and the everyday were woven together. People lived, worked, and feasted in the shadow of their gods. This makes the abandonment even more poignant. They weren't just leaving a church, they were burying the center of their world. And this world was artistically rich. While Göbekli Tepe has its own incredible art, a discovery in 2023 at the nearby related site of Karahan-Tepe blew archaeologists away. A life-size, realistic human statue,
one of the most stunning depictions of a person from the entire prehistoric era. These were not simple people. They were artists of the highest order.
So after sifting through all this, where do we stand? Why did they bury the world's first great temple? The truth is, there is no single easy answer. We're left with a collection of powerful possibilities that may all hold a piece of the truth. Was it a ritual farewell? A solemn funeral for a religion whose time had passed? Was it a time capsule? An incredible foresight to protect sacred knowledge for a distant future, for us? Was it a response to the trauma of a cataclysm? An attempt to bury the memory of a cosmic disaster? Or was it a social revolution? The symbolic destruction of an old hierarchical world to make way for the future? The debate between a deliberate ritual burial and a slow surrender to nature continues, but in many ways, the why remains the same. Whether they buried it in a single grand ceremony or walked away as the earth took it back, they made a choice to let it go. They chose to end one chapter and begin another. What Göbekli Tepe tells us with absolute certainty is that our ancestors were not the simple, primitive people we once imagined. 11,600 years ago, hunter-gatherers possessed a spiritual life, a capacity for symbolic thought, and an organizational skill that was breathtakingly complex. They proved that it wasn't farming that sparked civilization. It was the other way around. The need to come together, to share beliefs, and to build something magnificent, the need for a temple, may have been the very spark that ignited the agricultural revolution and created the world we live in today. They spent generations raising these stones from the earth, and then they put them back. They left us with a silent, monumental question mark buried under a hill. And maybe the greatest legacy of Göbekli Tepe isn't an answer, but the enduring wonder it inspires. It reminds us that our history is far deeper and more mysterious than we ever knew. The final question is for you. What do you think happened here? What does it say about our ancestors that they would build something so incredible only to then erase it from the world? Let me know your theories in the comments below.
What if I told you that the story of America as we know it is a lie? Or at least a profoundly incomplete version of the truth? What if I told you that long before any European ship dared to cross the Atlantic, a city, larger and more vibrant than medieval London, flourished in the heart of the continent? This isn't a fantasy. This is real history, buried under enormous grassy mounds in what is now Illinois, just a quick drive from the St. Louis Arch. Picture a metropolis whose spiritual and political power was felt for 1,000 miles in every direction. A city built around a colossal pyramid whose base was larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza. A city of astronomers who built a sophisticated cosmic observatory capable of tracking the sun and stars with breathtaking precision. This place was Cahokia. At its peak, it was the largest urban center north of the great civilizations of Mexico. It was, in no uncertain terms, America's first city. And its very existence forces us to reconsider everything we were taught about the continent's pre-Columbian past. So, why have most of us never even heard of it? Why was this sprawling, sophisticated beacon of civilization abandoned and so completely forgotten? This is the story of Cahokia, the great lost city of North America. And in unearthing its secrets, we have to start rewriting the history of an entire continent. In the fertile lands of the Mississippi River floodplain, a landscape now carved up by highways, lie the quiet ruins of a forgotten power. For centuries, most people thought they were just natural hills, odd bumps on a flat terrain. Farmers plowed their slopes, and developers saw them as inconvenient obstacles, bulldozing them to make way for subdivisions. but they weren't hills. They were the weathered monuments of a lost civilization.
Over 120 of these man-made mountains once dominated the landscape, the architectural signature of a highly organized society. This was the super capital of the Mississippian culture, a way of life that rippled outwards, shaping the destiny of peoples across North America. Between about 1050 AD and 1350 AD, Cahokia wasn't just a big village, it was a religious, economic, and cultural powerhouse. But the central mystery isn't just that Cahokia existed, it's that it vanished. By the time French explorers arrived in the 1600s, the great city was completely empty, reclaimed by prairie grass. They saw the giant mounds, but the civilization that built them was a ghost. The name Cahokia itself was given by those explorers, borrowed from a different tribe living in the area centuries later. We still don't know what the original inhabitants called their magnificent home. It's a name and a story lost to time, one of many enigmas of this incredible place. The disappearance of tens of thousands of people from America's first metropolis is one of history's greatest unsolved cases. To understand how a city can be lost, first we have to understand how it was born. The story of Cahokia doesn't start with a slow, gentle evolution. It starts with an explosion. Around the year 1050 AD, something revolutionary happened in this part of the Mississippi Valley. Archaeologists call it the Big Bang. Before this moment, the area was dotted with small woodland villages. Then, in what seems like the blink of an eye, a city erupted. The population detonated. People from all over the region, and possibly much farther, flooded into this one specific spot. A settlement of a few thousand people swelled into a dense urban core of 10,000 to 20,000 people. When you include the surrounding farmlands and satellite towns, some experts believe the population of Greater Cahokia may have approached 40,000 people. Let's put that in perspective. At its zenith in the 12th century, Cahokia was larger than London was at the same time. In fact, based on those estimates, no city within the modern United States would grow larger than Cahokia until Philadelphia finally surpassed it in the late 1700s. So what powered this sudden, unprecedented urban boom? The answer comes down to a single transformative crop: maize, corn. For millennia, native peoples had cultivated local plants, but the arrival and perfection of maize, a crop first domesticated in Mesoamerica, changed everything. The Mississippians became master botanists, engineering new strains of corn that thrived in the shorter growing seasons of the Midwest. This was advanced horticulture, and it created a food surplus so massive and reliable that for the first time in North America, it could support a dense, permanent city. This agricultural wealth was the engine of Cahokia. It freed a huge portion of the population from the daily grind of producing food. People could now specialize. They could become priests, artists, traders, astronomers, and architects. Society became layered. A complex and powerful hierarchy emerged, with a godlike chief at the top, capable of commanding the labor of thousands.
And command they did. This new social order and population boom were channeled into one of the most ambitious construction projects in human history. The people of Cahokia began to literally reshape the world, moving an estimated 55 million cubic feet of soil, one basket load at a time, to construct the city's defining monuments, its iconic mounds. The Big Bang wasn't just a population surge, it was the dawn of a new cosmic and political order built on a foundation of corn and clay. A new sun was rising over the Mississippi, and its heart was Cahokia. Let's step back in time, 1,000 years, and walk through the avenues of this Mississippian metropolis. What would you have seen? The city was immense, sprawling over nearly 6 square miles, an intricate network of plazas, neighborhoods, and colossal earthen structures. And it was no accident. This was a planned city, laid out on a grid aligned with cardinal directions and key cosmological principles. This was urban design on a grand scale. At its core, dominating the entire city, was the structure known today as Monk's Mound. named for Trappist monks who settled nearby in the 1800s. Monk's Mound is the largest prehistoric earthwork in the Americas. It rises 100 feet into the air, built in 4 massive terraces, from a base covering more than 14 acres. To be perfectly clear, its footprint is larger than that of the Great Pyramid of Giza. This wasn't a tomb like the Egyptian pyramids, it was a platform. And on its summit stood the most important building in the city, a huge wooden temple, perhaps 5,000 square feet in size, that was the palace of the paramount chief. From this height, the ruler of Cahokia would have looked down upon his entire kingdom. It was the ultimate seat of power, a man-made mountain designed to lift the city's leader closer to the gods, separating him from ordinary people and broadcasting his divine authority. The construction itself was an almost unimaginable feat, built over centuries by countless people carrying woven baskets filled with 50 to 60 pounds of earth.
Stretching out from the base of Monk's Mound was the Grand Plaza. Covering nearly 50 acres, the size of almost 40 football fields, this massive, artificially leveled plaza was the civic and spiritual heart of the city. Imagine it swarming with thousands for religious festivals, political gatherings, or massive ritual games. One such game, called Chunky, involved rolling a polished stone disc at high speed across the plaza while warriors threw spears to see who could land closest to where it stopped. It was a major spectator sport, likely involving high-stakes gambling. But perhaps the most stunning feature of the city lay to the west, a series of giant timber circles known today as Woodhenge. Much like its famous stone cousin in England, Woodhenge was a sophisticated astronomical observatory. Large, evenly spaced red cedar posts formed perfect circles up to 410 feet across. Archaeologists have found evidence for at least 5 of these circles built and rebuilt over time. Woodhenge was a celestial clock. From a central observation post, a priest could watch the sunrise align with specific outer posts to mark the summer and winter solstices and the spring and fall equinoxes. This wasn't just a hobby. This calendar was the key to their entire way of life. It told them when to plant their corn, when to harvest, and when to hold their most important religious ceremonies. And in a stroke of pure symbolic genius, at the equinoxes, the sun would rise due east, appearing to emerge directly from the front of Monk's Mound when viewed from Woodhenge, a powerful visual statement linking the ruler, the sun, and the cosmic order. Cahokia wasn't an island. It was the beating heart of a cultural phenomenon that archaeologists call the Mississippian tradition. Its ideas and power shaped the lives of people living hundreds, even thousands of miles away. The city was the center of a vast trade network that stretched across the North American continent. Imagine a market in the Grand Plaza filled with goods from unimaginably distant lands. Archaeologists have found materials that paint a breathtaking picture of this network's scale. They found enormous quantities of marine shells carved into sacred objects and intricate beads that traveled over 1,000 miles from the Gulf of Mexico. They found copper, expertly hammered into ceremonial axes and ornaments, that was mined near Lake Superior, more than 500 miles to the north. They've unearthed mica, a shimmering mineral used for decoration that brought from the mountains of North Carolina, and chert, a razor-sharp stone perfect for arrowheads that quarried in Oklahoma and Arkansas. They've even found shark teeth from the Gulf Coast.
This wasn't just bartering. It was a highly organized system that brought raw materials to the capital and in return exported Cahokian culture. Pottery made in the Cahokian style, with its distinctive symbols, has been found across the Midwest and Southeast. The small, deadly triangular arrowhead design, perfected at Cahokia, became the standard across a huge portion of the continent. This influence was driven by a shared, powerful religion.
The most potent symbols of the Mississippian world either came from or were amplified by Cahokia. The most dramatic evidence of this comes from a burial mound known as Mound 72. Here, around the year 1050, archaeologists uncovered the burial of a supreme leader. He was laid to rest on a cape made from over 20,000 shell beads, arranged in the distinct shape of a falcon, or what is known as the Birdman. This Birdman figure, a constant theme in Mississippian art, represents a godlike being, able to travel between the physical world and the spirit world. But the burial itself tells a much darker story about Cahokia's power. The leader wasn't alone. He was accompanied by caches of over 800 perfect arrowheads, a copper staff, and piles of uncut mica. Most chillingly, he was buried with other people. Around him were the remains of more than 250 individuals, many of whom were young women who appeared to have been ritually sacrificed and buried in mass graves as part of his funeral. A display of this kind is a stark and terrifying testament to the absolute power wielded by the city's elite, who could command not just the labor, but the very lives of their subjects. For nearly 3 centuries, Cahokia reigned, but then it began to die. The vibrant metropolis started to empty out. While not instantaneous, the decline was shockingly fast. By 1350 AD, Cahokia was a ghost town, its grand plazas silent, its mounds left to the elements. The question that has obsessed archaeologists for generations is, why? What could possibly cause a city of this magnitude to simply collapse? There is no smoking gun. The people left no written records. Instead, researchers have pieced together clues from the earth, and what they found suggests not a single disaster, but a perfect storm of interlocking crises.
For a long time, a leading theory was environmental collapse. Think of the resources needed to build and sustain such a city. They needed staggering amounts of wood for houses, for fuel, and especially for building and repeatedly rebuilding massive defensive walls, called palisades, around the city's sacred core. A single construction of these 2-mile-long, 15-foot-high walls would have required 20,000 trees. This demand may have led to deforestation, which in turn could cause rampant erosion and flash flooding that would destroy the all-important maize fields. However, recent studies have challenged the idea that deforestation was the main culprit, suggesting the Cahokians may have managed their resources better than we thought. Instead, the focus has shifted to something they couldn't control: climate change. Sediment cores taken from nearby lakes reveal a crucial climate shift. Cahokia's rise coincided with a remarkably dry, stable period with few major floods. But its decline began precisely when the climate changed and massive megafloods returned to the Mississippi River Valley after 1200 AD. For a civilization built on a floodplain, this would have been an existential threat, wiping out crops, contaminating water, and making life unbearable. These environmental crises would have inevitably ignited social and political chaos. The evidence for this is written in the city's own defenses, those massive palisade walls. The fact that the rulers felt compelled to wall off the sacred heart of the city points to a world of increasing violence and fear. Were they defending against outside enemies who saw a city weakened by floods and famine? Or was the threat internal, with the walls meant to protect the elite from their own starving, desperate people? As harvests failed, and the authority of the chiefs was shattered by their inability to control the floods, the very fabric of Cahokian society unraveled. People began to vote with their feet. The abandonment was likely a slow exodus, with families and clans migrating away to find a better life. They didn't vanish into thin air, they dispersed, likely being absorbed into other tribal groups. There was no single Pompeii-like catastrophe. It was a slow-motion collapse,
driven by a deadly combination of climate catastrophe and social implosion. After the last Cahokians left, the city slept. Grass and forest consumed the mounds. The great plazas became anonymous fields. The very memory of a metropolis faded from the continent's memory. When European settlers pushed west centuries later, they saw the mounds but refused to believe they were the work of Native Americans. This spawned the myth of the mound builders, a deeply racist theory that some lost race of Vikings, Phoenicians, or wandering Israelites had built these wonders before being wiped out by the ancestors of the local tribes. It was a politically convenient lie. If Native Americans hadn't built these great monuments, then they had no deep claim to the land, and their forced removal became easier to justify. It took the tireless work of pioneering archaeologists in the late 19th and early 20th centuries to scientifically prove what Native people had been saying all along. Their ancestors built the mounds. Figures like Cyrus Thomas of the Smithsonian systematically dismantled the mound builder myth and began to establish the true, deep history of indigenous civilization in North America. But even then, Cahokia faced new threats. The urban sprawl of modern St. Louis destroyed hundreds of mounds. A highway was built straight through the site. For a time, a drive-in movie theater even operated in the shadow of Monk's Mound. Thankfully, a preservation movement fought back. The state of Illinois began protecting the site, and today, Cahokia Mounds is a state historic site, a national historic landmark, and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognizing its importance to all of humanity. Efforts continue to elevate its status to a National Historical Park, which would offer even greater protection. The site continues to surrender its secrets. Modern technologies like LiDAR are revealing previously unknown structures, and new research constantly refines our understanding of Cahokia's rise and fall. For now, the site's main interpretive center is closed for major renovations, but the grounds remain open, a silent, powerful testament to the city that once was. Cahokia is more than an archaeological site. It's a fundamental correction to the historical record. It is undeniable proof of the complexity, sophistication, and sheer scale of indigenous civilization in North America long before Columbus. This was never an empty continent of scattered nomads waiting to be discovered. It was a continent of nations, of science, of continent-spanning trade, and of great cities.
The story of Cahokia is one of a spectacular rise and a profound, mysterious fall. It's a haunting, cautionary tale about the fragile balance between a civilization and its environment, a reminder that even the greatest cities are vulnerable to a changing climate and resource depletion. But it is also a story of resilience. The people of Cahokia did not disappear, they endured. They carried their culture and knowledge with them, contributing to the rich tapestry of indigenous societies that survive today. To walk among these mounds today is a truly humbling experience. It's to stand in the footprint of a pyramid with a base larger than Giza's, to cross a plaza that once held more people than medieval London, and to look up at the sky where a wooden henge once marked the dance of the cosmos. It's a quiet place now, but if you listen, you can almost hear the echoes of America's first great city. The true mystery of Cahokia is not just where its people went, but why we ever forgot they were here at all. And by remembering them, we don't just learn about the past, we gain a truer and far more honest understanding of America itself.
For centuries, it was a ghost story, a lost city, spoken of only in whispers by the local Bedouin tribes, hidden from the rest of the world. They talked of a metropolis carved from the very bones of the desert, a kingdom painted in hues of rose and crimson, swallowed whole by the sands of time. This phantom city wasn't a myth. It was real,
a thriving, beating heart of a civilization, an impossible capital brought to life in one of the most unforgiving landscapes on Earth. Then, in 1812, a lone European traveler got close, a Swiss explorer named Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, a man who had disguised himself in Bedouin clothes, learned their language, and adopted their customs. He was on a perilous journey, claiming he was a pilgrim who wanted to sacrifice a goat at the tomb of Aaron, Moses' brother, a holy site hidden somewhere deep in the mountains of southern Jordan. His local guide led him into a narrow, winding canyon, and as the canyon walls finally pulled apart, Burckhardt saw something that had been lost to the Western world for 600 years. He had found Petra. But finding the ghost city only created a deeper mystery. The scale of it was simply staggering, the artistry almost beyond belief. Who were these master craftsmen, these ghost architects who had summoned such a wonder from solid rock? How could a tribe of nomads, wanderers of the desert, possibly have the knowledge and the power to create a thriving empire right here? And, after building it all, why did they just leave? This is the story of the Nabataeans and the rose-red kingdom they carved from stone. Before Petra gives up its greatest secrets, it makes you work for it. There's no grand gate, no wide avenue. The entrance to the city is a crack in the earth itself. It's called the Sick, a natural geological fissure that winds for more than a kilometer through the sandstone mountains. Walking through it feels like an act of theatrical suspense, an experience engineered by nature and then perfected by the Nabataeans. The walls of the Sick soar up to 80 meters or 260 feet on both sides, so high they almost block out the sky, leaving just a sliver of brilliant blue. In some places, the canyon is only 3 meters, about 10 feet wide. You feel small, humbled by the immense, silent power of the rock. The air grows cool, the sounds of the outside world disappear, and you're plunged into a world of swirling, psychedelic color. The sandstone isn't just one color. It's a marble cake of reds, pinks, oranges, and purples, a palette created by millennia of minerals. As you walk, you start to notice the details the Nabataeans left. Carved into the walls are water channels, the first hint of their genius. On one side, an open channel brought water from a nearby spring straight into the city. On the other, a series of interlocking clay pipes, a testament to shockingly advanced hydraulic engineering, did the same. They were masters of slope and pressure, guaranteeing a steady flow of life-giving water to their desert capital. These pipes ensured the water dropped slowly even as the path went down, a clever trick to keep the pressure just right deep inside the city. The Nabataeans didn't just see a path, they saw a grand procession. You can still spot the faint outlines of carvings, small niches that once held statues of their gods. They were sanctifying the very entrance to their home, turning the journey into something spiritual. The path twists and turns, deliberately hiding what's ahead. Every bend offers a new view of sculpted rock, a new play of light and shadow. It's a masterclass in building anticipation. You know something incredible is coming, you just can't see it yet. The Sick is a sensory journey, forcing you to slow down, to look up, to wonder. And then just when you think the canyon might go on forever, a sliver of impossible architecture appears in the light up ahead. The last turn of the Sick is the most dramatic reveal in the ancient world. You walk out of the dark, narrow canyon into a sunlit opening, and there it is, Al-Khazne, the treasury.
It is, without a doubt, one of the most breathtaking sights on Earth. Carved directly out of the solid rock face, it stands nearly 40 meters, or 130 feet tall, a symphony of Greek-inspired design in the middle of the Arabian desert. The name, the Treasury, is a romantic mistake, born from local legends that a pharaoh or maybe even pirates hid their treasure in the stone urn at the very top. You can still see bullet holes cockingly earned where Bedouins for centuries tried to shoot it open to get the gold inside. But archaeologists think its real purpose was far more sacred. This is believed to be the mausoleum of a great Nabataean king, most likely Aratus IV, who ruled during Petra's Golden Age in the 1st century AD. It wasn't a bank, it was a monument to glorify a king on his journey into the afterlife.
The sheer audacity of it is what's so hard to wrap your head around. This wasn't built block by block, it was carved, sculpted from the top down. Just imagine it. Nabataean stonemasons hanging from ropes at the top of a cliff, painstakingly chiseling away the excess rock, slowly revealing the columns, the capitals, and the intricate figures from the living mountain. Every detail, from the Corinthian columns to the statues of mythological figures like Castor and Pollux, shows a culture that stood at the crossroads of civilization. The style is heavily influenced by the architecture of Alexandria, a clear sign of the Nabataeans' deep connections to the Mediterranean world. And yet, it is uniquely Nabataean. Flanking the entrance are reliefs of Aluza, the powerful Nabataean goddess. This blending of styles is the essence of their identity, taking the best ideas from everyone they traded with and making them their own. The facade is a statement of power, of wealth, and of cultural sophistication. It was designed to awe you, to declare that you were entering a city of immense importance, ruled by a people who could command not just trade routes, but the very earth itself. And we now know that the ground level today is much higher than it was back then. There's an entire hidden level buried beneath the sand, meaning the treasury once looked even more colossal than it does today. So who were these enigmatic people? Before they were master builders, they were masters of the desert. The Nabataeans were an ancient Arab people, a nomadic tribe that likely migrated out of the Arabian Peninsula sometime around the 6th to 4th centuries BCE. For generations, they lived as desert people do, moving with their herds, living in tents, and knowing the arid landscape like the back of their hand. They knew where to find water, how to read the stars, and how to survive where others couldn't. They first pop up in the history books in 312 BC, when a Greek general tried and failed to attack them. A historian of the time described them as a fiercely independent tribe who prized their freedom above all else. But they weren't just simple nomads. They were already clever traders, controlling a resource more valuable than gold in the ancient world: incense.
Their genius was recognizing the strategic importance of this hidden landscape. While other empires saw an impassable wasteland, the Nabataeans saw a fortress. They began to settle in places like Petra, a location they chose for its nearly impenetrable defenses and its access to water. And it was here, around the 2nd century BCE, that they established Petra as their capital. But why? Why did a people who roamed the desert for centuries suddenly decide to build a permanent monumental city? The answer is simple. Trade made them rich, and with that wealth came the desire and the ability to create a capital that reflected their power. They were a people of fascinating contrasts. They spoke a dialect of Arabic but used Aramaic for their official writing. Their religion was a mix of their own gods like Dushara and Al-Uzza, but they readily absorbed gods from the Greek, Roman, and Egyptian worlds they did business with.
The Roman scholar Strabo even described their society as remarkably democratic, with a king who was accountable to his people. They were, in essence, the ultimate adapters. They took ideas, technologies, and art from East and West and created something entirely new, something distinctly Nabataean. They transformed themselves from desert nomads into cosmopolitan merchants, brilliant engineers, and artists of stone. The very existence of Petra is a paradox, a bustling city of perhaps 20,000 people, complete with gardens, pools, and fountains, in the middle of a desert that gets only about 6 inches of rain a year. This wasn't a miracle, it was a masterpiece of human ingenuity. The Nabataeans weren't just builders, they were hydraulic engineers of the highest order. Some have even suggested their very name, Nabatu, might mean those who draw water. While that's just a hypothesis, it fits perfectly. They were water wizards. Their control over water was the foundation of everything. Without it, Petra is just a temporary camp. They understood their environment with a scientific precision that's stunning even today. They knew the desert was prone to violent flash floods in the winter. Anyone else would see a threat. The Nabataeans saw an opportunity. They developed a complex strategy to capture, conserve, and distribute every single drop. First, they controlled the floods. They built dams and tunnels to reroute the raging floodwaters away from the city and into giant reservoirs. This not only protected Petra from being washed away, but also captured huge amounts of water that would have otherwise vanished.
Second, they harvested the rain. They carved an intricate network of channels directly into the sandstone cliffs, a massive catchment system that funneled rainwater into hundreds of hidden underground cisterns. These cisterns were plastered to be watertight, storing thousands of gallons of water, safe from evaporation and hidden from any potential enemies. Third, they engineered a mind-boggling distribution network. They brought water from distant springs over several kilometers using rock-cut channels and an extensive system of pressurized terracotta pipes. Archaeologists have uncovered a sprawling network of these pipelines stretching for many, many miles in and around Petra. One major pipeline was built at a consistent 4-degree angle, an angle that modern engineers have calculated is optimal for maximizing water flow without putting too much pressure on the pipe joints. How did they achieve that level of precision? That remains a profound mystery. They even built settling basins along the system to purify the water. This was the lifeblood of Petra. It allowed them to create an artificial oasis, and the ability to offer water for a price to thirsty caravans was a massive source of their wealth and power. The heart of Petra wasn't carved from stone, it was built on spice. The incredible wealth that funded this city flowed from the Nabataeans' control over one of the most lucrative trade networks of the ancient world, the incense route. In antiquity, certain substances were worth more than gold, and nothing was more sought after than frankincense and myrrh. These resins, harvested from trees that grew only in southern Arabia and the Horn of Africa, were essential to religious life across the ancient world. From Roman temples to Egyptian burials, the smoke of burning incense was believed to please the gods and purify the dead. Demand was insatiable, and the journey from the source to the market was long and dangerous. This is where the Nabataeans came in. Positioned at a crucial crossroads, they became the indispensable middlemen. At first, they probably just offered protection and guidance to caravans, but over time, they took over, establishing settlements and outposts until they dominated the entire network. By the 1st century BCE, they were the masters of the incense route.
Camel caravans, sometimes numbering in the thousands, would journey north from Yemen. Petra was the nexus of this network. Here, the trail split. One branch went west to Gaza for shipment to Rome and Greece. Another went north to Damascus and the markets of Persia. The Nabataeans' control was absolute. They charged tolls on all goods that passed through, which could be as high as 25% of the cargo's value. But they didn't just profit from incense. Their caravans carried spices and silks from India and China, ivory from Africa, and gold from all corners of the known world. Petra became a cosmopolitan hub, a melting pot of cultures, languages, and ideas, all driven by the relentless engine of commerce. They jealously guarded the secret of where the incense came from, creating an aura of mystery that ensured their clients had to go through them. This river of wealth is what allowed them to build their impossible city and carve their dreams into the rock. The reign of King Aratus IV from 9 BC to 40 AD was the absolute peak of the Nabataean kingdom. His title, Philopatris, means lover of his country, and he earned it. For nearly 50 years, he presided over an era of incredible prosperity and architectural ambition. This was Petra's golden age. Under Aratus IV, Petra was a vibrant metropolis. Its population swelled to an estimated 20,000 people. The wealth from the incense trade was poured back into the capital, transforming it into a showpiece. It was during his reign that many of Petra's most iconic monuments were likely built, including the legendary treasury, thought to be his own grand tomb. To walk through Petra in the 1st century AD would have been breathtaking. Beyond the treasury, the street of facades opens up, a canyon-like avenue lined with towering tombs carved into the cliff. Further on, the city's main theater comes into view. Carved by the Nabataeans and later expanded by the Romans, this massive structure could seat thousands.
At the heart of the city lay the colonnaded street, the commercial and social spine of Petra. This wide paved avenue would have been lined with shops and markets, crowded with merchants from across the world, the air filled with different languages and the smell of exotic spices. This street led to the city's sacred heart, the Great Temple, a monumental complex, and the Qasr al-Bent, likely the main temple dedicated to the supreme Nabataean god Deshara. And high above it all, after a strenuous climb of 800 rock-cut steps, is Adair, the monastery. Even larger than the treasury, its massive facade is carved into a mountaintop with unbelievable views. Like the treasury, its name is a later invention. It was most likely a temple or tomb dedicated to a deified king. Its remote location suggests it was a site for important religious ceremonies. Aratus IV navigated a complex relationship with the growing power of Rome, sometimes as an ally, sometimes as a rival. He minted his own coins, bearing the proud inscription, King of the Nabataeans, lover of his people, a final testament to his kingdom at its absolute peak. Every empire that borders Rome eventually has its day of reckoning. For centuries, the Nabataeans had skillfully managed their relationship with the superpower, acting as a client kingdom and a vital trade partner. But the tide of history was turning. As the 1st century AD closed, Rome's desire to control the lucrative eastern trade routes directly was growing stronger. The end of Nabataean independence came not with a bang, but with a whimper. In 106 AD, the last Nabataean king, Rebel II, died. It seems he may have struck a deal with the Romans, leave his kingdom alone during his lifetime, and they could inherit it upon his death. Whether this was a willing concession to the inevitable is unknown. What we do know is that as soon as the king was dead, the Roman Emperor Trajan sent his legions south. The annexation was swift and mostly peaceful. The Nabataeans were simply too interconnected with Rome, too reliant on the trade that flowed into the empire, to mount a hopeless resistance. And just like that, the kingdom that had prized its independence for over 400 years was absorbed into the Roman Empire, becoming the new province of Arabia Petraea.
For a while, Petra continued to thrive. The Romans, always pragmatic, invested in the city. They expanded the theater and turned the main street into a grand Roman colonnaded street. But a crucial shift had occurred.
Petra was no longer a capital. The capital of the new Roman province was moved north to Bostra in modern-day Syria. Petra was still important, but its political heart had been ripped out. Culturally, the city became more Roman, a process that had already begun but now accelerated. The unique civilization that had carved an empire from the desert was now just one part of a much larger world. The Golden Age was over, and the long, slow twilight had begun. The Roman annexation was the beginning of a slow, steady decline. The world was changing, and the caravan routes that were Petra's lifeblood were becoming obsolete. Roman merchants had mastered the monsoon winds of the Indian Ocean, opening up more direct and cheaper sea routes to the east that bypassed the Arabian desert entirely. Trade and wealth were diverted to other cities like Palmyra in Syria. Petra, once the center of the world, found itself on the edge of it. The river of gold that had flowed from the incense trade slowed to a trickle. Then, nature delivered a devastating blow. On May 19, 363 AD, a massive earthquake struck the region. The tremor was catastrophic. In Petra, many freestanding structures were toppled. The colonnaded street was heavily damaged, shops were destroyed, and the city's great temples suffered immense harm. Crucially, the city's vital water management system, the network of dams and pipes, was shattered. The earthquake wasn't a final death blow, but it was a wound from which Petra would never truly recover. Residents rebuilt, but the monumental public life of the city was gone. During the later Byzantine period, Petra became a Christian city, and several tombs, like the Grand Urn tomb, were converted into churches. But the decline was terminal. The population dwindled. As imperial security waned, the remaining trade routes became more dangerous. More earthquakes followed over the centuries, each one taking a further toll. By the time of the early Islamic era in the 7th and 8th centuries, Petra was a ghost town, home only to a few nomadic Bedouins. It seems the final withdrawal was gradual. Archaeologists have found very few valuables left behind, suggesting the last inhabitants simply packed up and moved away as life in the city became impossible. The rose-red city slowly emptied out, its magnificent facades left to the wind and the sand.
For more than 600 years, Petra slept. It vanished from maps and from the memory of the Western world, its location a secret closely guarded by the local tribes who lived in its shadow. The city that once welcomed the world now lay hidden and silent. Its rediscovery fell to one man, the Swiss Orientalist Johann Ludwig Burckhardt. In 1812, adopting the name Sheikh Ibrahim, he heard rumors of fantastic ruins near Aaron's tomb. On his way to Cairo, he devised a plan. He hired a guide, claiming he had made a vow to sacrifice a goat at the tomb. The suspicious guide led him through the winding passage of the Sikh. When the canyon walls parted to reveal the treasury, Burckhardt had to show incredible composure, feigning indifference. Any show of excitement would have exposed him as a treasure hunter and likely cost him his life. He quickly took in the ruins, convinced he had found the lost capital of the Nabataeans, sacrificed his goat, and continued his journey, the incredible secret safe with him. Burckhardt's journals, published after his death, electrified Europe. The story of a lost city carved from rock captured the romantic imagination of the world. Today, Petra is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the new 7 wonders of the world. Yet the mystery is deeper than ever, because what we see today is only a fraction of the city.
Archaeologists estimate that a staggering 85% of Petra remains buried beneath the sand, with some suggesting that figure is even higher. Entire suburbs, homes, and perhaps more grand tombs lie waiting to be discovered. The story of the Nabataeans is still being written, with each new excavation revealing more about their incredible achievements. Petra is not just a city of the dead, it's a living testament to human ingenuity and the enduring power of a civilization that learned to make the desert bloom. What other wonders, what other secrets lie buried just beneath the rose-red sands? If you want to continue exploring the world's greatest ancient mysteries, be sure to subscribe. The final enduring image of Petra is one of beautiful incompletion, a magnificent city, half revealed and half hidden, leaving us with more questions than answers. It stands as a silent, powerful monument to a kingdom that mastered the desert, commanded the trade of empires, and then, just as mysteriously, vanished back into the sand from which it came.
In the vast, sun-drenched plains of southern Turkey, there's a strange hill. It's not a natural hill, but a mound built by human hands, rising 20 meters from the surrounding landscape. For centuries, it was just another feature on the horizon, a silent bump on the earth holding a forgotten story. But beneath its dusty surface lay the ghost of a revolution. This isn't the story of pyramids or of the kings and empires that would follow thousands of years later. This is the story of something far older, far stranger, and in many ways, far more radical. This is the story of Çatalhöyük, one of the very first cities on Earth, and it's a story that challenges everything we think we know about the dawn of civilization. Imagine a city of thousands, so densely packed there were no streets. A city where you didn't walk to your front door, you climbed down a ladder through a hole in the ceiling. Imagine a world where the dead weren't in a distant cemetery, but were buried right under your bed. This isn't science fiction. This was a real place, a thriving metropolis 9,000 years ago. For nearly 2,000 years, a society flourished here in a way that seems almost impossible to us. And then, after 2 millennia of success, they vanished, leaving behind one of the most profound mysteries in human history. In this video, we uncover the secrets of Çatalhöyük and explore the enigma of its groundbreaking society and its eventual, haunting disappearance. Our story really begins not 9,000 years ago, but in 1958, a British archaeologist named James Mellert was surveying the Konya Plain, a region that was, at the time, a huge blank spot on the map of prehistory. He and his team stumbled upon an unusual double mound known by locals as Çatalhöyük, which means forked mound. Farmers knew it was there, of course, but no one could have dreamed of the sheer scale of what lay buried beneath. Mellert started his first proper dig in 1961, and what he started to uncover sent shockwaves through the world of archaeology. His team dug into the earth and revealed not a simple village, but a sprawling, jam-packed settlement of mud brick houses. Layer upon layer, they peeled back time, discovering an astonishing 18 distinct levels of occupation. It was a continuous story of human life, stretching from around 7500 BC to 5700 BC. This wasn't just a settlement, it was a proto-city that thrived for nearly 2,000 years, a period of longevity that many modern cities could only dream of.
Mellert had found a window into a forgotten world. He'd discovered a place that documented one of the most important transformations our species ever made, the shift from a nomadic life of hunting and gathering to a settled agricultural existence. The initial finds were baffling. He unearthed over 150 rooms, many of them decorated with vibrant murals and strange, powerful sculptures. There were figurines, advanced tools, and evidence of a complex symbolic world. But the most striking thing was the layout. Mellert's excavations revealed a city with no roads, no public squares, and no grand entrances. It was a honeycomb maze, a human hive. The immediate question wasn't just who were these people, but how on earth did they live like this? The discovery of Çatalhöyük was the discovery of a whole new form of urban existence, one that archaeologists are still trying to fully comprehend today. To understand Çatalhöyük, you first have to erase your mental image of a city. Forget avenues, alleyways, and front doors. The defining feature of this place was its radical, almost unbelievable architecture. Houses were built directly against one another, sharing walls with absolutely no space in between. The entire settlement was a single, massive, interlocking block of buildings. This design probably offered excellent insulation, and more importantly, a formidable defense against outsiders or wild animals. So how did people get around in this dense labyrinth? The answer was as simple as it was ingenious. They walked on the roofs. The rooftops of Çatalhöyük were its streets, its courtyards, and its public plazas. This is where daily life would have unfolded in the open air. We can imagine children playing, people crafting tools, preparing food, and gossiping under the Anatolian sun. In the city's later years, evidence suggests large communal ovens were built on these rooftops, turning them into shared kitchens and centers of community life. To get home, you wouldn't walk to your door. You'd find the opening in your roof and climb down a wooden ladder into the main room of your house. This hole in the ceiling was the home's only entrance and its only source of ventilation, letting smoke from the hearth below escape. Stepping down that ladder would take you into a surprisingly complex domestic world. A typical house was a rectangular space made of mud brick, supported by timber posts. Though they varied in size, most followed a consistent layout. They were dominated by a large central room, which was the main living area. On the south side, you would usually find the hearth and oven, strategically placed right below the ladder opening. The rest of the room was filled with raised platforms of different heights, which they used for sleeping, sitting, and other daily tasks. But these interiors weren't drab or primitive. The walls and platforms were meticulously plastered over and over again with a smooth, clean white finish. Some houses had their plaster redone as often as once a month, suggesting that cleanliness and renewal were deeply important parts of their culture. Attached to the main room were smaller side rooms used for storage, the pantries and closets of the Neolithic world.
The economy that sustained this city, with a population that may have reached up to 8,000 people at its peak, was a mix of the old and the new. They were pioneers of agriculture, cultivating crops like wheat, barley, and peas. They harvested almonds and pistachios from nearby hills and domesticated sheep and goats. Yet hunting remained a vital part of their diet and their culture. The plains around them teemed with wild animals, and the pursuit of these powerful creatures was a constant theme in their lives. Skeletal analysis shows that the people of Çatalhöyük had a varied and generally healthy diet. But this bustling life of cooking, crafting, and farming was intimately, almost unimaginably, intertwined with death, because the most astonishing feature of life in Çatalhöyük was where they put their ancestors. They buried them under the floors of their own homes. Specifically, the dead were interred beneath the very platforms where the living slept and worked. Bodies were often bound tightly in a fetal position and placed in simple graves. This wasn't a practice for a select few, it was the norm. The home wasn't just a space for the living, it was a multi-generational tomb, a place where the line between the past and present was literally erased. Living in Çatalhöyük meant sleeping above your parents, your grandparents, your entire lineage. This constant physical presence of the dead suggests a profound connection to ancestry, a worldview where the departed were never truly gone, but remained integral, foundational members of the household. In some truly remarkable cases, skulls were removed from bodies before burial. These skulls were then covered in plaster, and their features were painted with ochre to recreate a lifelike face. This was a custom seen in other Neolithic sites, a powerful ritual that seemed to preserve the identity, maybe even the spirit of the deceased. These plastered skulls might have been kept in the home, circulated among family, or used in ceremonies before eventually being buried themselves. It all points to a society deeply preoccupied with memory, lineage, and the powerful, unbreakable bond between the living and the dead. Life in this rooftop city was a constant negotiation between the practical needs of a dense urban population
and a rich symbolic world that gave meaning to every part of their existence. The people of Çatalhöyük didn't just build homes, they infused them with meaning. Nearly every excavated house contained some form of decoration, turning these domestic spaces into galleries of Neolithic art and ritual. This wasn't art for art's sake, it was a functional, vital part of their daily lives, a visual language that expressed their beliefs, their fears, and their relationship with the natural world.
The most dramatic artworks are the murals painted directly onto the plastered walls. These vibrant paintings give us a breathtaking window into their minds. There are chaotic hunting scenes, with dozens of small human figures surrounding enormous wild bulls and stags. These aren't just simple portrayals of a hunt. They're electric with energy and tension, capturing the danger and communal effort needed to take down such powerful animals. Other walls are covered in intricate geometric patterns, which are strangely reminiscent of the designs found on kilims, the flat woven rugs still famous in Turkey today. Then there are the more mysterious and unsettling images. Perhaps most famously, some murals show large vulture-like birds swooping down over headless human bodies. For a long time, this was interpreted as a grim scene of death and carnage, but what if we've been looking at it all wrong? A different theory suggests this might depict a funerary ritual. It's possible the people of Çatalhöyük practiced excarnation, leaving the bodies of the dead exposed for birds to strip the flesh from the bones before burial. If that's true, these vultures weren't agents of destruction, but of transformation, essential players in the journey from life to ancestry. Beyond the paintings, the walls themselves were sculpted. The most dominant and recurring symbol at Çatalhöyük is the bucranium, the skull and horns of a wild bull. In many houses, entire sets of bull horns were plastered into the walls or set into purpose-built pillars, their sharp points thrusting out into the living space. Often painted with red ochre, these installations were powerful, intimidating focal points. The wild bull or aurochs was clearly an animal of immense importance, likely representing strength, danger, and maybe virility. Their constant presence inside the home suggests a ritual focus on taming, honoring, or perhaps harnessing the raw power of the wild.
This symbolic world was also populated by a huge collection of figurines. For decades, Çatalhöyük was famous for its so-called mother goddess figurines. The original excavator, James Mellart, found numerous small statues of full-figured women. The most iconic is the seated woman of Çatalhöyük, a figure showing a large woman on a throne flanked by two felines. Mellart found it in a grain bin and interpreted her as a deity of fertility and agriculture. This theory of a matriarchal society worshipping a single dominant female deity captured the public imagination and defined the site for half a century. However, as excavations continued under a new director, Ian Hodder, a more complex picture began to emerge. The new project, which began in the 1990s, has unearthed thousands of figurines, and they found that while female figurines were common, they weren't dominant. In fact, figurines of animals were the most numerous, and male figures were found in roughly equal numbers to female ones. This discovery challenged the whole mother goddess narrative. The belief system of Çatalhöyük was likely not centered on a single deity, but was a much broader spiritual landscape, populated by powerful animals, male and female figures, and revered ancestors. Some of the most intriguing figurines blur the lines between these categories. One famous example shows a slender figure, possibly female, that looks skeletal from the waist up, with its ribs and spine clearly defined. Is this a woman transforming into an ancestor? A shaman? A representation of the thin veil between life and death? Like so much at Çatalhöyük, it remains a beautiful and unsettling enigma. What is clear is that this was a society saturated with symbolism. From the paintings on their walls to the sculptures in their homes, the people of Çatalhöyük lived in a world where the physical and the spiritual were inseparable.
Perhaps the most radical and endearing mystery of Çatalhöyük is not its art or its architecture, but its social structure. For 2,000 years, this massive community appears to have functioned without any discernible leaders. In all the acres excavated, archaeologists have found no palaces, no grand temples for a priestly class, and no elite administrative buildings. All the houses discovered so far seem to have served a domestic purpose. This is what makes Çatalhöyük so revolutionary. It completely defies our traditional model of what a city is. Historically, urbanization is linked with hierarchy. As populations grow, societies centralize power, creating rulers and administrators who live in grander homes and control resources. But at Çatalhöyük, the evidence points overwhelmingly towards a deeply egalitarian society. The most powerful evidence for this is the striking uniformity of the houses. While there are minor variations in size and decoration, there are no buildings that stand out as belonging to a ruling class. Everyone lived in roughly the same kind of home, accessed in the same way. This suggests wealth and status were not things to be overtly displayed through architecture. This equality appears to have extended to gender roles as well. For a long time, the debate was split between Melart's idea of a matriarchy and Hodder's proposal of a more generally egalitarian society. But recent, groundbreaking studies are adding a fascinating new layer. Analysis of the bones has shown that men and women had strikingly similar diets and performed similar amounts of physical labor. There's no evidence of one gender having privileged access to better food or being exempt from hard work. Even more compelling evidence has come from recent DNA analysis of the skeletal remains. A landmark study analyzed the DNA of individuals buried beneath the floors and yielded some incredible results. It confirmed that households were primarily organized around maternal lineages. Genetic links were strongest through the female line, suggesting a society where kinship and identity flowed from mother to child. Women were the anchors of the household. This doesn't necessarily mean it was a matriarchy where women held all the power, but it does confirm this was a female-centered social structure.
The same DNA research uncovered another clue. When it came to burial gifts, female infants and children received significantly more than their male counterparts. This preferential treatment from the earliest stages of life reinforces the idea that females held an elevated status in the society. This makes Çatalhöyük the oldest known example of a female-centered social organization supported by genetic evidence. However, the DNA also presented another puzzle. While there were clear maternal links, researchers also found that many of the people buried together under the same roof were not biologically related at all. This suggests the household was not just a simple nuclear or extended family. It was a more complex and flexible social unit, a group bound by shared work, shared rituals, and shared living space, where chosen family was just as important as biological ties. So how did a city of this size manage itself for 2,000 years without kings or a formal government? It likely relied on a delicate balance of communal cooperation and strong social norms. Decisions may have been made collectively. Social order may have been maintained not by force, but by the powerful pressure of community expectation. In this sense, Çatalhöyük can be seen as a grand, long-running experiment in urban living, one founded on principles of equality and communalism that stand in stark contrast to the hierarchical civilizations that would follow. It forces us to ask a fundamental question: is inequality an inevitable consequence of civilization, or was there another path? For 2 millennia, the people of Çatalhöyük proved that there was. For 2,000 years, the city on the Konya Plain thrived. It was an unparalleled success story, a testament to human ingenuity and social innovation. And then, around 5700 BCE, it was abandoned. The rooftops fell silent, the hearths grew cold,
and the honeycomb city was slowly buried by time. The ultimate question that hangs over Çatalhöyük is, why? Why, after such a long and successful history, did its people walk away?
There is no single, simple answer, but archaeologists have pieced together a compelling picture of interconnected pressures that likely led to the city's gradual decline. It wasn't a sudden cataclysm, but a slow, painful unraveling. One of the most significant factors appears to have been environmental change. Over the centuries, the climate in the Middle East became progressively drier. For a society so dependent on agriculture, this would have been a slow-motion catastrophe. Dwindling water resources would have made farming increasingly difficult, leading to food shortages and placing immense strain on the population. At the same time, the very success of Çatalhöyük may have created its own problems. A peak population living in such extreme proximity would have faced major challenges with sanitation and hygiene. Bioarchaeological studies have found that residents suffered from a high rate of infectious diseases, a direct result of the crowded conditions. Life inside the dense, poorly ventilated homes, combined with the difficulty of waste disposal, would have created a perfect breeding ground for pathogens. There is also disturbing evidence that life in the dense city was becoming more violent. Analysis of skulls has revealed that a significant number of residents, over a quarter in one sample, had healed head fractures. The shape of the wounds suggests they were caused by hard, round objects, and curiously, clay balls of just the right size and shape have been found at the site. This violence wasn't only directed at men. More than half of the victims were women, suggesting that as resources grew scarcer, internal conflict may have become a serious problem.
But perhaps the most profound reason for the abandonment was a fundamental shift in the city's social fabric. That egalitarian ethos that had defined Çatalhöyük may have started to break down. Research has highlighted a gradual change in the city's architecture over its final centuries. In the earlier layers, houses are tightly interconnected, but in the later layers, signs of separation begin to appear between buildings. This suggests that social structures were changing, with single households becoming more independent and the community more fragmented. This social transformation may have been the final push. As old communal bonds weakened and inequalities perhaps began to emerge, the social contract that held Çatalhöyük together started to fray. The inhabitants didn't just abandon a place, they may have been abandoning a way of life that was no longer working. The end was a gradual process. The main eastern mound was slowly abandoned around 6000 BCE, with some of the population moving to a smaller western mound, where a new settlement continued for a few more centuries. But this new settlement was different. The culture, the pottery, the very organization of society had changed. The grand experiment was over. Finally, around 5700 BCE, the western mound was also abandoned, and the site fell silent for millennia. Today, Çatalhöyük is a protected UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized for its outstanding value to human history. Shelters now cover the main excavation areas, protecting the fragile mud brick walls from the elements. But the true legacy of Çatalhöyük isn't in its crumbling walls, but in the profound questions it forces us to ask about ourselves. Çatalhöyük fundamentally challenges our definition of a city. It proves that urbanism, gathering large numbers of people in one place, does not automatically lead to the kind of social hierarchy we see in nearly every other ancient civilization. For 2,000 years, this was a city without a citadel, a community without a king. It represents an alternative path of human social development, one based on equality, communal living, and a deep symbolic connection to home and ancestry.
It serves as a powerful mirror to our own time. The people of Çatalhöyük grappled with the very same issues that dominate our world: urbanization, social inequality, environmental sustainability, and what it means to live as a community. They were pioneers, confronting the challenges of living together in large numbers for the very first time. The story of its decline is also a cautionary tale. It shows the fragility of even the most successful societies in the face of environmental change and internal social pressures. Did the egalitarian ideal of Çatalhöyük contain the seeds of its own destruction? Does a growing population inevitably lead to competition and hierarchy? Or was it simply the victim of a changing climate that its unique social system could no longer withstand? We will likely never know for sure. What we do know is that Çatalhöyük was not a failed experiment. To last for 2 millennia is an incredible achievement. It's a testament to human adaptability and our capacity for creating diverse and complex social worlds. It reminds us that the way we live now is not the only way to live, and that for a very long time in our deep past, another way was not only possible, but was a resounding success. The 9,000-year-old mystery of the rooftop city is, in the end, a story about us. It's a story of community, of innovation, of art, and of the timeless human quest to build a home. From its discovery in the mid-20th century to the cutting-edge genetic research of today, Çatalhöyük has consistently rewritten the first chapter of urban human history. It stands as a powerful monument to a time when the world was being remade, when humanity was taking its first bold steps into a settled future. The secrets buried in its layers of earth continue to teach us about the remarkable diversity of human culture and the enduring power of community. It is a mystery that is 9,000 years old, but its lessons have never been more relevant.
What if the story of civilization you were taught is missing a foundational chapter? We're told that the great cradles of humanity were Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley. We picture pharaohs raising pyramids against the desert sun and the first laws being etched into Sumerian clay. But what if I told you that at the exact same time, 5,000 years ago, another civilization was building its own pyramids, composing its own music, and developing a complex society on a continent half a world away? And what if that civilization wasn't forged in war, but was built on peace, trade, and cooperation? This isn't some forgotten myth or a work of fiction. This is the story of Caral-Supe, a civilization hidden in the arid valleys of coastal Peru that predates the great Inca Empire by 4 millennia. It stands as the oldest known civilization in the Americas, a testament to human ingenuity that rose and fell long before anyone had even heard of Chavin de Huantar, the culture once thought to be the region's first. The discovery of Caral didn't just add a new name to a list. It shattered our timeline of the ancient Americas and forced us to rewrite the first chapter of its history. For thousands of years, its pyramids lay hidden in plain sight, dismissed as natural hills in a barren landscape. But beneath the dust lies a profound enigma, a society that achieved architectural grandeur and economic complexity without any evidence of warfare. No walls, no weapons, no fortifications. In an age of clashing empires across the globe, the people of Caral-Supe built a world on a different principle. This is the story of that world, a journey into the heart of a lost civilization that challenges our deepest assumptions about the past and leaves us with an enduring mystery. How did they achieve peace in an age of empires?
Imagine a desert, a dry, windswept terrace overlooking a thin ribbon of green, the Supe River Valley in Peru. For decades, archaeologists and travelers saw little more than desolate hills here, unremarkable mounds of earth and stone under the harsh South American sun. It was a landscape that seemed to hold no secrets, a place easily passed over in the search for the gold-filled tombs of later, more famous cultures like the Moche or the Inca.
The official story was that complex civilization in the Andes began much later, around 900 BCE, with the Chavin culture. Anything before that was believed to be the work of scattered, pre-urban villages. But one archaeologist refused to accept that story. She saw something more in those dusty hills. That archaeologist was Dr. Ruth Shady, a Peruvian scholar from the National University of San Marcos. When she first arrived in the Supe Valley in 1994, she was captivated not by what was known, but by what everyone else had ignored. The sheer scale of the mounds, their deliberate arrangement, it all whispered of something far grander than nature could create. When I first arrived in the valley in 1994, I was overwhelmed, she recalled. This place is somewhere between the seat of the gods and the home of man. With a shoestring budget and a small team, often paying for expenses out of her own pocket, Dr. Shady began the painstaking work of excavation in 1996. Right away, there was a problem. In almost every major ancient city, one of the most common finds is pottery. Ceramics are the durable fingerprints of ancient life. But as Shady and her team dug, they found none. Not a single potsherd. For many archaeologists, the lack of pottery was a deal breaker. It meant the site couldn't be a major organized civilization and was probably much younger than it looked. But Dr. Shady had a different, revolutionary idea. What if the absence of ceramics wasn't a sign of simplicity, but a sign of immense age? What if these pyramids were built by a people who existed before pottery was even invented in this region, a pre-ceramic culture? The key to proving this audacious theory lay in a clever building technique. The builders of Caral had filled woven reed bags called shikras with stones to form the foundations of their monuments. These organic reed bags were a perfect time capsule.
In 1999, Dr. Shady sent samples of these shikras for radiocarbon dating. The results, published in the journal Science in 2001, sent a shockwave through the world of archaeology. The reeds dated back to 2627 BCE. This wasn't just another ancient site, this was a 5,000-year-old city. It was standing at the same time as the step pyramid of Saqqara in Egypt and the great ziggurats of Mesopotamia. Suddenly, the timeline of civilization in the Americas was obliterated, pushed back by more than 1,000 years. Betty Meggers, a respected archaeologist at the Smithsonian Institution, called the discovery almost unbelievable. The world now had a name for the oldest city in the Americas, Caral. It was the heart of a sprawling civilization of at least 18 other urban centers across the Supe Valley, now known as the Caral-Supe or Norte Chico civilization. In 2009, UNESCO declared the sacred city of Caral-Supe a World Heritage Site, cementing its status as one of only 6 places on Earth where civilization arose independently. Dr. Shady's persistence had unveiled a revolution in our understanding of the human story. The dusty hills had given up their secret, revealing a chapter of history that had been silent for 5 millennia. To walk through Caral today is to walk through the ghost of a monumental vision. The city covers over 1,500 acres, a sprawling urban complex that speaks to a society of incredible organization. Dominating the landscape are 6 large pyramidal structures, their weathered platforms rising from the desert floor like man-made mountains. The largest, the Pyramid Mayor, or Great Pyramid, is staggering, nearly 100 feet tall, with a base covering an area the size of 4 football fields. These weren't tombs for kings like in Egypt, they were public centers for ceremony, administration, and watching the stars. They were the heart of the city, where the community gathered and where the power of its leaders, likely priests, was put on display. But the genius of Caral's builders is found not just in the scale, but in their ingenuity. They lived in an earthquake zone.
To build structures that would last for millennia, they developed a revolutionary engineering technique. They filled those woven reed bags, the shikras, with stones and used them as structural fill. This wasn't just a way to move rock. The shikra bags acted as built-in shock absorbers. When an earthquake struck, the bags of loose stones could shift and dissipate the energy, leaving the pyramid structure stable. It was an elegant, earthquake-resistant design that predates modern engineering by 5,000 years.
Descending from the towering pyramids, you find another signature of Caral's architecture, the sunken circular plazas. These perfectly round, subterranean courtyards sit at the foot of the major pyramids. Grand staircases lead down into these open-air chambers, which likely served as ceremonial amphitheaters. Imagine the scene, the plaza filled with people, the sound of bone flutes echoing off the stone walls as priests performed rituals on the pyramid steps above. These plazas were the communal soul of the city, spaces designed to unify the population through shared experience. The city itself was anything but random. The layout of Caral reveals a highly sophisticated level of urban planning. It's organized into a high town and a low town, with the Great Pyramids and elite homes in the upper sector showing a clear social structure. Buildings were deliberately aligned with the Supe River and very likely with celestial bodies. They built the city on the arid terrace above the valley, preserving the precious fertile land for farming. This wasn't just a place to live, it was a carefully designed cosmos in miniature, where every structure had its purpose. The pyramids reaching for the sky, the plazas sinking into the earth, it was architecture as a worldview, connecting the heavens, the earth, and the underworld. The monumental architecture of Caral was a product of the mind. The civilization's builders possessed a profound knowledge of science and math. Their precise alignment of their pyramids and plazas suggests a sophisticated understanding of astronomy. These structures weren't just randomly placed, they were giant instruments for tracking the sun, moon, and stars. For a society dependent on farming, this knowledge was power. By marking solstices and equinoxes, the priests of Caral could create a precise calendar, predicting the seasons and telling people the exact right times for planting and harvesting cotton, squash, and beans. This celestial clockwork governed their lives and reinforced the authority of the priests who held the keys to this sacred knowledge.
Perhaps the most startling discovery at Caral is evidence of a complex record-keeping system that appeared thousands of years before the famous Inca. Archaeologists have unearthed knotted cotton strings that look like an early form of the quipu. The quipu, which the Incas perfected millennia later, was an intricate system of knotted cords used to record everything from census data and tax obligations to histories and astronomical information. By using different knots, colors, and placements, the quipu acted as a kind of three-dimensional spreadsheet. Finding a precursor to this at Caral is revolutionary. It suggests that 5,000 years ago, the people here were already developing a method for storing complex information, a vital tool for running a large society with an extensive trade network. But life in Caral wasn't all science and administration. It was also filled with music. In one of the ceremonial amphitheaters, archaeologists found an incredible collection of 32 flutes, exquisitely crafted from the bones of condors and pelicans, alongside 37 cornets made from the bones of llamas and deer. These are some of the oldest musical instruments in the Americas. The choice of bones was likely symbolic. Condors soared through the heavens, while pelicans connected the land and sea. Imagine the ethereal sounds these flutes would have made, echoing through the sunken plazas during sacred ceremonies. Music was clearly central to their religious and social life. While they lacked the pottery of later cultures, the people of Caral expressed their creativity through sound, weaving, and intricate basketry. The mind of Caral was one of order, observation, and artistry. capable of both tracking the stars and composing music that still resonates with us across 5,000 years. So how did Caral become a magnificent city of pyramids in the middle of a desert? The answer isn't conquest, but commerce. The civilization's power was built on a sophisticated and extensive trade network, an economic engine driven by a simple but brilliant model often summarized as cotton for fish. The inland city of Caral and other valley sites specialized in agriculture. By developing irrigation canals to divert water from the river, they grew large quantities of high-quality cotton, their most valuable commodity, as well as gourds and beans. Meanwhile, about 14 miles away on the Pacific coast were fishing settlements like Áspero. The waters off Peru are some of the richest in the world, and the people of Áspero harvested vast quantities of anchovies and sardines.
Instead of one group conquering the other, they formed a partnership. The farmers of Caral traded their cotton and gourds with the coastal fishermen. The fishermen needed the cotton to make strong, durable nets, which were far more effective than simple fishing lines. The gourds were used as floats for these nets. In return, the inland population at Caral received a steady supply of dried fish, a crucial source of protein that allowed their large city to thrive. This peaceful exchange was the backbone of the entire civilization. It was a system where cooperation was simply more profitable than conflict. This network wasn't just local. At Caral, excavators have found spondylus shells, which could only have come from the warm waters of modern-day Ecuador. They've found beads and pendants made from materials sourced from the high Andes. Even more remarkably, they've uncovered traces of plants and even carvings of monkeys, indicating contact that stretched all the way to the Amazon rainforest, hundreds of miles away. This far-reaching trade brought not only goods, but also ideas, connecting the people of Caral to a vast and diverse world. This economic model shaped their society. It was clearly hierarchical, with large elite homes for the rulers and more modest quarters for workers. This social order was likely managed by a priestly elite who oversaw religious ceremonies, managed the distribution of goods, and maintained the all-important calendar. But unlike in other ancient civilizations, this hierarchy doesn't seem to have been enforced by soldiers. Their authority seems to have stemmed from their role as mediators with the gods and as managers of this complex, peaceful economy. The engine of Caral wasn't the chariot, but the trade caravan. Its strength measured not in battalions, but in bales of cotton and baskets of fish. In the grand story of human history, a common thread runs through the rise of early civilizations: conflict. In Mesopotamia, city-states clashed over land and water. In Egypt, pharaohs led armies to expand their empire. The fortress and the sword are often seen as inseparable from the birth of cities. And then there is Caral. Here lies the most profound mystery of this ancient civilization. In over 3 decades of excavation, archaeologists have found a startling lack of evidence for warfare. There are no defensive walls, no battlements, no fortifications. The city was built in the open, yet its builders felt no need to protect it. Digging deeper, the mystery only grows. No weapons of war, no maces, no spear points, no shields have ever been found. The human remains show no signs of violent death, and there are no artistic depictions of combat, prisoners, or conquest, which are common themes in the art of later Andean cultures.
By all available evidence, the Caral-Supe civilization flourished for over 1,200 years as an astonishingly peaceful society. This fact fundamentally challenges the long-held theory that war is a necessary ingredient for creating states and empires. Caral suggests there was another way. But how? How did a society achieve such complexity and build such monuments in a state of apparent peace? This remains one of the greatest enigmas in archaeology. One idea is that their geography,
tucked into narrow river valleys between the vast Pacific and the towering Andes, may have insulated them from threats, but their extensive trade networks show they were far from isolated. A more compelling theory is that their unique economic model made peace a requirement for survival. The cotton for fish system created a state of mutual dependence where war would have been disastrous for everyone. Cooperation was simply the more logical strategy. A third theory points to the power of religion. The monumental pyramids suggest Caral was a highly theocratic society, governed by priests who maintained social order through powerful unifying rituals. It's possible that their religion, perhaps centered on an early version of the staff god, a deity associated with cosmic harmony, channeled society's energies into communal construction projects rather than warfare. Perhaps building a pyramid for the gods replaced serving in an army. What does Caral teach us about ourselves? Does it prove that the impulse for war isn't as innate as we often assume? Could it be that for over a millennium, thousands of people in the Americas chose cooperation over conflict, building a civilization not on the spoils of war, but on the fruits of peace? The silence of Caral on the matter of violence is deafening. It stands as a 5,000-year-old question mark, a mysterious and hopeful counter-narrative to the bloody epic of human civilization, forcing us to wonder if, at the dawn of it all, humanity experimented with a different way of being, a way we have long since forgotten.
For more than 1,000 years, Caral thrived, and then, around 1800 BCE, it began to fade. The Great Pyramids were abandoned, the bustling plazas fell silent, and the cities slowly emptied. But the end of Caral wasn't a dramatic, fiery collapse. There's no evidence of invasion or civil war. Instead, it seems Caral simply withered away, its demise as quiet and mysterious as its existence. The leading theory points to a powerful culprit: climate change. The delicate balance that sustained Caral society was entirely dependent on a stable environment. Their farming relied on predictable water flow from the Supe River, and their fishing relied on the rich Pacific currents. Around 4,000 years ago, that stability was shattered. Evidence suggests the region was hit by a series of severe, prolonged droughts. The rivers that fed their irrigation canals would have dried up, causing catastrophic crop failures. The cotton fields that were the foundation of their economy would have turned to dust. At the same time, this period was likely punctuated by powerful El Niño events, which would have brought devastating floods, washing away fields, followed by changes in ocean temperatures that would have decimated fish populations. This 1-2 punch of drought and flood would have been devastating. The economic engine of cotton for fish would have ground to a halt. The authority of the priestly rulers, whose power was based on their ability to mediate with the gods and ensure prosperity, would have crumbled as they failed to end the famines. In fact, friezes found at Vichama, a nearby site from the era of decline, hauntingly depict emaciated figures with empty stomachs, an artistic record of this period of starvation. Faced with this crisis, the people of Caral did what humans have always done. They left. It wasn't a single mass exodus, but a gradual abandonment over generations. People moved away from the monumental cities, likely migrating to more fertile areas, taking their knowledge with them. They buried some of their ceremonial structures, as if to respectfully put their world to sleep before they departed. The end of Caral, therefore, wasn't a violent death, but a slow surrender to the overwhelming forces of nature, a poignant reminder that even the most innovative civilizations are ultimately at the mercy of their planet.
The abandonment of Caral was not the end of the story. It was the beginning of a new one. The people of Caral-Supe didn't just vanish. They dispersed, carrying with them a powerful cultural inheritance that would plant the seeds for all future Andean civilizations.
Dr. Ruth Shady calls Caral a mother culture, cultura matriz, the source from which the great traditions of the Andes flowed. For the next 4,000 years, its innovations would be echoed in the empires that followed, all the way up to the Inca. Caral's architectural blueprint became a template. The concept of massive platform pyramids, sunken circular plazas, and U-shaped temples became defining features of later cultures like Chavin, and eventually influenced the sacred designs of the Inca. The urban planning seen at Caral became the standard layout for Andean cities for millennia. The intellectual achievements of Caral also endured. The quipu, the knotted string recording system found in its earliest form at Caral, continued to evolve, becoming the primary administrative tool of the vast Inca Empire thousands of years later. Even their religious ideas appear to have persisted. The staff god, a deity seen in fragments from the Caral era holding a staff in each hand, becomes one of the most important gods in the Andes, worshipped by cultures like the Tiahuanaco and Wari centuries later. This suggests that Caral's core beliefs were passed down, forming the bedrock of Andean spirituality. And that economic model of different zones specializing in different products, farmers here, fishermen there, herders in the highlands, all connected by trade, became the defining principle of the Andean economy. This system, which the Incas perfected, had its roots in the simple, peaceful exchange of cotton for fish that began in the Supe Valley 5,000 years ago. In essence, Caral provided the cultural DNA for Andean civilization. It was the original source of the architectural forms, technologies, religious symbols, and social structures that would come to define the region. When we look at the magnificent ruins of Machu Picchu or the sprawling city of Chan Chan, we are seeing the distant echoes of Caral. The mother culture may have faded, but her children went on to build empires.
From the dusty hills of the Supe Valley, the story of Caral-Supe has emerged to rewrite our understanding of the ancient world. It's a civilization of startling dualities, a society that achieved monumental grandeur in a barren desert, and a complex urban culture that thrived for over a millennium, apparently without war. It is a testament to a different way of doing things, a path founded on cooperation, trade, and a profound respect for the natural world. Caral is more than just the oldest civilization in the Americas. It is one of the world's original cradles of civilization, a place where humanity took a giant leap forward on its own. Its decline, driven by climate change, is a cautionary tale that resonates powerfully today. And its legacy, as the mother culture of the Andes, shows how the echoes of a great civilization can reverberate through thousands of years. But at its heart, Caral remains an enigma. The quiet plazas and silent pyramids hold their deepest secrets close. How did they truly maintain peace for so long? What were their beliefs and social contracts that held their world together? As archaeologists continue to sift through the sands of time, each new discovery adds another piece to the puzzle, reminding us that there is always more to learn. Caral teaches us that the story of humanity is much richer and more varied than we ever imagined, and that some of its most inspiring chapters are still waiting to be uncovered.
What if I told you there's a lost world, a European heartland larger than some countries, now buried beneath the waves? This isn't a myth. This isn't Atlantis. This was Doggerland, a real place, home to our ancestors. Mainstream science long believed it vanished gradually, but what if that's not the whole story? What if the final, terrifying chapter of Doggerland was written not over centuries, but in a single, cataclysmic day, when one of the largest undersea landslides in history sent a wall of water to erase a kingdom from the face of the earth? Beneath the cold, gray chop of the North Sea lies a secret. It's a secret written in mud and sand, in the bones of colossal beasts, and in the faint traces of a lost human world. Today, this water separates Great Britain from mainland Europe, a stormy channel plied by ferries and trawlers. But if we could turn back the clock 10,000 years, the sea would vanish. In its place, a vast country, a living land bridge would emerge. This was Doggerland. To see it, you have to forget the maps you know. Picture a territory stretching from England's east coast all the way to the Netherlands, Germany, and Denmark. We're talking about an immense plain of rolling hills, wooded valleys, and sprawling marshlands. And this was no frozen wasteland. After the last ice age ended around 18,000 years ago, the great ice sheets were retreating and life was roaring back into these newly exposed lands. Doggerland was the heart of this resurrected continent. Using seismic data first gathered for oil and gas exploration, geologists and archaeologists have begun to map this drowned world with astonishing detail. They've revealed a landscape shaped by mighty rivers, now long gone. A great river system, which scientists have nicknamed the Schotten River, flowed from the high ground of the Dogger Bank. This river, joined by ancient versions of the Thames and the Rhine, didn't empty into the North Sea we know, but flowed west into a massive waterway in what's now the English Channel, before finally reaching the Atlantic.
This land was a mosaic of rich environments. The coastlines were fringed with lagoons and salt marshes teeming with birds and shellfish. Inland, primordial forests of birch, pine, and oak stretched to the horizon. And these woods were not silent. Environmental DNA, pulled from deep sediment cores, tiny genetic ghosts preserved for millennia, tells us the land was roamed by bears, wild boar, and the majestic aurochs, enormous wild cattle. Herds of deer and reindeer migrated across the plains. But even they were dwarfed by the true giants of this age. The last woolly mammoths and woolly rhinos still stalked these lands, their bones and massive teeth occasionally dragged up in fishing nets centuries later, shocking the fishermen who found them. For the animal life of post-glacial Europe, Doggerland wasn't just a home, it was a superhighway. It was the main route for species to recolonize the freshly ice-free lands of Britain. For a time, this may have been the single most productive hunting and fishing ground in all of Europe, a Mesolithic paradise. A land of almost unimaginable plenty. It felt permanent, solid, eternal. But it was built on borrowed time, a world caught between the melting ice of the past and the rising seas of the future. It was a perfect world, poised on the brink of two apocalypses, one slow and one terrifyingly fast. This bountiful land was not empty, far from it. Doggerland was home to a thriving population of Mesolithic people, our direct ancestors. Some estimates suggest tens of thousands of hunter-gatherers lived across this plain, making it one of the most densely populated regions of Europe at the time. These weren't brutish cavemen. They were intelligent, adaptable people with a deep, encyclopedic knowledge of their environment. They understood the rhythm of the seasons, the tracks of animals, and the use of every plant and stone. Their lives were woven from the land's abundance. The sheer richness of Doggerland may have allowed them to be less nomadic than other hunter-gatherer groups, establishing semi-permanent settlements near rivers and lakes. Analysis of human bones recovered from the seafloor reveals a diet rich in land animals and freshwater fish, but surprisingly little from the sea, suggesting they were a people focused on the inland plains.
Their story is being pieced together from incredible clues, objects lost for millennia and rediscovered by pure chance. It began in 1931, when the crew of the trawler Colinda hauled in their nets and found a strange clump of peat. Inside was a beautifully carved antler point with a row of vicious barbs, a Mesolithic harpoon. It was the first tangible proof of a lost culture beneath the waves. Since then, over 2,000 objects have been found, each a piece of a giant puzzle. Fishing nets have brought up stone hammerstones and elegant spear points of bone and antler. An exhibition in the Netherlands displayed a fragment of a Neanderthal skull whose diet of meat could still be detected in his ancient bones. Another find is a deer bone with a flint arrowhead still lodged inside it, a frozen moment from a hunt thousands of years ago. Perhaps most remarkable is the discovery of a sophisticated adhesive, birch tar pitch, on a Neanderthal tool,
a substance that requires a complex, multi-stage production process, speaking volumes about the cognitive abilities of Doggerland's earliest inhabitants. These artifacts are more than just tools, they're windows into a lost culture. Some human skull fragments show cut marks that hint not at violence, but at careful burial rituals. On other bones, archaeologists have found mysterious engraved zigzag patterns. Were they calendars, maps, or simply the birth of art in a world without writing? We can only speculate, but they are a powerful reminder that these were people with complex inner lives. Through these artifacts, we can begin to imagine their world. Small communities around crackling fires, the air filled with wood smoke and roasting meat, the sounds of children playing and the chipping of flint as tools were made. These people were masters of their domain. They had no idea their entire world was living on a geological knife edge and that the forces that would destroy it were already in motion.
The first end for Doggerland was not a bang, but a long, slow whisper. It was an apocalypse in slow motion, a process so gradual it would have been imperceptible from one generation to the next. The very force that created this fertile land, the end of the Ice Age, was now coming to reclaim it. For thousands of years, colossal ice sheets had locked up a staggering amount of the world's water, dropping global sea levels by as much as 120 meters. Doggerland was land that rightfully belonged to the sea, temporarily exposed by a quirk of the climate. But as the planet warmed, the ice began to melt. This wasn't a steady process, but the trend was clear. The oceans were rising. The water that was once ice over continents was flowing back, and Doggerland was on the front line. The distant coastline began to creep inland. Low-lying areas became seasonal wetlands, then permanent salt marshes. Rivers that once flowed for miles became wide, tidal estuaries. For the people of Doggerland, this was a manageable change. They were adaptable. A camp used for generations might become too marshy, so the community would simply move a few miles inland to higher ground. Their world was shrinking, but slowly enough to adjust. What was once a vast plain was becoming a series of smaller valleys separated by tidal creeks. The land was fracturing. Then, around 6500 BCE, a critical threshold was crossed. The sea finally breached the chalk ridge that had connected southern Britain to France for millennia, the Weald Artois anticline. The English Channel flooded, and Britain, for the first time in tens of thousands of years, became an island. Doggerland was now trapped. No longer a land bridge, it was a collection of large, low-lying islands in a new sea. The largest remaining landmass was the Dogger Bank, once the Central Highlands, now a final refuge. Life here would have been different. The inhabitants were now true islanders, their world defined by the encroaching water. They could see their world shrinking with each passing generation.
For a long time, archaeologists believed this slow inundation was the whole story. But we now know that's not true. While the people of Doggerland contended with this slow-motion catastrophe, a far more violent threat was building, a geological time bomb waiting to go off. The slow drowning of Doggerland was about to be overtaken by a final, brutal cataclysm. While the people of Doggerland adapted to their shrinking islands, a silent pressure was building far to the northeast, deep beneath the Norwegian Sea. Here, on the edge of the continental shelf, the stage was being set for the Storega Slide, a name that in Norwegian means the Great Edge. To understand what happened, we have to look back to the Ice Age again. For millennia, glaciers had pushed trillions of tons of rock, gravel, and mud out to sea, depositing it in massive, unstable layers on the continental shelf. But as the ice retreated, the land beneath it, freed from the crushing weight, began to rebound upwards, creating seismic instability. Even more critically, the warming waters began to mess with the sediment itself. Trapped deep in the seabed were vast quantities of methane hydrates, ice-like substances that are stable under intense cold and pressure. But if the temperature rises or pressure drops, they can convert from a solid to a gas with explosive force. It's a chemical bomb waiting for a trigger. Around 6200 BCE, that trigger came, most likely an earthquake. The tremor, possibly amplified by the explosive release of methane gas, caused the unstable slope to fail. An area of the seafloor approximately 290 kilometers, 180 miles long, suddenly gave way. A slab of earth with a volume of around 3,500 cubic kilometers, a massive debris large enough to cover the entire nation of Iceland, under 34 meters of rock, collapsed into the deep ocean basin.
As this colossal mass of earth plunged downwards, it was like dropping a mountain into the sea. It instantly displaced a biblical volume of water, generating not a normal wave, but a tsunami. And it wasn't just one. The chaotic slide generated a series of colossal waves that began to radiate outwards at the speed of a modern jet airliner. The wave raced south, directly towards the Faroe Islands, the Shetlands, Scotland, and the low-lying archipelago that was all that remained of Doggerland. For the hunter-gatherers living on those fragile islands, there was no warning. There was no understanding of plate tectonics or methane hydrates. There was only the sky, the land, and the sea was about to betray them in the most terrifying way imaginable. The great edge had collapsed, and a wall of water was coming. The cataclysm would have started with an unusual stillness. For a hunter on the coast of Doggerland, the first sign of doom wouldn't have been a sound, but a sight, the sea itself vanishing. The tide wouldn't just go out, it would drain away with terrifying speed, exposing a muddy, alien-looking seabed littered with flapping fish. This is tsunami drawdown, the sea pulling back to feed the monstrous wave gathering offshore. Minutes later, a low, distant rumble would begin. Then on the horizon, it would appear. Not a curling wave of white foam, but a dark, straight line, as if the horizon itself were rising. A moving wall of water, advancing relentlessly. The Storegga tsunami was a series of massive waves. Geological evidence shows that when they hit the nearby Shetland Islands, the waves reached a staggering run-up height of over 20 meters, 65 feet. Along Scotland's coast, the tsunami left sediment deposits up to 80 kilometers, 50 miles inland. A 2021 study estimated that 600 kilometers of Scottish coastline were devastated.
But for Doggerland, the impact was exponentially worse. Unlike the rocky cliffs of Scotland or Norway, the last remnants of Doggerland were flat, sandy islands and marshlands. There was no high ground. There were no cliffs to blunt the wave's force. When the tsunami hit, it was an unstoppable force meeting no object. The wave, still possibly several meters high, would have swept over the islands in minutes. This wasn't a flood. It was a violent, churning torrent of water, mud, and debris, ripping trees from the ground and scouring the soil down to bedrock. The huts of the Mesolithic people would have been obliterated in an instant. To be caught in such a wave is not to drown, but to be pulverized by the sheer energy of the moving water. For the exposed populations of Doggerland, the devastation would have been near total. For a long time, this was just a theory, but in 2020, researchers found the smoking gun, the first direct evidence of the tsunami within the bounds of ancient Doggerland. In sediment cores taken from the seabed, they found a distinct chaotic layer of sand and broken shells that could only have been deposited by a massive, high-energy wave. This location was 40 kilometers, 25 miles, from the sea at the time, proving how far inland the destruction spread. For a few terrifying hours, the world was water. The waves washed over the land, receded, and then struck again.
When the sea finally returned to its normal level, what was left would have been unrecognizable. A few of the highest points of the Doggerbank might have survived as battered, desolate islets stripped of soil, but the last habitable remnants of Doggerland had been dealt a final, brutal blow. In the wake of the tsunami, a profound silence would have settled over the North Sea, and the survivors on the low-lying islands of Doggerland would have been few, their world gone.
But the long-term consequences were just as profound. The tsunami didn't cause the final submergence of Doggerland. That was the work of gradual sea level rise, which continued for another 1,000 years or so. In fact, DNA evidence suggests that in some areas, the floodwaters withdrew and ecosystems tried to recover. However, the tsunami was a massive accelerant. It poisoned freshwater sources with salt and shattered the communities that had called this land home for millennia. Survivors would have become refugees, forced to abandon their ancestral lands for the new coastlines of Britain and Europe, perhaps carrying with them a traumatic memory of a great flood. This event marked a turning point. The catastrophic blow to Doggerland cemented Britain's isolation. The last physical ties to the continent, already fragile and fragmented, were now functionally severed. With the land bridge gone, the flow of people, ideas, and technology between Britain and Europe was drastically reduced, putting the British Mesolithic cultures on their own distinct path. For thousands of years, the story was lost. It existed only as a layer of sand in the geological record. Its rediscovery is a modern scientific detective story. The Europe's Lost Frontiers project, led by the University of Bradford, has been at the forefront of this work. Using seismic data, they have digitally mapped over 85,000 square kilometers of the prehistoric landscape, revealing ancient rivers and lakes in stunning detail. Armed with these maps, researchers have used ships to retrieve sediment cores from the most promising locations, like ancient riverbeds where settlements were likely located. These cores act as time capsules. By analyzing the pollen and environmental DNA within, scientists can reconstruct the ancient world with incredible precision. In 2019, this led to a breakthrough: the discovery of a hammerstone on the seabed, the first artifact found by deliberate searching rather than by accident. We are, for the first time, reading the history of a world that was erased.
The story of Doggerland is more than just a chapter in prehistory. It resonates with a powerful and urgent relevance for us today. It's a stark reminder of the relationship between humanity and a changing climate. The fate of Doggerland was sealed by two forms of climate change: the slow, relentless rise in sea level from a warming world, and the sudden, catastrophic event triggered by those same changing conditions. The people of Doggerland were witnesses to a world in transition. They saw their lands shrink and their coastlines retreat. Then, a single event reshaped their geography in hours. As we face our own challenges of climate change and rising sea levels, the story of Doggerland serves as a ghost from the past, proving that coastlines are not permanent and that entire worlds can be lost to the waves. But could the legacy also be cultural? Is it possible that the traumatic memory of this great flood, passed down through generations, became the seed for the deluge myths so common in Northern European folklore? While it is impossible to prove a direct link, the sheer scale of the event, a cataclysm that devastated populations across a huge area, makes it a compelling candidate for the origin of these ancient stories of a world washed clean by the gods. The exploration of this lost world has only just begun. Every new artifact dredged from the sea adds another sentence to the story. Projects are now using machine learning and AI to search for the faint signatures of human settlement hidden beneath the silt. Doggerland is one of the largest and best preserved prehistoric landscapes in Europe, and it remains one of the last great frontiers of archaeology. Doggerland stands as a powerful testament to the fragility of our world,
It was a thriving heartland of Mesolithic Europe, home to our ancestors for thousands of years. It was a world of vast forests, mighty rivers, and skilled hunters, and it was all erased, first slowly, by the rising waters of a warming planet, and then dealt a devastating blow by the colossal force of the Storegga tsunami.
It's a story that challenges our perception of the world, reminding us that the maps we take for granted are just a snapshot in geological time. Beneath the waves lie hidden landscapes and lost worlds, filled with the untold stories of our ancestors. The tale of Doggerland is an epic of life, loss, and survival, a profound reminder that we live at the mercy of immense natural forces, and that even the most permanent-seeming paradise can be reclaimed by the sea. If you are captivated by this story of a lost world, please consider subscribing to our channel and giving this video a like and a hype. And let us know in the comments what other historical mysteries you'd like to see us explore. Thank you for watching.
What if our entire understanding of human history is fundamentally wrong? We are taught a simple, linear story. Humanity began. We slowly learned to use tools. We built small settlements. And over thousands of years, we progressed to the modern technological age we see around us today. It's a comforting story. It's a story of steady progress, of our unique and special place as the pinnacle of life on this planet. But what if it's a lie? The unanswered mysteries surrounding ancient civilizations have long been a source of inspiration for those who question the official narrative. In fact, some of these mysteries are so profound, so compelling, that many of us either already believe there's more to the story, or we desperately want to. We look at the ruins of the past and feel a sense of dissonance, a nagging feeling that the pieces don't quite fit. We're often told that these are just conspiracy theories. But one thing is for sure, none of those thousands of theories have ever been officially classified by the Central Intelligence Agency. Or have they? We're all aware that the CIA has done some questionable things throughout history, all for the sake of national security. But you wouldn't expect a book about ancient history to be considered a national, let alone an international threat. And yet, that is exactly what happened. This story begins with a book. A mysterious book written in 1963 by a man named Chan Thomas. It was going to be published by Emerson House in 1965, but before it could ever reach the public, the CIA got involved. For some mysterious reason, they classified the book, and it was never released. It was buried in the deep archives of the intelligence community for 50 years. Finally, in 2013, due to the Freedom of Information Act, the document was declassified. But it wasn't released to the public until 2016, and what was released truly raises more questions than it answers. The original version of this document was 284 pages long. The PDF that the CIA released was heavily censored, containing just 57 pages. That's less than a fifth of the whole document. The pages were edited so carefully before they were released that you wouldn't even notice the other pages were missing. No one really knows why this book was classified in the first place, but the content we do have is startling. The author, Chan Thomas, had quite the imagination and a huge love for ancient civilizations. And even though what he had to say is very thought-provoking, some of it is just bizarre. So what was in those pages? What did Chan Thomas uncover that was so dangerous, so threatening to our understanding of the world that it had to be hidden from us for half a century? He believed our planet is locked into a never-ending cycle of pole shifts and Earth crust displacements, catastrophic events responsible for the mass extinctions of many civilizations which existed more than 6,000 years ago, even before the Sumerians. He believed these events caused more damage to the Earth than meteors. And his entire theory rests on a foundation of artifacts and geological anomalies around the world that conventional history cannot explain. This is the story of that theory, that evidence, and the potential cover-up of the greatest secret in human history.
the CIA may have tried to bury, we first need to understand Chan Thomas's central, terrifying hypothesis. He illustrates a geomagnetic pole shift which caused catastrophic changes to both the atmosphere and the Earth's crust, resulting in the extinction of many civilizations over time. Now, a geomagnetic pole shift is a real thing. Scientists acknowledge that the Earth's magnetic poles wander and have even flipped in the distant past. But here is the crucial difference. According to scientists, this process happens incredibly slowly, only about every few 100,000 years. It's a gradual, long-term process that life on Earth would have plenty of time to adapt to. But Chan Thomas had a radically different and far more terrifying theory. He believed that the flip of the north and south magnetic poles doesn't happen every few 100,000 years, but on a much tighter, more predictable schedule, every 12,000 years. And far from being a slow, gentle process, he claimed this flip occurs in just a few hours, causing a catastrophic, world-ending apocalypse. He theorized this happens as a result of a massive explosion deep inside the Earth's molten core. This explosion, he claimed, not only causes the magnetic poles to flip, but also causes the entire Earth's crust, the solid ground beneath our feet, to delaminate and move over the molten mantle below. According to the book, due to these catastrophic events, a lot of the Earth's continents that were submerged underwater rose above sea level in just a few hours. Conversely, existing lands could be dragged under the waves, taking entire civilizations with them. It's a planetary reset button, an event so violent it would wipe the slate of history almost completely clean. To grasp the scale of what Thomas was proposing, it's important to understand the difference between the Earth's two sets of poles. It is a well-known fact that the North Pole is somewhere above Alaska, and the South Pole is close to the middle of Antarctica. These are the geographic poles, the axis points around which our planet physically spins, and they'll always be north and south. However, the Earth's magnetic poles are a different story. They are not fixed. They wander constantly due to the churning of liquid iron in the Earth's core. And we know for a fact that the Earth's magnetic poles have flipped many times in the past. The last major reversal happened around 780,000 years ago. So if you had a compass, let's say 700,000 years ago, it would have pointed south and shown you the Antarctic.
This much is scientific consensus. Where Thomas departed from mainstream science was the speed and frequency of these events. His theory wasn't about a slow magnetic shift. It was about a violent, physical displacement of the planet's entire crust. A theory this grand requires extraordinary evidence. Thomas claimed this evidence is etched into the very geology of our planet. He pointed directly to the end of the last ice age, an event that has always puzzled scientists. Around 12,000 years ago, huge 2-mile-thick ice sheets that covered northern Europe, Northern America, and Canada suddenly disappeared. This event caused the extinction of over 100 species of large animals. Mainstream science suggests a gradual warming period, but the evidence can also be read as something far more sudden. Thomas also points to the Younger Dryas event, a period of dramatic and sudden deep freeze that disrupted the global climate. In his book, he suggests this was caused by the pole shift disrupting the Gulf Stream, the massive ocean current that regulates temperatures in the northern hemisphere. But the most compelling pieces of geological evidence are the anomalies that seem to defy all conventional explanation. Let's go back to the Andes Mountains in Peru. Thomas claims they were once beneath the ocean before the last pole shift. This seems far-fetched since the Andes soar to approximately 22,000 feet above sea level. But then, in the late 1980s, scientists found evidence to support that very claim. They discovered whale bones and marine fossils said to be millions of years old on the high-altitude peaks of the Andes and even the Himalayan mountains. How is this possible? How did the skeletal remains of deep ocean creatures end up on the roof of the world? Thomas's theory provides a simple yet terrifying answer. The
the mountains were violently thrust upward from the seafloor. Then there is the chilling mystery of the Siberian mammoths. Frozen mammoths have been found trapped in blocks of ice, perfectly preserved. The most shocking detail is that many of them had undigested food like buttercups and grasses still in their mouths and stomachs. This is a true mystery because freezing cold weather is in their nature. They were among the few animals that could truly survive in the Ice Age. So what could have caused them to freeze so quickly that they didn't even have time to finish their meal? It points to a sudden, almost instantaneous cataclysmic freeze, exactly the kind of event that would occur if a temperate region was suddenly shifted into the Arctic Circle in a matter of hours. These geological and biological scars are the first layer of evidence. But the next layer is even more profound: the impossible structures left behind by the very civilizations Thomas claimed were wiped out. When we think of ancient mysteries, we inevitably think of Egypt and the Great Pyramid of Giza. In his declassified document, Chan Thomas describes the Great Pyramid as a true enigma. It is a structure that seems to stand outside of time, a silent testament to a level of knowledge and skill that seems out of place with the rest of the ancient world. Let's consider the sheer scale of it. The Pyramid of Giza is made out of 2.5 million stone blocks, placed on top of each other with breathtaking precision. It's close to 750 feet wide and more than 450 feet high. To this day, we're still not able to explain exactly how it was constructed, and the internal design is just as difficult to understand. The popular belief, the one taught in schools, is that the pyramids were elaborate tombs for the pharaohs. However, on the inside, the Great Pyramid has no similarities to the other pyramids and tombs of Egypt. And despite this popular belief, there were no mummies ever found in any of the Giza pyramids. The sarcophagus in the king's chamber was found empty and unadorned. If you think that's a bit weird, wait for the next part. There are absolutely no hieroglyphs found in any of the main chambers of the Giza pyramids. This is a glaring anomaly. Egyptian pharaohs covered their tombs with elaborate carvings, spells from the Book of the Dead, and stories of their lives meant to guide them into the afterlife. The Giza pyramids are stark, bare, and silent. This mystery goes both ways. What do I mean? Not only are there no hieroglyphs in the pyramids, there are also no pyramids or anything that resembles a pyramid in any of the thousands of official Egyptian hieroglyphs. It's a stunning omission. The Egyptians documented every aspect of their lives: farming, warfare, family, religion, but they seemingly never once documented the construction of the most magnificent structures on their land. It's as if the civilization of the pharaohs and the civilization of the pyramid builders were two separate peoples who never interacted. This is precisely what Mr. Thomas believes. In his book, he argues that the pyramids were created hundreds of thousands of years before the Egyptians by a civilization that went extinct. He saw the pyramids not as tombs, but perhaps as markers, or even as machines of some kind, built by a precursor race with a completely different level of technology and understanding. From the sands of Egypt, our journey takes us back to the mountains of Lebanon, to the site of Baalbek. This place may hold the most undeniable evidence of lost ancient technology on the planet. The majestic and mysterious place was built, some historians say, during the Roman Empire, but many researchers disagree. Whatever the truth is, the city is one of the main archaeological phenomena of humankind. The most amazing building of Baalbek is the Temple of Jupiter. The inhabitants of the Roman Empire believed that Jupiter held power over lightning and thunder. The original building looked like a platform with 54 massive columns with a massive roof resting on top. Today, you can only see 6 of these 70-foot-high columns. Each of them consists of 3 sections, and the cores of these columns were made of lead, making them exceptionally strong. Each of these stone pieces weighed an incredible 80 tons.
But as impressive as the Roman temple is, it's what it's built on that defies belief. The foundation under the Temple of Jupiter was preserved, and specialists figured out it consisted of about 25 monolithic stones, weighing 450 tons each. The largest block in the Great Pyramid of Giza doesn't even look that impressive in comparison. To put it in perspective, the blocks from Baalbek weigh almost 4 times more than the blocks from Egypt. And it gets even more unbelievable. On one side of the foundation, there are 3 more enormous limestone blocks, known as the Trilithon. These 3 blocks weigh 800 tons each. This is more than twice the weight of a Boeing 747 airplane. Ancient builders must have had a hard time carving such giants from a piece of stone. And after that, they also had to pull them to the construction site and lift them to a significant height of about 30 feet, placing them next to each other with mathematical precision. Repeating these logistics would probably turn out to be a nightmare for present-day builders. To do this amount of work, they would need our most advanced modern equipment, but Baalbek's constructors didn't have trucks, cranes with circular saws, or electricity. How did the builders of the past manage to do this? Scientists have a theory that includes ropes, winches, and lever systems with all the gadgets made from wood. But the scale of this feat stretches such explanations to their breaking point. And here's the kicker. The Romans, meticulous record keepers, don't even credit themselves for these stones. They claim that they built up the sides, but they don't take credit for the extraordinarily large and heavy foundation stones. Why would they build the world's largest monolithic stones in such a remote area, so far away from their capital, and then never take credit for it? According to the author, this is proof that there must have been a lost ancient civilization with advanced technology. The final piece of the Baalbek puzzle lies about 3,000 feet away, in a limestone quarry. Archaeologists suppose that's where the stones for the construction were cut. There, they found a block of limestone that seemed to be too large even for this incredible place. The monolith got called the Stone of the South. It was 65 feet long and 13 feet wide, and the ancient builders didn't have time to completely separate it from its mother rock. A group of scientists from Austria estimated that this piece of limestone weighed more than 1,000 tons. That's like 3 Boeing aircraft or 16 African elephants. But the ancient builders didn't stop at that. They continued to work. In 2014, in the same quarry, German archaeologists unearthed a block that weighed 1,650 tons. No one has figured out yet why people of the past needed a piece of stone that weighed as much as 125 school buses. It's also unclear how they were going to move this giant and why they didn't finish the job. In any case, this third monolith is the largest processed piece of stone in human history. Baalbek leaves us with more questions than answers. Some researchers believe that people of the past had high-tech equipment, while others are just eager to understand how they managed to move those stones.
Our search for impossible ancient engineering now takes us to a different continent, to the high plains of Bolivia. Here, in a place called Pumapunku, the mystery is not about size, but about precision. The site looks as if an ancient giant played there with an enormous construction set and then forgot to put the pieces back in the box. These huge stone blocks were carved by ancient builders over 1,500 years ago. Some of the rocks weigh 100 tons. These blocks were brought to an altitude of almost 13,000 feet above sea level from a quarry located 60 miles away from the construction site. The mystery of transportation here is even greater than at Baalbek. There is no forest in that area. This means the builders couldn't use trees to make wooden rollers. Furthermore, the monument belongs to the Inca civilization, and scientists are sure they didn't know anything about wheels. But the true enigma of Pumapunku is the craftsmanship. The blocks are made of granite and diorite, some of the hardest stones on Earth. Yet they are carved into incredibly complex, interlocking shapes with perfectly straight lines, 90-degree interior angles, and surfaces that are polished to a mirror-like smoothness. Some of the blocks look as if they were made with a mold or cut with power tools.
The precision is so perfect that the blocks fit together like a puzzle without any mortar. And the mystery of high-precision stonework isn't unique to Pumapunku. Back in Egypt, near the Pyramid of Djoser, archaeologists have found a network of tunnels called the Serapeum. This place contains 24 sarcophagi, weighing from 70 to 100 tons. These giant boxes are carved from a single piece of solid granite and covered with heavy lids. The sarcophagi are perfectly symmetrical to the touch, and their walls are as smooth as glass. Even with the current level of technology, this is very difficult to do. But the ancient Egyptians, supposedly with nothing more than copper chisels and stone pounders, managed this feat. Pumapunku and the Serapeum, like Baalbek and Giza, challenge the very foundations of our understanding of the ancient world. Are we looking at the work of primitive peoples, or are these the last, silent remnants of a civilization that possessed a profound and now forgotten science of engineering? If Chan Thomas's theory of a violent, cyclical cataclysm is true, then entire land masses and the civilizations that thrived upon them could have been swallowed by the oceans, leaving behind only myths and legends. The most enduring of these is the story of Atlantis. The first mentions of Atlantis come from the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, who talked about a great city near the Strait of Gibraltar. Plato described Atlantis as a technologically advanced and powerful naval force that was submerged by the ocean in a single day and night of misfortune. For ages, everyone just thought Plato made up Atlantis as a perfect version of his own Athens. But why, about 12,000 years after it supposedly vanished, do we still wonder if it might be real? In the 19th century, a U.S. congressman named Ignatius Donnelly wrote a book giving 13 reasons why he thought Atlantis was more than just a myth. Then in 1965, some folks thought they had actually found Atlantis when they discovered the Richat structure, a massive 25-mile-wide dome in Mauritania, Africa. It's so big that you can see the whole thing from space. 2 astronauts flying over the Sahara Desert spotted this giant eye staring back at them and thought they'd made the discovery of a lifetime. Unfortunately, there's no solid evidence linking this structure to Atlantis. It's believed to have formed from volcanic activity about 100 million years ago, but it does look suspiciously like Plato's description of a city of concentric rings. Still, we're no closer to knowing the truth. Chan Thomas also believed in another, even larger lost continent called Mu. According to his declassified document, Easter Island was part of this now lost continent. He claimed the continent of Mu was as big as South America, and what we now call Easter Island is just what's left of that continent after it was sunk in the Pacific Ocean in a disastrous cataclysm. This theory could explain one of Easter Island's biggest mysteries. How did people find it or even settle in such a remote island that long ago? One of the signifiers of Easter Island are the Moai statues and the mystery surrounding who they depict and why. An even bigger question is how they were created, moved, and positioned in the places they were found. If the island was not a tiny isolated speck in the ocean, but the mountainous remnant of a great continent, these questions become easier to answer. We don't need to search for sunken continents to find evidence of vanished peoples. All over the world, we find the remains of thriving societies that disappeared, seemingly overnight, leaving behind ghost towns and enduring mysteries. Let's travel to the American Southwest, to Chaco Canyon in New Mexico. Here, you can visit the ancient ruins of the Anasazi people. This was a thriving civilization that met a mysterious end. This is Pueblo Bonito, a 10th century complex that contains as many as 800 rooms and stands over 5 stories tall. The inhabitants built a 400-mile network of roads to access the complex, some of them 30 feet wide. The Anasazi reigned over the so-called Four Corners region from 100 CE to around 1600 CE. During this time, they built a civilization that sprawled over 30,000 square miles. Then, they vanished. Scientists have analyzed tree rings and found out that the Anasazi population lived through a period of great drought, believed to have lasted 23 years with possibly no rain at all. This definitely affected their livelihood, from malnutrition to battles over resources. But was it enough to make 30,000 people flee their homes? Here's the mystery. Researchers say these people left their homes with their belongings still in place. Ladles were left in ceramic bowls. Granaries were full of supplies. It was as if they intended to return but never had the chance to come back. Anthropologists have long said the ancestral Puebloans were a peaceful population who lived in harmony. But their architecture shows a different story. They isolated themselves from the rest of the world by building their settlements high on top of cliffs, and they built walls and other security structures in order to protect themselves. What were they so afraid of? Now let's go even further back in time, to the story of the Clovis people. At the Blackwater Draw prehistoric site in New Mexico, we find the story of possibly the oldest humans to have inhabited the US. They were the first humans to allegedly cross the Bering Strait and follow the ice-free trails down to the US's southern plains. Imagine this area 13,000 years ago at the end of the last ice age. A huge spring-fed lake with mammoths, giant sloths, and saber-toothed tigers wandering around. The Clovis population were big game hunters, and the stone tools they used have been found alongside mammoth bones. Then they disappeared. There are two main theories. One is that changes in climate caused a shortage of food, worsened by overhunting. Another theory suggests that a large meteor hit North America, altering the climate and forcing the Clovis people to migrate southward. But the truth is, there's no definitive evidence that any of that happened. They simply vanished from the archaeological record. The mystery of vanished civilizations is not confined to the Americas. In Cambodia, the Great Khmer Empire flourished from the 9th to the 15th century CE. The ruins of this place are magnificent. Their main city, Angkor, was the largest pre-industrial city in the entire world, comparable in size to modern-day Los Angeles. It's believed that up to 1 million people were spread throughout the Khmer Empire at its peak. The Khmer were master builders and engineers. They managed to build a complex irrigation system that helped their rice farming for centuries, and they built almost 500 miles of intricate highways and bridges to connect their cities. Their religious buildings like Angkor Wat are architectural marvels. It took over 30 years to build and spreads over almost 500 acres. Then, like so many others, this bustling civilization started to decline and was eventually wiped off the map. One possible guess has to do with the climate. Strong monsoons might have caused massive floods and severe damage to their infrastructure, especially their vital water system. But another reason could have been regional conflict and immigration. Toward the end of the 15th century, the empire started to decline in numbers, and this could have weakened its strong power.
And deep in the Amazon, a place once thought to be an untouched wilderness, we are now discovering evidence of vast, lost cities. For centuries, people have talked about lost cities in the Amazon, like El Dorado, the mythical city of gold. Now scientists have found proof that those lost cities were real all along. Using a technology called LiDAR, which can see through the thick jungle from above, they flew over the jungle in Bolivia and mapped out hidden ancient cities. What they found were the ruins of a huge urban settlement built by the Caral-Supe people, who lived there from 500 to 1400 CE. The LiDAR maps revealed massive urban centers, pyramids, platforms, roads, canals, and causeways, all carefully laid out. It turns out the Amazon wasn't just an untouched jungle. It was once home to big, complex cities. In 2018, a groundbreaking study showed that up to 1 million people probably inhabited the Amazon between 1250 and 1500 CE. These findings brought back the idea that the Amazon could have been home to thriving civilizations way before the Europeans arrived. But rather than cities drenched in gold, they were simply well-developed agricultural societies.
And then, like the others, they vanished. What connects these disparate stories? The Anasazi, the Clovis, the Khmer, the Kasarabe. Are these all isolated incidents of societal collapse, or are they echoes of a much larger cyclical pattern of destruction and renewal, just as Chan Thomas described? If an advanced civilization was wiped from the earth in a global cataclysm, they would have left behind more than just their massive stone monuments. Their technology, their science, their art. Fragments of their knowledge would surely survive, becoming impossible artifacts in the eyes of the civilizations that followed. And when we search the archives and museums of the world, that is exactly what we find. Objects so advanced, they simply should not exist. Let's begin with one of the most baffling examples, the Lycurgus cup. This is a priceless artifact, a 4th century Roman glass goblet that demonstrates a stunning and seemingly impossible form of ancient nanotechnology. The cup is made of a special type of glass that can actually change its color. If you put a source of light in front of the cup, it turns a beautiful opaque jade green. But if the light is placed inside the goblet, it becomes a deep translucent red. In this case, the figure of the Greek king Lycurgus, carved on its surface, turns a pale purple. For centuries, this effect was a complete mystery. Scientists only understood how this color change worked at the end of the 20th century. Using powerful electron microscopes, they examined the glass and saw that it had been infused with nanoparticles of silver, gold, and copper. These metallic particles, ground into a dust almost 1,000 times smaller than a grain of salt, had been added to the glass matrix. It is the specific size and density of these particles that causes the glass to react differently to reflected versus transmitted light, a phenomenon now known as dichroism. What is truly astonishing is the implication. This effect is almost impossible to create by accident. Most likely, the ancient experts knew for sure what they were doing. They had a sophisticated understanding of materials science at a nano level, a field of science we have only begun to master in the modern era. Our next impossible artifact stands under the hot sun in the Indian city of Delhi. It is a 23-foot-high pole weighing 6.5 tons, and it's made of 98% wrought iron. The most incredible thing about this 1,600-year-old pillar is that it has almost no signs of rust or decay. Any modern iron structure of that age exposed to the elements would have corroded into dust long ago. Scientists believe that the monument is so well preserved thanks to a combination of the dry weather and the unique chemical composition of the metal. It contains a high amount of phosphorus, which helps create a thin, protective passive layer on the surface, making it resistant to corrosion. And still, researchers don't know how the blacksmiths of the past managed to make an iron pillar of that size that's not afraid of rust. It seems like a tough feat even for modern metallurgists.
Finally, we travel to the deserts of Saudi Arabia to look at the Al-Nasla rock formation. This massive sandstone boulder is divided into 2 parts by a perfectly straight slit. The cut is so precise, so uniform from top to bottom, that it looks as though the rock was sliced in half with a powerful laser beam. Each half of the boulder stands perfectly balanced on its own small pedestal. Some people believe this is undeniable evidence of ancient laser technology. Geologists, on the other hand, have a more conventional theory. They think the split happened due to the ground shifting or natural vibrations that occurred under the rock, creating a stress fracture or a joint. This crack would have been a weak point, and over thousands of years, wind-blown sand and water erosion could have gradually deepened and smoothed it, eventually taking the form you can see today. Whether natural or artificial, the Lycurgus cup, the iron pillar of Delhi, and the Al-Nasla rock are all echoes from the past. They are whispers of forgotten knowledge,
tantalizing hints that the ancients may have understood the world in ways we are only just beginning to rediscover. If you lived in a world plagued by a recurring catastrophic apocalypse, a world where the surface of the planet could become an uninhabitable hellscape in a matter of hours, where would you go? The answer is obvious. You would go underground. It's no surprise then that some of the most extensive and mysterious ancient structures ever discovered are not towering pyramids, but sprawling subterranean cities. Our first stop is in China. In 1992, the inhabitants of a Chinese village decided to drain a local pond. Their ancestors had been using it to wash clothes and catch fish for hundreds of years. They kept pumping the water out for 17 days, and as the water level dropped, they made an unexpected discovery at the bottom of the reservoir. The villagers saw an entrance to a cave going down to a depth of 100 feet. This incredible find was named the Long Yu Caves. What they had found was not a natural cave system. Unknown builders had carved out 320,000 square feet of galleries from the solid siltstone. There are separate rooms, massive bridges, pools, and intricately carved columns that support the ceilings. The walls and ceilings of the cave are covered with strange, parallel carved lines and patterns, a uniform design that must have taken immense effort. To this day, scientists haven't found any historical information about who built the caves, why they did it, or what tools they used. It is a massive, silent underground complex, a testament to an unknown chapter of China's past.
But for the most incredible underground city ever discovered, we must travel to Cappadocia, Turkey. In 1963, a Turkish man was renovating his home. He took a sledgehammer to a wall in his basement to make some improvements and discovered a hidden tunnel behind it. That tunnel entrance led to more openings, which connected a multitude of halls and chambers. He didn't know it, but he had just rediscovered the ancient, lost city of Derinkuyu. This was no simple bunker. Derinkuyu was a multi-level subterranean metropolis, reaching up to 18 stories tall and plunging more than 280 feet deep. The city was large enough to host 20,000 people, along with their livestock and food supplies. It was simply standing beneath Cappadocia the whole time. And Derinkuyu is not alone. The region hosts hundreds of subterranean dwellings, and 40 of these underground cities are at least 2 stories high. But none of them are as huge or as complex as Derinkuyu. There's not a lot of historical accounts of how Derinkuyu was born. Some scholars speculate that the oldest part of the complex was dug about 2000 BCE by the Hittites, one of the first major civilizations of the Bronze Age. Scholars think they built this underground city to protect themselves from invasion. Others think it was actually early Christians who expanded the city, using it to hide from persecution in the 1st century CE. Some even speculate it could have been constructed to protect people from the intense temperature variations of the region, extreme heat in summer and freezing cold in winter. Geographically, the volcanic tuff rock under Cappadocia is great for building. The rock is soft, which makes tunneling easier. The downside is that this soft rock makes opening large caves fragile, which is why most chambers have massive support pillars left in place. On the bright side, and we are, none of the floors at Derinkuyu have ever collapsed. The builders of Derinkuyu thought of everything. The city could be shut off from the outside world by huge rolling stone doors, some weighing several tons, that sealed the passageways from the inside. It was ventilated by a total of more than 15,000 shafts, most around 10 centimeters wide, that reached the surface and provided enough breathing air to the upper levels. These upper levels were used as the living and sleeping quarters. These lower levels of this impressive maze were mainly used for storage, but honestly, they had it all. They had rooms for a wine press, stables for domestic animals, churches, and even a religious school. They certainly didn't spare any efforts to make that underground city as complete as an above-ground one. Could these incredible underground cities be the ultimate proof of Chan Thomas's theory? Are we looking at castles built to defend against armies, or are we looking at arks, built of stone and earth, designed to allow humanity to survive a recurring planetary-scale disaster that wipes the surface clean.
So far, we have explored a vast web of terrestrial mysteries, impossible structures, vanished civilizations, and a classified book that suggests a hidden cycle of global destruction. But there is another possibility, another lens through which we can view all of this evidence. What if the precursor civilization that left these incredible traces behind was not entirely of this Earth? So how alone are we in our galaxy? Could there be other civilizations lurking somewhere out there in the depths of the Milky Way? To get a rough idea, we can turn to an equation formulated by the astronomer Frank Drake. The Drake equation isn't meant to give a definitive answer, but to break down the immense question into smaller, manageable factors. It starts with the number of stars in our galaxy, which is estimated to be around 100 trillion. The equation then asks how many of those stars might have planets. We now know from exoplanet surveys that the answer is most of them. From there, we distill it down further to those planets within the habitable zone of their solar system. This zone is called the Goldilocks zone, as it's not too far from the star and not too close to it. It's just right for liquid water to exist on a planet's surface. The equation then reduces the numbers even further by calculating which of those habitable planets will then be able to support life. And from those rare places, the equation takes the probability of how many will develop intelligent beings and if they are intelligent enough to develop technology that can communicate across space. The criteria are complicated and the numbers are highly speculative, but from its estimate, there could be up to 100 million planets with intelligent civilizations in our galaxy alone. 100 million civilizations, it's a staggering number. So where is everybody? This question is known as the Fermi paradox. One possible answer is a chilling concept known as the Great Filter. The idea is that there is some evolutionary or technological hurdle that is so difficult to overcome, it filters out almost all life before it can become a spacefaring, communicating civilization. These world-ending events should be thrown into the equation. These filters can be natural, like planet-sterilizing asteroid impacts, nearby supernovae, solar flares, or supervolcanoes. Or the filter could be self-inflicted. A civilization could destroy itself through its own technology, like runaway AI dominance or a nanotech disaster. They could destroy themselves by affecting their own ecosystems and running out of resources, or by just acting stupidly. One theorist even reviewed human history and calculated that there could be at least 4 evil civilizations in our galaxy with hostile intentions, eager for intergalactic domination. If we take all these potential filters into the equation, the remaining number of living, intelligent civilizations could be far smaller, perhaps around 15,000. It's still a large number, but it begins to explain the great silence we hear from the cosmos. When we think about these other potential civilizations, it's important to consider just how advanced they could be. To understand what to expect, there is a method called the Kardashev scale, which analyzes a civilization's possible abilities based on the amount of energy it can harness.
The scale has 3 main levels. A Type 1 civilization can harness all the energy available on its own planet, like solar, wind, and geothermal power. Modern humans are currently considered a bit of a late bloomer in comparison. We are only a Type 0.7 civilization, not yet a full Type 1. A Type 2 civilization is far more advanced. They can use the energy directly from their star. This might be achieved through a hypothetical megastructure, like a Dyson sphere, a massive shell of solar collectors built entirely around the sun to harness all of its energy output. And lastly, a Type 3 civilization is almost godlike. They can use all elements in energy provided by their entire galaxy, with the power to not only harness the energy from billions of stars, but also black holes, even the central supermassive one. The Milky Way is estimated to be around 13.6 billion years old. Modern humans have only been around for the last 200,000 years. It's scary to imagine the amount of time other beings have had to develop. We are, shall we say, late to the party, because we're located on the outer arms of the galaxy. Mathematicians posit that more centralized star systems have had more time to progress. If the precursor civilization that built Baalbek and the pyramids existed, what was their level on this scale? Were they an ancient terrestrial Type 1 civilization that was wiped out by a planetary cataclysm? Or were they something more, a visiting Type 2 or even Type 3 civilization, for whom moving 1,650-ton stones would be as trivial as a child stacking blocks? But there is a powerful counter-argument to the idea that the galaxy is teeming with life. It's called the rare Earth hypothesis, and it suggests that the long chain of events and conditions that led to intelligent life on Earth is so incredibly improbable that we may, in fact, be entirely alone. For humans to be here on Earth, so many conditions have to be precisely correct that it's highly improbable that we even exist. But we do. First, we and any other space creatures who might be out there have to live on a planet orbiting the right kind of star, a yellowish white star. Not a blue star because they burn out too quickly in just a few million years, which isn't enough time for evolution to do its relatively slow magic and produce intelligent beings. Not a red dwarf star, which are the most numerous kind, because they are so cold and dim that a life-during planet would have to orbit very closely, exposing it to intense, deadly X-ray radiation from the star's flares. So that leaves the yellowish stars. But even then, the star must be a third-generation star. Only third-generation stars contain sufficient chemical diversity to sustain advanced life forms. The first stars were made almost entirely of hydrogen and helium. Each time a star explodes in a supernova, heavier, more complicated elements are created and expelled into space, eventually forming the next generation of stars. Our bodies need calcium for our skeletons, our brains need zinc, and our blood needs iron. Therefore, our bodies need to have formed around a third-generation star. Amazingly, Earth has all 94 naturally occurring elements in the universe, from hydrogen to plutonium.
Next, the planet itself must have many particular characteristics. Most importantly, the planet must have protection from its own star. The sun constantly emits a stream of charged particles called the solar wind. It's not our atmosphere that primarily protects us, it's the magnetosphere, a magnetic field generated by our planet's core that stops or deflects this dangerous solar wind. Without a strong magnetosphere, any planet, even in the habitable zone, would have its atmosphere stripped away and its surface sterilized. The planet also has a solid crust with active tectonic plates that move. This movement, called subduction, is when one plate slides under another, bringing fresh matter to the surface and recycling elements. This renewal of the chemical properties of the planet prevents chemical equilibrium, where nothing is reactive. Earthquakes and volcanoes, as destructive as they can be, are essential for this process of geochemical renewal. Mars doesn't have tectonic plate activity, which is one big reason it appears lifeless. And that brings us to the Moon. The contribution of the Moon to life on Earth is essential. First, the gravity of the Moon not only makes the ocean tides ebb and flow, it also helps the rotation of the Earth to churn or stir the magma inside the Earth. The motion of the metallic magma inside the Earth contributes to the creation of our magnetosphere. So the Moon helps keep us safe by powering our magnetic shield. Another thing the Moon does is hold the Earth steady. Because the Moon is so large compared to our planet, it acts much like a balance pole does for a tightrope walker, preventing the Earth from wobbling too much on its axis. If the Earth wobbled as much as Mars, our weather would become chaotic, and stable agriculture might have been impossible. These rare or unique astronomical circumstances work together to make Earth habitable. Taken all together, we are very, very lucky to be here. In fact, we're so lucky that we may have hit the cosmic jackpot. Considering all the improbable factors, it's doubtful that anywhere else in the universe is as fortunate as Earth.
So where does this leave us? We're standing at a crossroads of incredible possibilities. Down one path, we have the chilling theory of Chan Thomas, a terrestrial secret. The idea that our planet has a built-in 12,000-year self-destruct cycle, and that the impossible ruins scattered across the globe are the tombstones of countless forgotten civilizations who were its victims. A truth so destabilizing that a government agency might feel compelled to hide it. Down the other path, we have the cosmic secret, suggested by the rare earth hypothesis, the idea that our planet is an almost impossible cosmic jewel and that intelligent life is fantastically rare. In this scenario, the evidence of a precursor civilization might not be from a lost human society, but from something far older, and perhaps not from this world at all. Could a visiting Type 2 or Type 3 civilization have used our planet as an outpost long ago, leaving behind structures like Baalbek and Giza as their inscrutable calling cards? We are left with a profound and unsettling mystery. We have a classified book, a terrifying theory of global destruction, impossible ancient structures, vanished peoples, and artifacts that defy their time. Are these all separate, unrelated puzzles? Or are they all pieces of one single magnificent and terrifying picture of our true history? The one thing that is certain is that the story we are told is incomplete. The evidence is clear. The questions are real. The silence from the past is deafening, and the silence from our own institutions on matters like Chan Thomas's book is just as loud. The real truth may still be out there, buried in the sands of Egypt, hidden in the jungles of the Amazon, or locked away in the last few classified pages of a 50-year-old book. But the search for that truth is what drives us. It forces us to question, to explore, and to wonder. And to remember that we may only be the current chapter in a book that is far, far longer than we ever knew. What do you think is the truth behind these ancient mysteries? Is it a cyclical, planetary cataclysm, a lost chapter of human history, or something else entirely? Share your most compelling theories in the comment section below. If this deep dive into the unknown has sparked your curiosity, please like this video and subscribe for more investigations into the world's greatest secrets. The more we question, the closer we get to the truth. Thanks for watching.